There we go. Alright, you're good to go.
Let me get my Wi-Fi on, then I'll be solid. Don't know how it's not on. How's your day been today?
Yeah, good for the most part. Still gotta read fucking Ham. What the fuck? Yeah,
Yes.
that might be.
The journey so far.
Time to go get these deadbeats.
A grand arena gilded by blood. A giant slain. A toll paid in full. But before the king will help our rider, he must have his dead core.
Okay, where in the world am I? Oh yeah, that's right. I have to get the guy, the dude, the bro. Once I get him, I will have interdiction. Wait. No, it says I have interdiction, actually. I have it in my inventory, but I can't equip it. So I guess I really do have to just find him then.
The hell is an interdiction?
It's, is the power of the command over the dead lords of the dead planes. Which are just basically people that guide the souls of the dead.
Sounds whack.
So I went and did some dueling IRL today for the first time in months. It was very nice. Got to play my sub-Terra deck and realized, oh my god, I made that thing I designed that deck to kill the 2019 meta, and it was quite strong. I was running crackdowns, triple crackdowns, effect veilers, and there can be only one.
Man.
It was quite sweaty.
Yes, that is very scummy. I guess I shouldn't be surprised coming from you.
I said sweaty, not scummy.
It's scummy.
No, crackdown is fair.
Crackdown is
There can
not.
be only one. There can be only one is not fair though. That's not a fair card. Like the things I did with that deck were not fair. Crackdown is fair because you have to commit to setting it and you can't activate or attack with the effects. Like,
Oh, of course.
you can't-
Of course.
Well, yeah, because that's called a balance mechanic. Like,
Balanced.
wait, how do I get over there?
Very balanced.
I mean, would you say change of heart is balanced?
Yeah, it's limited to one of. So I did not realize that Drag Down to the Grave is not limited. I thought that would have been limited.
It's not because Dark Worlds don't do anything. Like, competitively wise. I think there was a time when it was on the ban list when Dark Worlds were meta. And then after, rampant power creep, as Konami does, they eventually put it back at higher numbers because just Dark Worlds were just not consistent or powerful enough. I think they're also one of the decks that got Allure of Darkness hit to lower numbers, so they lost consistent draw power, which made their decks far more inconsistent. How am I? So if you're wondering why Wait, how am I supposed to... Oh, I'm supposed to get in from the floor above.
Yeah, no, because
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hang on. No, but yeah, because I bought the 3 Dark Lord boxes. So, or Dark World, not Dark Lord, Dark World.
Is it any good?
Yeah, it seemed alright. A lot of Drag Down by the Graves, a good old card destruction. Well, I was going to ask you, does Drag Down, if I play Drag Down by the Grave, does it count as my opponent's effect sent me to the graveyard, or my effect?
It counts as a both. So any card effect that specifies both players counts as a unilateral effect, meaning it is activating. It's your effect, but it's activating on both player sides of the field. So it's treated as both players are resolving an effect. Now, if your opponent is activating, if you're saying like if your opponent activated an effect that was in response to if a card. If you're saying if it will trigger
Hello,
effects
Dagger.
that specify your opponent's card, yes. But its effect is simultaneously happening to both players.
Well, no, it's because like some of the cards have different effects depending on whether your opponent sends them to the graveyard or whether you send them to the graveyard.
Oh, so the Dark World cards that say specifically if this card is discarded by the effect of your opponent, do this. Drag down into the grave and Dark World dealings trigger those effects.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's why they're used in the Dark World decks.
Because they got a bunch of silly new cards. They even have a direct negate, which is nice.
What's happening here? I need to get into this.
Dark Skill Cider stream. Sounds about right.
Darksiders Yu-Gi-Oh stream. What is that new item that I have? Oh, this. I'm not going to like the Soul Arbiter's Maze, which is why I'm just going to take a list of where to go, and I'm just going to follow that list. Nothing else. Right. Here, okay, I already did that.
Let's talk about re-fucking Hamlet. Damn it. Fuck, I hate Shakespeare.
We are very aware of your disdain for the man's work.
Not yet, you're not.
Oh wait, I think I know what needs to be done here. I just figured it out. My brain just clicked in. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do.
No.
Or does it not? Does that not trigger?
You sound so devastated.
A little bit devastated. Wait a minute. How do I get down to that room down there? Let's go down further if possible.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Shakespeare. Oh, hang on a minute. Hello, Kyle. When did you arrive?
About 15 minutes ago.
Wow. Could you stop being the main character of an awkward teen drama and just say something when you show up?
I wait until I get permission.
You don't need permission.
Yes, he does.
Oh my gosh.
That wasn't directed at you, Zim. That was directed at Mangler. Because last time I spoke out of turn, he bit my head off. And now I just wait for my knowledge.
You do not need my permission to speak on my streams.
Watch him revoke that pass later on. So apparently, in Protagonist of Part 9, JoJo's going to be a descendant of Joseph Joestar again. Can we?
That's fabulous. I found some really interesting stuff to talk about for Part 6, but that may be a nice little thing that me and Zim have to talk about later on.
No, I'm going to have to bust out the Infinite Scaling Fist of Northstar now, I see.
I mean, you don't really need it, but
I don't know, man. You're scaling cheap.
I tell you what,
silly.
I'll talk to you later about this in we'll say 50 minutes. Yeah, we'll say 50 minutes to an hour. I have to get ready to leave work.
Oh, wow. Showing up while he's on the clock.
Oh, God damn it. I do not know how to get through this area even though I played this game like 4 times.
You know, you have a big issue with this every single fucking time.
I know. I fucking hate this. Where am I? Am I in the Phariseer's tomb or I'm the Judicator's tomb? I'm in the Phariseer's tomb. Maybe I should have gone to the Judicator's tomb.
Nah, you'll be fine.
Maybe that was the problem.
Nah, you'll be fine.
And now I gotta deal with YouTube ads. Thank God it's at fucking 50% or whatever. or 25%.
Yes, whatever the hell that means.
The speed. Don't care about the stone bites. Oh yeah, I forgot. He's just like, hey, leave, horseman. You're not welcome here. And then the floor just breaks sporadically. This is going to be something obvious, and I'm going to, like, rip my head off.
You could try being a little more, like, you know, not self-destructive in nature, but, you know, that's just me.
And not getting really any,
Prediction
doesn't work. We'll just put it to 50% the speed. Well, this person's having the same problem I am. I just need literally one hint to get through this next area. And that's it.
I would have to see what the actual source is. Like, I know you just sent me the source, but what I mean is, like, I'd have to see where they got their source from.
The heck? What is he doing? Oh no, this is the same thing I did. Oh, he just sucks at it. Okay.
Still running is gonna have a lot of horses, that is true.
Okay, that's exactly what I did. What the heck? Do I not have the skeleton key? Maybe I got it and I just wasn't paying attention. No, wait. It would be in my inventory then.
Performance issues?
No, I got it. There are no performance issues here. Yeah, so we death grip our way over. What the fuck? Why does that not go all the way? The world. Okay. There we go.
Figure it
Need
out.
to be on the left side. Okay, that was a little too high. Let's go a little bit lower there. Well, I don't know if that's close enough. That was indeed not close enough. That was definitely close enough. Okay, I think I understand how this works now.
Do you?
Yes. Apparently it's a time thing though. I'll have to cross over. And if there is not a chest over there, then that means I already have the skeleton key. So for some reason it's not listed in my inventory.
Just got myself League PC on my new gaming computer. Why would you do that to yourself?
me go over there.
Why would you hurt yourself like this? I don't understand. You can talk to us about it. We're here for you.
Alright, where's your chest? It's not here. There's no chest at all, which means no skeleton key, which means I already have the skeleton key.
So why are you still bad?
That is a question, yes.
Bro, friends don't let friends play League of Legends. I don't know.
This is true. Where's 3?
Wait, so you barely start playing League of Legends on PC, or is like, are you coming back into it?
Okay, maybe it wasn't 3. It was probably 4, perhaps. No, wait, it was 2. Why is the first floor number 4 and then like it was dumb. It's the big dumb.
Mangler, don't hate,
that was 3.
don't hate the game just because your brain isn't big enough to comprehend it.
Wait, I could have sworn I hit 3 the first time. Why did it drop on 2? That's weird. Okay.
I can't tell if
There
you're
we
taking
go.
the piss or not. Not you.
I'm not thinking of this.
No, I know you're not. This is just a standard sad Mangler gameplay.
There we go. Give me that. Alright. The one annoying door is done. And it was because apparently I already had the key. I just quit the stream right when I thought I had it. I must have been way too tired. Say there's a skill issue, but I am indeed gaining skill points. Seem you were operating under false information.
Is that what you believe?
What I know to be true.
Why are you lying to me? What purpose does it serve you? Ah, they moved Rankin Wildrift. I forgot about that. What a weird decision, honestly.
There we go. That's the damage I deserve. Oh, that looks like a problem. We have a blue boy in the house. I love how he blocked but still got frozen.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Yes. And that happened again. Totally fair. I don't think he's been able to move, like, from his position.
Don't act like that isn't what you want, you sick fuck.
Well, I would prefer to crit people rather than freezing them to death.
Don't you fucking lie to me.
I'm not even lying.
Who the fuck are you trying to fool? Because it can't be me, I'm right here.
Hey, you don't know how fun crits are. Don't even talk to me.
Well...
Actually, I'll prove it to you. Where's my Chaos Fang? Get rid of this Life Bane shit. Yes!
Careful, Mangler. I'd hate to watch you die immediately because you switched your build path over.
I just switched one weapon.
Careful, Mangler.
All my equipment is catered towards critting.
Uh-huh. Very convenient. Very convenient.
You don't see me running ice damage. You fool.
Jak 3 is a hard game to run. That's because it's all loaded in at once. Oh, fuck. Yeah, Jak 3 is all loaded in at once. That's why it's a hard game to run.
Wait, I went to the wrong room.
Mangler?
Oh, right into the wall by accident. My bad. I was trying to read the stream chat and run at the same time. Clearly, that can cause problems.
The hell's causing you to lag so damn badly?
In the game? Oh, that's part of that's just how Darksiders 2 is a little coded. It has those weird iffy situations. Darksiders 1 is probably the most... Well, Darksiders 1 and Genesis are a lot smoother. Though 2 is smooth during puzzles and traversal as well as combat and cutscenes. Just not general movement. So it's smooth in every aspect of the game except for moving.
Alright, yeah, let's do this. So what you mean to say then is that the game's just incredibly smooth, just that, you know...
The game's not incredibly smooth, yes. I mean that in the most delicate of ways. We are now back in that room I was at earlier, so we will simply scale across this wall.
I'm assuming this is your favorite Darksiders game?
Combat-wise. Lore-wise, probably. Story-wise, I actually prefer, I think, either 1, 3... And again, the best Darksiders game is the Abomination Vault.
It's not a game, Mangler.
What are you talking about? Of course it's a game.
Bruh. You know, let's give this fucker a try.
I guess we'll find out where that thing needs to be in a little bit. Ah, the bridge. Is everyone's favorite video game? Fuck. I played a lot of video games. That's gonna take me a while to answer.
Nonsense, you got this. And, Overgrowth. Nimbus Cloak, Transcendence.
There we go. You know, I'm just gonna say as far as like games that I have enjoyed the most. There's a lot of games that I played back in the day that I enjoyed. But it's got to come down to a couple games for me. GoldenEye 007 is definitely one of them. But if not that, then probably what's it called? The original Pokemon Crystal.
Bitch.
Or Gauntlet Legends from the Nintendo 64. What? What are you saying?
I didn't say
I will
shit.
come after you.
I didn't say shit, man. I didn't say shit. You talking crazy, bro. You need to...
I will find you and destroy you. I'm sorry, did I not say Fallout New Vegas? Is that why you're just upset?
I'm sorry. Bold of you to assume that Fallout New Vegas will be my favorite video game. It's only top 5. Actually, probably top 3.
How humble. How humble of you.
New Vegas is good. It's good. Near perfection. Near perfection.
Okay, so what would be better than near perfection game in your opinion?
The only game that has perfection in it, Mangler, DMC2. All joking aside, I've never actually been able to sit down and think to myself, what's my favorite video game of all time? I mean, I guess maybe I'd probably say League of Legends, since I've been playing it for 10 fucking years.
You know, I feel like you'd think with how much I played DMC that they would be my favorite games, but like I think if I were to consider like top 5 how much I've actually enjoyed games, I don't think any of the DMC games even make it to the top 5.
Yes, it's
DMC 5 might be an honorable mention.
It's
top 10 for sure.
It's one of those weird situations, like I have a channel dedicated to DMC, but I still have to sit down and think to myself on occasion, is DMC even like in my top 5 favorite games? Because like DMC2 is there, but it's more there for sentimental value and when I started.
It's something that I think we have a lot of interest in, but you have to consider that like the act of something being fun isn't just that it maintains like, or at least in my position, so I would say this is probably the case for many people. It isn't just that it maintains your interest; it's that there's something genuinely enjoyable about it. And there was something genuinely enjoyable about DMC, but that usually gets to like combos and like playing the game like a particular way, and that's fun and fascinating. But like due to DMC having like such a high like skill ceiling, once you reach a certain point, you stop having a lot of those moments. Like the first time you play it a certain way, the first time you play DMD and you beat it, you feel amazing, you feel like a god. And then the second and the third time you play it, you're like, wow, why didn't I make this? I feel kind of stupid now.
This fucking dick literally went an ADC against me as Galio. What a fucking asshole.
Oh wait, now I think I remember how to do this. So I have to wait. No. This is the wrong room. Okay. So I have to scale the walls somehow to get back up into the top of the room. Which means I will have to take one of these 3 places out. No, that's not the one. It's either this one. Maybe. We'll check it. No, is not this one. Okay, I'm not gonna bother going back there. So that means it should be this remaining. Okay, Dusk is pointing me this direction. Oh, that's right. I have to climb. That's right. I forget that Dusk is a thing that exists. You can't help me. Oh wait, no, hang on. You can't help me here. Hang on. Gotta go back over. To climb up the demonic growth, and we'll cross over. Right, should be a ball here. Oh no, that did not turn out the way it's supposed to. Let's keep going back this way.
You haven't trouble? Ninja Gaiden 2 was goated. I still need to play the fucking Ninja Gaiden games.
I have to finish Ninja Gaiden 1 and then I will get to Ninja Gaiden 2. Because I played Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, I think on the PS4 for a little bit, and it was actually pretty fun. But I only really got to like, you know, the first level, and I didn't own it. I was playing it on PlayStation Now, so it didn't really count because I didn't get to play it for an extended length of time. So since I now do own it, I guess it'll be my new experience. I need to restart the level I'm currently on. Figure out where the fuck I'm going. I'm almost done with the game, though. Alright, so where do I
Wasn't expecting them to abandon me like that. That's on me.
Oh yeah, that's right. We go to 2 because now we have the platform there. Yes. Okay. So I should be able to get to the boss room. Yes, this will allow me to beat the Dead Lord, and then I go all the way down to that floor and activate the interdiction portal. And after that, most of these next areas will be pretty easy. Where is the Pharisee? There you are.
You would interrupt my slumber. You should never have left your grave.
Unstoppable time. Whoops.
Turbo is good. You don't really need it, honestly. Yeah, turbo mode doesn't really need it. It's more of like just a side option if you want to have like some extra fun with it.
It allows you to have like a lot more fun with various fights, making them a lot more aggressive. But I would say it's needed for people who are just trying to get through the game. My issue with turbo mode is that they don't. I don't think they allow turbo mode in the DMC games at start. They lock it behind the beginning. They should allow turbo mode from default. So if people want to like go faster through the games, they want to get through the gameplay faster, they should allow it. Okay, there we go. Interdiction. I now have it. I can use its power. Alright. What do we add in the skill tree?
Man, fuck that guy. Of course he hasn't fucking learned already yet. Someone got by the first boss in the Ninja Gaiden? Yeah, because I was playing on the hardest fucking difficulty at the start, and then if someone had to come and fucking tell me afterwards, oh yeah, hard's actually meant for new game plus runs, not actually like fucking starting from the hardest difficulty. Would have been fucking nice for someone to fucking say that shit earlier, but no.
It's because Mangler doesn't guard fight, learn to guard fight him. Oh boy. Tell me a DMC where you don't fight two bosses the same that is in DMC 2? Yeah, none. Wait, hang on a minute. Does DMC 5 count?
No.
Because technically one of the bosses is riding another boss.
That doesn't count. They're part of the same
Okay,
boss.
well. Wait a minute. Urizen is technically Virgil. Hang on a minute.
No.
Like, we're onto something.
Lies and deceptions. Fuck! Who has exhaust?
I agree he plays turbo mode a lot. I would be surprised if any any DMC YouTuber didn't play turbo mode. I kinda have to get that like adrenaline rush.
Why the fuck are they using such cheap fucking tactics? What the fuck?
Alright, now we go back down to the first floor.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me?
Yes, I remember how this is done now.
Dust, I am reborn. I will suffer. Yes.
It's facing the wrong way, what a loser.
Okay, works trash. No surprise. Zen, can we scale Trish to 90? All demons get scaled to 90 based off POC statements. It's a blanket verse upgrade.
Understand, anyone that can use a soul as a weapon, destroy souls, affect souls, scale the souls, or affect things that do any of those things is 90. So anyone that has demonic energy, has something made of demonic energy or demonic properties of the demon world.
It's
has 90
basically
scaling.
just anyone who can interact with demonic power gets 90 scaling as a result.
Yeah. Just to make it simple, everything in the demon world is made up of demonic energy. Demonic energy in general can affect souls. Every demon in DMC makes bodies out of demonic energy in general. So, hence why, since they all have the same shared physiology, at least at a basic fundamental level, they all get 90 scaling. It's pretty simple, to be honest. Wait. It says there are chests here, but I don't see them. If they were on another floor, they'd be like shaded out, but they're
My
highlighted.
goodness, dude, this is fucking ridiculous. I'm losing because he's a fucking ADC.
I wish I knew what that meant. That's like
It's-
a really fascinating term.
No, Mangler, if you don't know it by now, you're never gonna learn it anyways.
Okay, that's probably good. Well, we're just gonna jump all the way down there because we don't want to wait on that. Oh well, that explains where the chests were. Yeah, I'm just gonna add this.
Now I start no one fucking plays Galio in this fucking Elo anymore because he literally just gets fucking counterpicked instantly.
Oh, I was gonna say, in my Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling today, I actually found out some interesting rulings about Crackdown. So apparently Crackdown has a really silly ruling involving like any deck like Subterrors or any deck that has the ability to change monsters to face down defense position. Wherein, so Crackdown has technically 3 rulings that apply to it, and one is that like if you activate Crackdown and then your opponent to grab your opponent's monster and your opponent chains something to the effect of Book of Moon, Book of Eclipse, Lunar Eclipse, or an effect like that that changes the monster you're targeting to face down defense position, you still get the monster with Crackdown, because Crackdown only needs to target the monster at the activation condition, not as a resolution.
Oh, that's fucking stupid.
No, it's fine given
You're
its text.
completely
because-
biased in this argument.
No, I'm not biased because there are cards in the game that
Almost
specify.
every card that specifies you controlling or grabbing a monster to control gets beat when they're flip face down. Because you're not targeting them anymore.
So that's not actually true.
Okay, name another one that doesn't.
Change of Heart, Brain Control.
Change of Heart gets beat by fucking flipping face down.
It shouldn't.
Oh my goodness, what the fuck? Hang on.
The only cards that really get beat by that are cards that specify this card must be face up on the field to activate and resolve the effect. That's the main reasoning. Well, also, the reason Crackdown is able to do that is because Crackdown is a continuous trap. That's supported by rules in the rule book, which is specified in the ruling by the judges. But what gets interesting is the second part, which is how it relates to, not to Subterra Guru, but Guru is used as an example because it was a meta card at the time that the ruling was made. Basically, if you are, after the Crackdown effect resolves and you have the monster, so, you know, the next phase, the next chain sequence, whatever, let's say you change the monster to face down defense position, or whatever, or flip it back up, then change it back down to face down defense position while Crackdown is attached to it. So, not only does it not destroy Crackdown, so Crackdown basically is stuck on your field, what happens is that Crackdown, since it's a continuous trap card, no longer is targeting the card, as it was face up at the activation condition for the effect, but it no longer is.
Mangler, can you get rid of the ball
as
real quickly?
as a result, it basically resets any sort of control of it from your opponent. Well, to be fair, it's not even under your opponent's control anymore because it's under Crackdown. However, since the card in general isn't face up, Crackdown's effect is no longer applied. But because of this, it's also not your opponent's monster anymore. So if you were to say, let's say, change a Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon, you grab it with, like I did today, and grab it with Crackdown, and then you were to change it to face down defense position the next turn, and then flip it face up, it is now your Crystal Wing. And not only that, Crackdown's effects no longer apply to it, meaning you can activate the effects of Crystal Wing, and you can attack with Crystal Wing.
That's silly.
Okay, see, that was a little bit more reasonable. You were correct, that is very silly. Because that breaks the entire mechanics of what a continuous trap is intended to be. Though I guess, given that sentiment, Konami probably should have, in hindsight, put a text or a piece of text in the card that specified if something happened to the monster, destroy the monster.
Like
or the monster is flip face down.
Not you, I'm talking to you on that one. I like this new mythic. But when you can, get rid of the porn bot in the chat. I can't right now because I'm playing leagues and I can't pause the game.
Hold up. Yeah, let me do that.
You need help finding him, Ewan? Come in.
That's where DMC Fork isn't. The reason Turbo exists is so you can die faster. This is also correct. Okay, because someone was arguing under a Trish vs. Doom video that controlling souls is hacked and that we don't know if they kill souls with AP or special abilities, which I don't agree with. Well, like, I would understand that from a practical standpoint if the verse treated it as hacks. The problem is that the demon world in general is just filled with just raw demonic energy. It's just a basic universal energy source.
I'm pretty sure.
And coming into contact causes your soul to can destroy your soul, affect it, corrupt it, etc. And every single demon scales to the energy. Like, they're made of the energy, so how do we say it's just hacks? Like, their physical bodies are made of that energy that performs the feats. So I can say they have hacks, that's fine. It's perfectly fine if someone wants to mention that. But to say it's only hacks is just like...
Well, so this was a joke we had with VSB a while back, is they're like, oh, well, how do we know it's AP versus hacks? And we made a joke about like how Dante's like, you know, in between us, we have his spirit, but more important, or like his was more importantly, his
his statement. He makes a statement, Virgil, at the end of DMC3, when he's just like, "We are the sons of Sparta. Within each of us flows his blood, but more importantly, his hacks." And it was funny because of the reasons Zem mentioned, but also because Dante literally later claims that within the soul contains a demon's power. So if you're affecting a demon's soul, you have their power, not their hacks. You have their fucking raw power. It was like VSB was always wrong on that, but like it was just amazing how easy it was to explain how wrong they were. Like I just figured like yeah, maybe they just made like a simple mistake, but then it's like no, the more I look at it, the more concerning it was.
So,
well, to be fair, they did not make as badly of a mistake as.
Well, I mean, I'll just say this: if your hack's ability is you can destroy a 9D fucking soul, that still invalidates any matchup on a lower dimensional level.
That's only hacks. Okay, well, unfortunate. Although that is correct, yeah. Like it's going to be very difficult to interact with a character that can affect your soul on 9 dimensions above where you're, or I guess 6 dimensions or 5 dimensions or where you're.
And Pusa solos Naruto, and Pusa soloed Naruto way before 9D. What do you want about?
I'm trying to wave this guy off the freaking thing, and he keeps. He won't get the idea. He needs to move. All right. Let me get this. I think I've gotten everything out of there that I need. I think. Should probably go back though and check. Is there actually something valuable there? No. No. Okay. You gotta love these basic hammers and axes that only do like regular damage and have no special effects. Wait, actually, hang on. I can check some of these.
I thought you
Crit
were...
chance? Hold up a minute.
I was gonna say, I thought you were a crit chance player, Mangler.
I saw something in that condition. I need to see how much of a difference this is. Where is my crit build? Critical chance plus 18 plus critical damage plus 25. Arcane critical chance, crit chance. Crit damage, arcane chance. I mean, if I was doing arcane crits, these would be great, but I am not. Where is my... Which build do I... Which thing do I have? Wait, what do I have equipped? I know I have one of these equipped. Do I not have a talisman equipped?
How did you die?
Bro.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is the one I have. Necromancer Talisman. Okay, 23% chance. Wait. It's the same crit. I don't get it.
It's good enough crit.
I mean, I guess it's technically 5% less crit chance. But the crit damage, though, is like 30% higher. Yeah, we're going with that. Sorry, like that's just obviously superior.
This is my question.
Like, I would.
No, hang on. Does DMC1 Sparta form beat DMC2 Dante base form? We're gonna have to sit down and actually discuss fucking what the Sparta form actually does. No, because the problem is that Mangler denies it being anything substantial. But then DMC5 comes along and is like, here you go.
That's not what I said.
Here you go,
what
child.
I specifically said is that it's programmed to kill Mundus, so it presents enough power to kill Mundus and nothing more.
Yeah, but that's more like, that's an assumption based on headcanon.
That's an assumption based on the statement that it says, where it's only interested in slaying Mundus.
Yeah, so it's going to hold back against the one thing it's built to do.
It's a sentient sword. It produces enough power to kill Mundus. There's no reason to go beyond that. Like, you could say that it got buffed because of DMC5.
I mean, but there's no reason.
Fine.
But there's no reason to assume it's holding back. Like, this is the problem here. Is like under normal circumstances, maybe you can have an argument, but the problem is that the sword's never demonstrated the sentience of holding back. It's just like, oh, Mundus.
If it's sentient in general, it knows how much power it needs to kill Mundus.
But why would it? Why would it hold back any power though? This is the one thing it's designed to do.
It doesn't need more power though.
Okay, but just to get this. No, hang on. One second.
I would just say in general that, like, You'd basically be arguing that a power at that point is essentially stronger than anything until the MC5, but that makes like literally no sense in the broader context of like Dante's narrative and his power later on in the games. Like, the scaling chain, I'm not really concerned about, because the scaling chain is not something that the developers or the writers themselves are concerned about. That's something we as the fans come up with. That's a simple priority. But what?
No, my dumbass teammates kept going for a fucking kill, and the entire enemy team revived as a result. Fucking idiots.
Oh boy, Mangler is the same sword who simps for Trish let her use all the power. Was that a... I'm kind of confused about this sentence. Mangler, but he can't read. No, Affetti, that's Yu-Gi-Oh! You're thinking about the wrong thing. I can read in this game, just not in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or rather, I should say, when I play Yu-Gi-Oh!, my reading skills probably go down. Every Yu-Gi-Oh! Player, this happens to every Yu-Gi-Oh! Player. As soon as you start playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, like, your reading comprehension probably drops like 1 or 2 grades. It's a sad fact, but it's a real concern. Best Sparta Sword simps for Trish? Unironically, it probably does, but it didn't give Trish any power as far as her killing Mundus.
Well,
I know that's something that VSB argues, but that's directly contradicted by Trinity of Fates.
We literally see the red like Sparta power glow.
No, it's specifically stated that like her like humanity is what she uses to beat Trish, or what he beats. That her humanity awakens, and that's what allows her to fight Mundus, because it says even Mundus is powerless in the face of a mother's love. Like, I'd have to go back and get like the actual paragraph, but it does not mention the Sparta sword at all. That's just an assumption.
I mean, it's totally based on the visuals, though. We see the red around.
Yeah, again, like you're just assuming visuals are a representation when we have an actual paragraph that explains verbatim what happens.
Okay, but Trish isn't their mother. At that point, you might as well just go on to say that Beautiful Joe's ending is the canon interpretation.
Okay, so the paragraph establishes that she's an empty container with like basically like no soul, and when Dante basically like cries, he gives her like humanity. He fills her quote unquote dark soul with light.
Yes, but what does
she becomes a representation of his mother.
No, at that point you literally just might as well go with Beautiful Joe's fucking situation. For those of you who don't know, in Beautiful Joe, when Dante appears in the campaign, Mundus resurrects himself to fight Dante, and what Mundus reveals is it wasn't the power of Sparta that beat him. It was Eva's soul in the perfect amulet that beat him. That was the strength that defeated him. So at that point, you might as well say Beautiful...
Would you like me to just give you the thing? Because it just says verbatim.
I mean, I'm just saying that at that point, that might as well just confirm Beautiful Joe's version then. Unless you want to argue that Trish has, like, fucking, like, I guess not...
I just argue it's Trish's humanity. That's all it is. If you want to say that's Ava...
It literally says
then,
mother, though. Also, we do hear Trish's humanity in the cutscene.
Trish's humanity comes from Dante. Like, that's confirmed in the thing. Well, it's also confirmed that like in all the source material after that, like 3142 and whatnot, that her humanity, her inherent humanity awakened. So it's her humanity, but it was a humanity that was granted to her partially by Dante. So
what? Dante
like every piece is
just wanted her to become his mother.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed this, but like...
Damn. Say it.
He projects his mother onto him. The chapter also clarifies that he views her very much as his mother.
Damn. So he has an Oedipus complex.
You can just argue he used his demonic desire and projected some of his humanity into her, allowing her to make her own. But see, I don't even need to like assume that. The chapter just blatantly tells me he helped her make her own humanity. Like, I have to go and get it, but, like, even the rough translation of it confirms this. If I got, like, an even more specific one, it would... If I got another translation of it, it would say exactly the same thing, in more blatant capacity. But what I cannot get is a map out of this room! That's what I do need. It does amp her, though, and allows her to use its powers. You could argue if the Sparta recognizes her as Ava, then yeah. The problem is that she's not using the Sparta in that context.
Yeah, I don't
She doesn't even
understand
have it
why
on her
the
back.
fuck this asshole didn't just go for the fucking Nexus win. I don't do enough damage on my own to get that win.
I know that like that position is not taken because of the visuals. That position is taken because people don't like the idea of Trish scaling higher. But then again, like a lot of people argue Trish can beat the Savior, so I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just like washed out. Wait. This should be higher. No, that's not it. Oh, there we go. Javelin travels through space-time to save Dante, a hex that the sword uses. A hex that every demon has. Like, every demon can travel through from the human world to the demon world. And the portal during the events of DMC... I was about to say DMC 5. During DMC 1 is open after the events of Mission 19. So, yeah, that's... like, something that Trish should be able to do. Should be able to do it even without like that. Oh, she does travel to Tastefine. Something this sword is stated to do. And like yes, again, something that you can do when the portal to that dimension is open. You can even like you understand that Trish traveled to Mundus's throne room when the door was sealed, right? After Virgil was defeated, she literally shows up in his throne room talking to Mundus. She can travel across dimensions without the sword. And this is with the portal open. Why would you assume she needs the Sparta sword to do it, or that she's even doing that? She didn't use the gate, that's the point. You're assuming that. What? When is she using the Sparta sword? When is that established?
Who's Mangler gone to war with?
I'm trying to explain to Afeti that Trish is not using the Sparta sword to beat Mundus, and she's not using the Sparta sword to jump through the portal. That's never established. I don't know where you got that idea.
She doesn't. She only gets it after her supposed death after the fight with Mundus.
No. Like what? I'm not arguing she doesn't have like the Sparta sword with her. Obviously, she took it with her. I'm saying she's not using it for any of the feats.
Wait. Is this prior to betraying Dante with Nightmare, or is
this is after at the end of the game.
No. Okay, you know the scene where Trish boosts Dante's power to finish off Mundus in the human world?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm explaining to Kyle where you're talking about instead of letting you spend 30 minutes
I
talking about it.
thought you were talking about when she has that cutscene with Mundus before she goes to betray Dante.
No, I'm not referring to that.
I was a little bit confused there. I'm just like, perhaps I know DMC a little bit better than the both of you, but I'm a little bit confused.
Well, sometimes my memory can be a bit hazy that I can forget an entire portion of the last section of the game.
It's alright, now that I know the context, after being forced to go through the game 20 times, that's not a joke, because they wanted very specific scans.
Oh, go ahead. Who are you going to blame for that? Just go ahead. Point to them if they're in the room right now, please.
I'm not blaming anyone, I'm just saying that there was a very specific someone who wanted a very specific thing.
Kyle,
why are you assuming she can when she has the means to move? Afeti, that's not how we make an assumption. If she's demonstrated she can already move when the portal is not open in a sealed dimension, at that point, I no longer need to prove. Well, actually, I no longer need to assume she's using the Sparta sword because she already demonstrated she can get there normally. And now the portal is open, so it should be even easier.
Hang on a minute.
At that point, you have to prove she used the Sparta sword. So you need a statement or a piece of evidence that indicates that.
Baldur still helped kill all the giants and shit. Frey's a terrible mother, yes, but Baldur did,
he has a kill streak.
Baldur did kill a lot of innocent people.
Wrong, though. The generals in Nightmare does that. All of them do it. All of them travel from the demon world to the human world. Like, they're literally on Malay Island.
Not to be that person, but so do all the lesser demons.
Yeah, all the lesser demons. Every single demon in the series can do this. The only reason, like, even Mundus can leave his own sealed dimension and go to, like, other areas of the demon world. Like,
Source.
I guess just fuck Dante. Get that cardio in.
am I going to play Darksiders 1 after this? I am going to play, because we're playing in chronological order.
Don't you?
You did not realize that yet? No, so Fetty, I'm just trying to say, like, she's not, like, the Sparta Sword's clearly not responsible for it, or at least we have no evidence to claim that, and we have not only consistent evidence, we have consistent feats that she can do it without that, and every single demon in the series can do the same thing. So why would we just assume the Sparta Sword's here? The only reason I can assume that you would argue the Sparta Sword is here is because you want to contribute every single interaction that Trish has with Mundus at the end of the game to the Sparta, because if you don't do that, you then have to argue Trish scales above a version of DMC1 Dante, and that breaks the entire scaling chain as you would interpret it to be. It doesn't break it for me, because I have in lore statements and information that explains why she's able to do that. But if you do it, it becomes a contradiction. At least, that's what I would assume. Perhaps I'm being irrational, but, like, I don't think you disagree with the idea that Trish doesn't
talk about
scale
it?
to DMC1.
That sounded a little personal there. Do you want to talk about it?
Trish, it's not, Mangler, it's not even about that. I understand, but that is a consequence of that.
I might be interpreting this wrong, but damn, that condescension, that has me blushing. My God, teach me how to do that.
Why wouldn't they have the means to travel Trinity of Fate's missions, though? Trinity of Fates doesn't mention the Sparta Sword being used to travel. It does not. That's false. The only problem for demons is whether or not they have their full strength in the human world.
Trish stronger than DMC1 Dante. Trish, by the end of the game, would potentially be stronger than DMC1 Dante. Again, this depends if you believe, like Mangler saying, that the Sword Sparta doesn't amp her at all. But I don't know, man. I see them red particle effects. I'm seeing that direct.
I'm sorry, but I choose to take a direct full paragraph of information
Who are you gonna believe?
Who are you
gonna believe? Me or your own eyes?
Yeah, who are you going to believe? A source material that was released after the fact that described the scene in perfect detail, or some visual effects at the time of 2001?
Exactly. Obviously, the visual effects. If it's good enough for God of War.
It's good enough for God of War. Look. I could here. I'll try and meet you halfway here. I could understand this if she had the Sparta Sword on her back and there was, like, energy flowing out of it into her blasts. You might have a point there. Or if she's just like, Dante, catch, or whatever, and then she's like, take my power. You might have a point there. Actually, you probably have a pretty good point.
Mangler, I believe this is what
But that's not what happens.
I believe this is what they call a claim of blatancy, Mangler.
Keep lying at that.
No, it would not be a claim of blatancy, because we have blatant evidence against the contrary. You have contradictory evidence against that claim, and an overwhelming amount of it, actually.
Lies.
So, then again, why is teleport? Why is teleport? Or are you saying why would she teleport? Everyone has access to the world. We don't see Trish teleport between the worlds without Sparta. Again, we literally see her show up in Mundus's room at the end of Mission 17. She's in the palace area. Like, Mission 7... Okay, Dante doesn't open the portal to the demon world on Malay Island until Mission 19. It's not open. The portal is closed.
Okay, so...
And Trish still gets there.
Alright, Newhin, same team. Warwick's trash. Don't rely on him.
You say teleport, it's just like, well, she's using a literal portal. I would just argue she used that portal normally. You understand that, like, Trish is just Mundus's creation, right? Like, she's just made by him.
Whoa!
Yes,
Women
yes, we
have agency, Mangler.
Yes,
What?
because then Mundus has a line that confirms what kind of porn he can make for you.
Bruh,
Okay, look,
bruh,
listen.
Mangler, it is
That's not what I was trying to
2020.
insinuate.
A man is not above a woman, even if they created them. Mangler, you fucking bigot.
That's
I'm gonna need you to
not
run that
what
back.
I'm insinuating. I'm trying to talk
Mangler?
ideology.
Mangler?
No, Mangler, stop. The rich part is that's coming from Zim, somebody who worships the Bible.
Oh my god.
Mangler? That's 2022. I need you to be better. I need you to be better, Mangler.
This has nothing to do with gender. It has to do with souls. What the fuck are you on about?
Mangler?
I don't know. I know the story of Adam and Eve, and that's pretty gender oriented.
How she being there proves your point. She's in a sealed dimension. She shows up in Malay Island in the main game, the same way all of the generals do.
This bot lane is silly.
How does that being there prove my point? She takes a portal. We see a portal at the end of the game. Okay, you assume it's Sparta. You have no evidence that it's Sparta. You just assume it's Sparta. She's literally one of Mundus' workers. Why would he block her entrance there? Okay, you have to prove that he was doing that, though. You have to prove that. If you're going to assume that he blocked it, you have to prove that. We already have statements that, like, Phantom can push the dimensional wall closer to the human world and can show up there. Why would Trish be any different? Click that, get him fired. Mango, listen, the Spartasaur gave her a DT. It's why you see her use DT when it attacks Dante during the mission with a nightmare. Actually, she doesn't have Sparta during that mission. That only comes afterwards. So, no. Oh wait, no, I have interdiction. No, never mind. I can just leave now. I can leave now. We're leaving now. Oh god. Retcon though, the Phantom one. No, that's not retconned at all. That information from Kaizo Shinto is upholded by the series. There is a dimensional wall between the human world and the demon world.
You know, an example of an actual dimensional barrier.
Okay, look, Kyle, this is not what we're talking about.
No.
Also, Five's novel being wrong. Yeah, Five's novel is wrong about a lot of things.
Wait, hang on. Is the guy who argues against fucking, like, Argosac shit saying that Five's novel's not wrong? Finally? Base takes, finally?
Wait. Actually, hang on. I'm curious, Fetty. When you say it's Five novels wrong, what are you like referring to exactly?
About the time we got that Argosac spec going.
Five's novel states that Mundus opened and sended them. I would believe that. Yeah, that would be a complete and total contradiction then, of like every piece of source material we have.
Fetty now deciding to be base finally. Good.
Also, even if that's true, that doesn't change my position because the portal's still open. So Mundus doesn't have to open anything. The onus is on you to prove the Sparta's there. That's if I accept your premise. I don't. The onus is on you to prove the Sparta was used.
I have some red particle effects I'd like you to see.
Oh my god. I've already told you this before. That's not sufficient evidence.
I disagree with your premise for what is sufficient evidence.
Yeah, you disagree premise when you have like contradictory evidence presented to your face. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I have the source material showing you're wrong.
I will. Hang on. Let me give it to you.
But Mango,
that's pretty good.
If Five is that Mundus did something that's contradictory, even if it's never shown or implied in the series. Because there's one piece of evidence that says that, shouldn't we take that over all other evidence? You know, like how they do for God of War?
Kyle,
I feel like now is the time when I can say you're being petty.
No.
Now?
He's had 4 years.
Now's the time you're saying I'm being petty. Fuck me, what about 5 comments ago?
Listen. I was focused on other things.
Naughty, you're being petty now.
Tell me a moment where every time she teleports is said or depicted her travel between worlds, because the moment she's in the palace, we don't know how she's there. We have a literal portal opening up in mission 23. We have a literal portal opening up in Mission 23 when she shows up there after the portal has already been opened, which we know happened due to what happens in the previous missions. Every single demon is literally capable of traveling backwards and forwards between the human world and the demon world. Mission 23, yes, the last mission of the game.
Is it mission...
When she shows up to fight alongside Dante, she jumps out of like the ceiling. Well, not out of the ceiling, out of the air.
Newhan, careful. Jinx is missing.
Yeah. She jumps out of the ceiling behind Dante from like a portal. But keep in mind, at this point, Trish's humanity is already awakened, so I would just argue her own inherent power is responsible for it. Hey, if there's a statement that says the Sparta's responsible for the portal, okay, that wouldn't change anything about any of the other information I presented, but that would help your position a little bit more. That would provide some clarity. Unfortunately, we just don't have any statements, any pieces of evidence. We're just kind of assuming it is because we just know that she happens to have the Sparta sword at the time.
Whoa. How many times do I have to explain to you particle effects?
Oh my god. Visuals mean everything.
I mean, it's literally the direct source material, so...
I mean, yeah, but the direct source material has like 5 pieces of reference material that expanded on it to explain what happens in the scene.
Secondary canon disregarded for primary canon. Come on, Mangler. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Preponderance of evidence.
That's not how preponderance of evidence works! I literally
Yes, it is! Preponderance of evidence! Fuck! Preponderance of evidence! Literally! Yes! It does. Preponderance of evidence literally is determined by the greatest quantity of evidence to make a consistent interpretation.
My literal evidence is a higher tier higher than yours.
Your higher tier evidence is particle effects that aren't even... You don't even know what they mean!
They mean the sword Sparta because they're red and they glow like Dante did when he was having the power amp 'em.
I checked the scene, you're wrong. Okay, you know what? I'm literally going here. I'm gonna do this. Holy fucking Christ.
You want to see if your Xbox will go on
sick and tired of this. I'm so sick and tired of doing this with people. I have to explain to you how you fuckers can't read.
Okay, excuse you, I'm an English major.
Yeah, I know. That's why it's surprising.
No, I just have the visuals to back up my claim. I'm going to need you to support these visuals.
Oh, somebody's putting Dante Must Die. What a poor loser.
Just look up fucking, what's that Kratos? Just look up that guy Kratos. Not that guy named Kratos. There's a guy who posted the Moon boss fight. His name is Kratos. He's not that guy named Kratos. It's another guy named like Kratos 2000 something. I think it was the first one to do it.
Yeah, no. When she literally shoots the lightning into his body, it is completely gold.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I will look at it.
I'm looking at it right now.
Mangler,
it is completely gold. The jackpot he does is a different color, but the lightning and power she puts into his body is completely gold.
Are you telling me there's no red?
No.
Look around
the gold. Look
around the gold lightning. There's red effects. You're fucking blind.
No,
Mangler, are you colorblind? Mangler, are you fucking? No. I will go there right fucking now.
I'm looking at it right
here. My god.
What you're referring to is when he does the jackpot.
But there would still be red there.
No, that wouldn't matter.
That would absolutely matter. Dante's demonic power is not red.
You have to prove the Sparta is used. You have to prove
if there's red, then it's valid!
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Show me the source for... Show me the source in DMC1 for Dante's power.
I'm showing the Trinity of Fates. I'm so fucking sick and tired of this. You literally are arguing a visual effect over direct information.
I'm arguing the primary canon. Yes, thank you.
The primary canon does not assert that he's using Sparta.
Please do not strawman my argument. I am using the primary.
I'm not strawmanning your argument. I am explaining to you that the primary canon does not assert the Sparta is being used.
Man, I guess it's a real shame the Sparta sword was left behind. Then completely. Oh wait.
The assertion again. You can have a sword with you. That doesn't prove it's amping you.
Then the red energy is Dante's power, not Sparta's. DMC1, I don't think ever demonstrates Dante's power as being red. And actually, I think his charge shot's blue in DMC1, right? It's blue in DMC2. I'm pretty sure they just copy and pasted the same effect.
Yeah, they just take his charge shot being blue.
Yeah. So the problem is that Dante's energy is actually... It's inconsistently depicted. The more consistent depiction is red, but the original versions did not have...
No, similar effects? Sparta, I don't care. The actual scene demonstrates not the...
Newen!
That's the actual scene. Other source material. That's
Newen, don't die! Don't die! I'm coming.
So you're literally arguing 2001 depiction of canon from Kamiya versus every other depiction of the scene from all pieces of source material.
Well, see, when you say it like that sounds a little ridiculous.
Well, okay. So let me.
What have I missed?
Sorry, go ahead, Kyle.
No, he's just asking what he missed.
What have I missed?
Mangler's trying to choke me to death.
No, I'm trying to explain to him that, like, it's unreasonable to assert one piece of information has priority over, like...
Kyle, back me up. Explain how it works for God of War.
You shitting me, right?
okay, listen. If we're using God of War logic, then yeah, that would work. One piece of information apparently contradicts like 50.
Since no one's apparently biased in favor of God of War, because we're just being sore losers, I guess that's how it works, Mangler. So you're just going to have to accept it. I'm glad we could reach this consensus together.
Hey, if that's the reason we get to it, okay then. That's rough, but wait. Hold up a minute.
Actually, look,
what's wrong with
Itsuno, can you just chart shaw is the light blue? It came from God of War Ragnarok. The cycle into human.
Wait a minute. What's happening with my? Oh, this is weird.
What happened?
There's something like a download section, a file section on my phone where I get all of the source material.
Mangler, I don't even know about your hentai collection.
Some of the stuff is intact, but then like. There's pieces of the manga, the Threes manga, that have like portions of the panels completely split off in different directions.
If you click on it, if you click on it directly,
don't you have it physically?
I just have to find like Trinity.
Yeah, he has it. He has it.
Shouldn't take me too long.
You have the physical manga.
Fetty. Where's that Trinity of Fates translation? Where?
I already translated it, Mangler. What more do you want?
Not the one I'm looking for. Like.
Damn.
Not the one I'm.
Mangler?
Did he just cancel himself?
Well, he did say that a woman belonged to a man.
I love Discord. It's killing me all the time. I'm just getting stabbed every time I try to say something. All I have are wounds.
It's alright, if you focus, you can heal them.
But it comes at the cost of your actual transformation.
It's gonna be like that, Kyle. Hang on, let me see if I can connect to Discord. Discord using the magic of... What in the world? No, I don't want to listen to music. Stop! Good luck. Fucking earbuds. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna join and rejoin. Here we go. Alright, now time to switch over to... I have to flip-flop.
Kyle, what the fuck was that? It sounded like you were choking on something.
No, I just hurt myself.
I flip-flop. I read teleport and in her moment before she has the sword, doesn't matter. Listen, y'all, Mangler can cross a sealed dimension just fine. What are you guys saying? That means... What? Affetti, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this from the person who takes a direct statement that's completely contradictory to their entire evidence and didn't read the context behind it, and still argued the position was correct.
Also, when you argue...
Your entire... Hang on, Bella. I would say your entire position involving, like, the scans from before the Nightmare novel kind of, like, puts this entire position into question. Like, this is a double standard. Deductive reasoning is bad now. That's not deductive reasoning. That's inductive reasoning. Inductive reasoning is when you are taking an assumption based off of your sense perception.
How would
Like,
you
deductive
know
reasoning
what
is done
that
through like
is?
the process of the scientific method.
Scientific.
I said unless it's wrong. I would say it's probably wrong.
Listen.
Hang on, let me see if I can get the rest of this.
Listen. Until DMC 1 gets remade, you can go suck a nut.
Wait, why is he so quiet?
I don't know.
Did you say until DMC gets remade, go suck a nut?
Yes.
Bro, who are you lying to? DMC 1 getting a remake? You said DMC 2 really weirdly there.
You know damn well DMC 2 is never going to get a remake because these fans, if they can even call themselves that, are whores.
feel like just that thing. If Eddie races against Lucia, what the fuck?
I agree.
Where'd that come from?
I agree. Guy probably doesn't even skill Lucia Demon King level, you know, because she's a woman. And also because she's...
I'm sure that's the reason. It wasn't other arguments.
Nope. Your interpretation has fucked up implications. Yeah, me fucking my sister has fucked up implications. Doesn't mean it's anything about this. Dante had red effects?
What size shovel do you
Oh,
want?
you're right.
Well,
Yeah, he has red
Okay, here we
effects.
go.
He has
Yeah.
red effects on the teleport. On
Yeah,
the
yeah,
telekinesis.
okay, here it is. This is the
You're
entire chapter. On one hand, Trish is born as a puppet from Mundus, and like other low-grade demons such as marionettes, she exists only to be manipulated by him. However, the seeds of
Damn!
Dante's love gradually bud in her heart. This phenomenon can only be called a miracle. Trish is nothing but an empty container. But from this doll who wears enough mint to pose as Dante's mother, a partnership arises. And so she gives her final breath, protecting Dante from Mundus' fatal blow. From her self-sacrificing actions, Dante sees her as a human for the first time. Dante leaves his mother's keepsake amulet beside Trish's corpse. The tears he cries falls into Trish's face. At this point, she becomes a true human,
Okay, I was just
with a heart of her own.
Mangler
As
statements do
Dante
not represent
faces
the
Mundus in
channel.
the final decisive battle, the revived Trish appears before Dante to give him courage like his mother. This is also a miracle. A mother's thoughts of watching over her child, a child's heart yearning to protect his mother. Even the demon emperor is powerless in the face of such strong love. Let's consider something here. If Dante's mother had been the demon and his father a human, when a human's fatherly love had been able to save his child, Dante, we cannot but feel it wouldn't. There is no clear reason for this. We can only say one thing, that is, mothers are powerful. Of course, after this, Trish having obtained proof of her own humanity through her own tears, it goes without saying that Trish loves Dante as an individual woman. There is... Oh, no, he also hears Ava's voice, which technically is weird, but I chalk that up again to the fact that he's just giving her a part of his humanity, which represents Ava's soul. That's the only... I would argue that's the only reason he's hearing his voice. So, no, it literally says verbatim that his father cannot save Dante. It is the mother. So get the fuck out of here.
Let me tell you why that's wrong. Here's DMC 5.
What are you saying? You're cutting out.
Let me tell you why that's wrong. So here's DMC 5. Here's Dante getting the sword Sparta, laying him fight literally someone astronomically stronger than Mundus.
I'm not saying
I'm
Sparta can't save him. I'm saying in this scene, particular, in this specific scene, Sparta didn't save him.
We're rewinding the stream back. I believe Mangler said that Sparta could not save his son. Rewind the stream back about like 30 seconds.
In this particular stream, or no, in this particular,
yeah, you're right. In this
scene.
stream. Your Freudian slips are too strong.
Oh my gosh. And this... Wait, hang on. What's happening here? Why isn't it posting? Oh my god. Stupid.
Go back to playing Darksiders.
Why are you taking it literally, by the way?
Fetty.
Do I have to explain to you how demonic desire works? For the 50th time. Do I have to explain to you how humanity works? For the 50th time.
Why are you taking that legitimately?
I'm not talking about the humanity. What are you referring to?
Man, you know what? Why are you taking it legitimately? I'm going to throw some shade here. Not in the face specifically, but...
Mangler agreeing that Camilla's Alabama ship is fine. That is not what I said.
That is what he said. You guys heard it here first. He said she fell for him. You guys heard that. You guys all heard that. Dante wants to fuck his mom.
Where did that come from? Red Dusk, stop making it worse.
Hey,
you were all a bunch of children.
At least that's not his mother.
And
that's true. That's true, but how does that make it better?
Kyle, you shut your whore mouth right now. Newhit, you also shut your whore mouth right now. Both of you. Whoremouths, shut.
Hang on one sec. I gotta do something. Hey, I mean, if you always want a more accurate translation, you guys could just translate the DMC1 column section of the page that I gave you.
Man,
I'm
working on it.
I'm sorry, but just the absolute fucking irony of why you taking that so seriously when you guys literally took Bruno saying the Greek world as the first world definition and not the second, which just
Wait. Hang on. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Kyle's just out for blood.
You did take Trinity of Fates has become higher canon. That is not what I said. Which means Trish has become Ava? Okay, hang on. That part's a little bit harder to explain. I do not argue that Trish has become higher canon. I mean, I do not argue that Trinity of Fates has become higher canon. What you don't seem to understand is how a consistent interpretation is determined is based on evidence presented from multiple source material. The reason we view the primary canon as the primary canon is because it is the main way by which the story is produced. This is a video game franchise, ergo, video games are the primary canon. When it comes down to a one-to-one piece of interpretation between the games and like novels or whatever, like one piece of information from one game versus a novel, yeah, the game takes precedent. If it's one game making an interpretation versus like 5 pieces of evidence, no, the game can't uphold that because the game doesn't have an opinion. And I would argue in this case, the game doesn't retcon Trish having a humanity boost. The game enforces that Trish had a humanity boost because after she shoots Dante with her lightning, he literally says, "Here's our gift only humans have." The game supports my position. How am I making it worse? Because you were silly. I don't even know what the fuck's going on. I believe that. I'm talking to you to the points. Why would she be literally? No. So, Fetty, this is the thing. This humanity boost doesn't. So when I say someone gets a humanity boost, they don't become physiologically human. They just gain like the power of a human soul and their abilities. Literal Dante. I mean human. They don't become like more human per se. Humanity, from what we understand, just like humanity when it's granted to demons, just gives them like empathy, a greater raw power boost, and it technically gives them like memory manipulation, soul manipulation, stuff like that. At least according to Visions of V, from what we see with Virgil and V. And we see, I don't think that's the case. Oh no, it is. Like when V meets with Virgil, he literally says like, "Here's the book, which is a representation of my heart, my human heart." It's a representation of what I think it is. It's a representation of like the things that I lost and I'll never get back. Like having the power of a human soul. Also, where's the whole mother thing in 5? Look, you can be the mother in 5, but sometimes the power of the mother isn't strong enough. Case in point, if someone just comes by and happens to be stronger than Trish's humanity boost, then Trish can also just lose.
Oh, that's a sad day. Newhan's getting beat by a bard.
V beats Mundus? V always beat Mundus. Trish, no V, I am not your mom. Okay, so what I'm explaining is that, like, when Trish is becoming his mother, like, Trish becoming, like, an empty container, like, the empty container statement is an indication that she does not have a soul. When Dante gives her a portion of her humanity, his tears, that influences her existence and gives her a portion of her own soul. That's what I'm arguing. Because she's literally referred to as an empty container.
There's Miso.
She's also technically under Mundus's spell, according to 3142 graphic arts. I'm gonna go get that one as well.
Man.
Because apparently this has now become a lore stream.
Don't act like that wasn't.
Thank God it didn't stop anywhere important. Am I right? Let me be nitpicky for a moment, Roz, please, and yes, explain kanji by kanji. I wish I could I wish I could, but unfortunately the Japanese language doesn't work that way. Because an entire sentence can be translated like 5 to 6 different times.
Well,
and that's if you're asking like translators. It can be interpreted more if you have like a native speaker.
Because the Japanese language has 3 different languages around it. When you're learning Japanese, you're not learning one alphabet. You're learning 3 alphabets.
But Zim has a kanji dictionary. This is true, but like the issue is Zim is correct about this. There are 3 different versions of Japanese because there's a formal version, there's like a non-formal version. And I think there's another distinction.
No. There's literally 3 different alphabets they use.
No. I understand that. Do you know what those alphabets are intended for?
No. You're thinking of the context that changes what the word means. I'm telling you there's 3 different alphabets.
The actual alphabet is literally intended for a formal version of the language.
No, Mangler, I am learning how to read Japanese. I have the book. It's just 3 building blocks, not including context of like other things.
Yes. And it is intended for a formalized version of it. There's like a business formal, business casual version of it. Of the 3 versions that you're talking about, one of them is literally a business version of Japanese. Terminology and speaking versions of the language that is intended for Japanese for business exclusively. And then there's like a non-verbal.
Wait, hang on. Do you think
version.
kanji's not used for like business and shit? Like, what do you think this works as?
Zen, you were cutting out so hard. I can barely have a conversation with you. You're gonna have to rejoin.
Listen. We'll deal with this another time. I'll sit you down another time. Just continue.
Hang on, let me go get the other. Whoa, what is happening here? What is happening here? Oh my goodness. My files. They're trash.
Also, regarding translating direct kanji, I'm still learning Japanese grammar, and even then, So this is where it's gonna get super fucking weird, if I'm being honest with you. Unless I learn the language bare bones, that dictionary is next to fucking useless. Because what I can do is I can translate the passage with Google or something, find the kanji specifically, and then work my way through that, like reverse translating it to see if that's actually an accurate translation. I'm sure there's an app that'll just tell me like, hey, this kanji means this. Like if I probably break it up into one kanji, I can probably...
Who writes the Japanese poem? I mean, there are poems made in Japanese. Also, I do call it the out and casual part because it's a coin flip to translate individual information in formal use of Japanese. It's a coin flip to translate it formally. The problem is that who decides to write the Japanese is determined by the author. Only the writer knows the correct way how to write it. It's not like a grammatical thing. It has nothing to do with grammar.
Isn't that why we have issues when people say that fan translations are more accurate than the officials?
Yeah, because I'm not saying you can't use a fan translation. I actually encourage people to use a fan translation if they want more information. What I disagree with is the context behind... Or not the context. It's what constitutes a contradiction. Because people don't seem to understand that a contradiction is 2 pieces of information being unable to coexist at the same time because they conflict with one another. Like, you can have information that adds to others while not having elements of other information. They can coexist.
Kyle, what? Yes, sir.
What is Viper? What is Japanese? I'm gonna be honest. The way that looks with the parentheses, that almost sounds like Wapo Japanese. Like you don't have the J. Like the J is silent. Well, actually, that doesn't make sense pronunciation.
Mangler, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, I have to find a way to fix this audio quality. My brain is telling me that I will suffer immense amounts of pain by continuing to listen to this.
Continue the stream.
I'm inclined to agree.
You whore.
Because the general point that I was trying to make was just that, like, Trish isn't skilled. Okay, in this case, you're not wrong. I also will allow that because... So can we agree that Trish is not using Sparta energy? I'm just saying, like, the chapter clearly specifies she's using his humanity. That's, like... If you want to say, in some capacity, that, like, the Sparta sword energy is there because of the visuals, fine. But what performs the feat is the humanity. And, like, we'd only be using, like, the My problem is that we'd only be using visuals from an old game to determine that, where all information after the fact is said, like, hey, it's got a humanity boost here. Hey, she used the humanity boost to defeat Dante. 22 minutes of menu stream? Listen. I don't know if you know this, Affetti, but this menu is actually just really, really solid. Like, look at that texture. Look at that color. That crisp, like, rectangular box. I don't know if you've ever seen something that high quality before, but it's not of this world. Power Humanity is really dumb. Well, humanity in general is dumb. Like, Lucia, like, literally loses to Arius, who's just kind of beating her ass. He's like, you lose, even though you beat him in the fight. And then she comes back at the end of the game when he's got Argosax's power and just kicks his ass at base. Like, humanity is dumb.
Why are you such... Oh, Austria's coming to hold fast. Let's go.
I see the stream buffering from time to time on Twitch side.
That is because that is
How is that
Mangler.
possible?
That is on Mangler's connection. That is not the Zimster. The Zimster is okay.
Hang on a sec. I just have to get to something. Hang on. Yeah, so it says, barely managing to defeat Nelangelo, Dante then challenges Mundus to a final battle in hopes of avenging his brother. However, an unexpected enemy stands in his way. Trish, who wields lightning powers and resembles Dante's mother, is actually a demon created by Mundus. When confronted with Dante's love, however, her heart awakens to her own inherent humanity, and the spell binding her is broken.
Zen, what'd you say?
There's also something else in her official description on Trinity of Fates, which this was translated by Blackened Angel, and she said she felt comfortable translating it as tears are the gift of humans. Basically, like there's something in her translation that says like she essentially gains the gifts of humanity. So we have the actual column in Trinity of Fates, we have her description in Trinity of Fates, we have 3142 graphic art book, and then I think there's even another source somewhere, and there's probably something in Precious Tears as well.
I shouldn't be.
So yeah, just like every single piece of it.
I was going to say, is the item in DMC2?
You're thinking of Smell of Fear, not Tears. A different kind of thing.
Nope. No, it says I got excellent collection. You guys be crazy. You guys be trash.
Oh.
Are you done?
There we go. I put the stuff in the stream chat. Hi, YouTube. Hello. Okay, I have to fix this audio problem somehow. This is wild. Gotta be a Discord thing.
Go start the fucking stream.
All right. We're switching.
We've switched back.
You whore! Get to the fucking stream.
I'm sorry. I just had to test something. All right. If it cuts out, it's not my fault. Hang on. I have to turn off my Bluetooth earbuds, or they'll drain me. I promise I'll get to the stream. I promise. No more delays. If you guys have anything you want to argue with me about, just put it in the chat, and I'll read it later. And I'll post scans of the stream text thing after the stream or tomorrow, and I'll answer your questions. If you have any questions after that, I'll answer them. We have to go back to the stream. That took way too long. What is this man looking at me for?
Best
All I
DMC
offer him
game?
is death.
You mean DMC 2?
What?
What about it?
I did not say DMC2. What are you talking about?
No, I know you didn't. Because
What is all that rummaging in the background?
I don't know.
Is that Kyle?
Yeah.
Wait, this isn't the location that I'm going to. This is the Soul Arbiter's Maze. I recognize this place.
I can't be the only one who thinks Light would outsmart and defeat Lelouch. Mangler, get him.
You're not the only one. I think there's plenty of people in the internet that said that. But I've said before, like, I think it's It's really hard to argue that because if you've seen both series, it's pretty clearly established that Light, in his particular position, both with his character and his resources, basically has the ability to accomplish his goal in the most meaningful of ways if he just decided to deviate from it by killing people in random ways. He has a book that basically gives him the power of God. Like, I can just death manipulate any person the way that I want to. I can make them have a heart attack. I can make them trip on a pencil and impale themselves in the eye and die in the stupidest way. I could write that a person will die 3 years from now after a result of like increasing health conditions. I can do so many different things. And I can still accomplish my goal in a smart and meaningful way, but also be aggressive and assertive about it, and also intelligent. But instead, I'm going to kill every single person using the exact same method just for the purposes of having a challenge and compromise the entire capacity of my goal. And then not... Well, go ahead.
Well, the worst part about Light is that he does the exact same death at the exact same time of the day, every day.
Yes, and he always does them in the same city or anything. Like, he never kills someone in a random country or something to throw them off. Like,
Isn't
this
it
is some...
Prisoners these people?
Yeah, so that was actually how the police found him, was because he was killing people's that were broadcasted under a certain airwave time. So they assumed, oh, you must be like a student, given like Elle was like, yeah, you must be a student given the time of day, because you're broadcasting under this air. You're seeing things that are clearly being broadcasted on the airwaves at the time. We corroborated this with the air stations, and we also communicated with them to have these broadcasts shown. And you made it really easy for us to find you.
Source, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, so like Mangler, but he's fighting someone in the kitchen. Wait, no, that's Kyle. He's fighting someone in the kitchen. He's fighting the kangaroos.
Make veggies.
Like I said, he's fighting the kangaroos. They're just taking his veggies. What is happening? What is happening? Oh. You tell me Light can beat a guy with 63 backup plans. I get Lucius still dealing with things out of Brander still, but still. So let me explain this. Whoever asked the question, I'm not entirely sure. Sorry, apologies. Kind of trying to not die. The thing with Light and Lelouch is that while Lelouch does have the advantage of technically already being kind of dead, he's under the impression that not only does his father not care about him, but like there's someone in the royal family that ordered his mother's death, and he's going to have to like find his own way to get to the particular like to get to killing his father and stopping the Britannian Empire to save his to basically protect his like sister. So he's operating under the assumption that he has to defeat an empire that controls a third of the world and has a mass surveillance state, is extremely paranoid and bigoted, and will kill anyone for the most basic and asinine of reasons, and will use whatever they can to justify it. Whereas Light is a high school student in somewhere in Japan and is in a position where he's killing people over the course of like I think several days before the police even know that he exists. And even then, they don't know who he is throughout most of the show, and they're not even on his trail. And even when they do, it's because he keeps making mistakes, whereas no one is figuring out who Lelouch is, even though he's going out there openly as Zero.
Can I just say, I'm just going to use a feat from the Code Geass movie. It's a stupid feat, but Lelouch...
Lelouch of the Resurrection.
read one time.
What?
So yeah, what he's referring to is that there is a feat. Oh god, this is a dumb feat. Wait. I think I have to come back here when I have both people. My bad. Yeah, I can't go to the Adjudicator's tomb just yet. I have to go to. Where's the other one?
Yep, you have to go to the Psychomeron.
DM said to the better game. So why are you even asking this question?
Wait, why would he be in the Psychomeron though? I don't see
Have
a
you-
god over there.
Have you got the first judge?
Yeah.
Have you got the second one in the tower?
Which tower? This is it this one?
Hang on,
Like,
I'm not on YouTube.
You can just feel Kyle's disappointment.
Okay, so I'm in the Judicator's tomb, but there's an area that I remember missing where you have to have... Actually, I could come back here. Actually, I could just come back here. It's fine. I can just come back here at the end of the Judicator's tomb with the Judicator, and I should be fine. I don't have to go through here to complete the area. That's just like bonus content or whatever. It's fine. Okay.
Anywho, explaining the really dumb feat in Code Geass.
Okay, so explaining this, basically, Lelouch, disguised as Zero, working with the rest of the cast, attempts to break into a palace of a country that has literally been using war as like a means of profit to supply their country for like basically centuries. And they're confirmed in this timeline, which is this is just a parallel universe of the main timeline. It's the exact same characters, it's different versions of the characters, but they have the exact same feats, exact same intelligence, exact same everything. And basically, they're confirmed to have such military might, powers, and strategies that they've been able to hold off any invasion from every company, including the EU, the Chinese Federation, and Britannia. And Lelouch is able to concoct a strategy where he sends an attack plan to overwhelm them at the capital. They get overwhelmed, and then the princess, who currently rules the governing, is basically also the priestess, who rules the country, basically activates her Geass power by shooting herself. And when she dies, when she kills herself, it sends her body back in time. And no one remembers it but her. And then she basically says, like, oh, at this point in time, we're going to have a security breach here. Send someone there. And then when she messes up Lelouch's plan, Lelouch is like, how did that happen? And I guess I have to give up. And then C2 is just like, stop being like overwhelmed. Like, you've gotten out of situations that are worse than this. And he's like, you're right. And then he's like, all right, I'm going to send you 20 different plans. And here's what we're going to do. And then what happens is that basically they get to the situation where it forces her to activate the Geass because they produce another plan. Kills her, and then C2, since she's not affected by Geass, remembers it, and then tells him like, "Oh, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna select a random plan that you chose. You're not even gonna be aware of what the plan is, even though you concocted all these plans." And then by the time they do this loop like 7 times, and the priest is like, "How the fuck do they know what's happening?" And Lelouch is just like, "All right, so it's come down to 2 possibilities. It's either time travel or it's something else." So technically, even you can argue he's not aware of the loops. He created a situation where he can figure out that he's being time looped. Though to be fair, it is due to the fact that he does have C2 with him. But he still created a possibility where one of the plans was a time loop. And he created a circumstance where it's like, hey, you will just read through this using your information and the stuff that you have at your disposal, and I'll trust you to do it, and that should be enough to get through our plan. And it fucking worked. And then they knocked her unconscious and woke her up about an hour afterwards, so that when she kills herself, she loops herself back to being captured, to the moment where she's captured. Or no, she loops herself back to when she's knocked unconscious. So she's stuck there, and she can't time loop them. So anyway, what were you going to say, Kyle? Sorry.
He basically big brained somebody who had the capacity to have infinite retries.
Yes, they literally have infinite retries, and he's like, "No, I don't care. Get the fuck out of here." Now he does have C2 for the feat, because C2 is not affected by the time looping process. She remembers everything because she's not affected. The power of Geass doesn't work on her. But while that is the case, he's still like the first time after he realizes he's been time looped, essentially, he's still able to figure out, hey, it's probably a time loop. He just doesn't know for certain that it's a time loop. But he still created a plan that asserted it's probably a time loop. And he wrote up all these plans in a matter of minutes. In extreme detail, by the way. I don't know if Light has ever demonstrated a feat like that, where he's been put on the back foot so badly he has to rethink his entire plan immediately. Because usually all of his plans are prepped ahead of time, and no one has the fucking clue what's going on.
So, actually, when Light gets pressed, he gets extremely anxious and extremely panicky because he's not used to things not going his way.
Yeah, and then he,
What is he, a fucking child?
I mean, he is technically like 16 or 17, but yeah, he basically has like a fucking mental breakdown when shit doesn't go his way.
Yeah, he's also very... I mean, I get it. Like, I get the simulators. Light and Lelouch do have similar weaknesses in that they don't like people contesting them and their position of power. But the difference is that Lelouch typically does it because someone is attempting to foil the plan to figure out his identity or is threatening Nonnally. As soon as the end of the series comes around and he gets over Nonnally, he gets over the fact that it's like, my battle is not about Nonnally anymore, that weakness goes away. Like, he literally is just like, no, I can't do this. The world is worth more than just my sister's life.
No, it isn't.
He literally lets himself be killed for world peace.
I was gonna say the difference between him and Light is that he's willing to die for his beliefs. He's willing to kill himself and turn himself into a dictator that all of the world hates for the rest of history, so that the world can have peace. Whereas the Light is not willing to take the deal for the Shikigami eyes to cut his lifespan in half so that he can see people.
He literally makes his girlfriend do it.
Yeah, no, he literally makes his girlfriend do it twice. He makes his father do it.
So her Shinigami's literally like, seriously? You're gonna make him? You're gonna let him walk all over you?
If Light figures out the Gios, then Light wouldn't have to go through that. Well, so here's the problem. Like, I kind of talked about like a...
Yeah, we do power scope in the gold combat.
Later.
Oh, wait. This guy has to do his job. I was going to say the... Oh, yeah, he's giving narration about the City of the Dead. Basically, I've explained a scenario where if we were to take Light and put him in Lelouch's verse, he would definitely cause a lot of damage. But the problem is that given the nature of the situation, it wouldn't take long for an investigator from Britannia to figure out the same thing that Light does, or that L does. And keep in mind, there are characters in the series that are immortal that the Death Note would not work on.
Well, I was gonna say, like, God forbid another Geos user finds out who he is, or is on his... All of the Geos users, for some reason, have all got this, like, 7th dimensional big brain IQ, where they all just try and fuck with each other and find out what their powers are.
Yes, they all do, and the problem is that we're putting him in Lelouch's position, then... Well, okay, so I guess it depends. Like, I guess he never meets C2.
He wouldn't get the game off.
If you argue he meets C2, then he dies to Mao. He dies to Mao because Mao literally figures out all of his plans. And in this circumstance, if he's just being yoinked in, Shirley literally has no reason to like save him or do anything at all. So like, basically Mao just puts him in a chokehold by reading all of his thoughts. Prepping out a situation in advance to kill him so he can get to C2. And he could be like, yeah, I'll just activate the Death Note on you.
Who's Geos had, like, extreme, like, precognition where they could see, like, days or hours ahead?
I'm pretty sure that, well, okay, so technically Princess Shyamalan is from the Code Geass Lelouch of Resurrection movie, the one I mentioned that induces the time loop. Is able to do that. Her ability was actually originally supposed to be the ability to see into the past, and she clarifies this. It gets changed once the I can't remember. I think her desire actually changes because the Geosses are based on a Celtic background from like Celtic wish granting. They're based on what you want, and if you break the code of what you desire, your Geos power gets warped. That's why Lelouch loses control of his Geos and causes Euphemia to cause the massacre, because he concedes on his belief to stop Britannia by making peace with her.
That's why his Geass his Geass is technically malfunctioning to a degree because he starts second doubting his position and plans, but he loses it completely as soon as he concedes to the idea that he could have peace with Britannia.
Doesn't he literally still have the power by the very end of the series, though? Does he just get it back at some point?
No. He still has the power. He just loses control over it. So that's why his Geass is always on after a period of time.
That's why he wears that like eye patch.
Yeah. He loses control of it. His Geass becomes unstable like Mao, where Mao basically can always read minds at all times, but can never turn it off. So he's just driven insane. He's literally all he hears is voices in his head. That's why his character, when you see his character model, he's walking around with earmuffs on, because his brain literally can't bear the thought of having to listen to people for like 1 more second. And there's a scene where he shows up at the library of a public library, and he's just like struggling to walk, because he's just like, I can't do this. This is too overwhelming. But Kyle, I think you might be referring to. What were you saying?
I'm sorry. I just kept hearing bitch. That's all I kept hearing you say. That's all I heard.
I think you might be referring to what's his name, the Knight of One. What's his name? He's something B. Like his name starts with a B. The guy with the sword that fought Lady Marianne. Bismarck. That was his name. So Bismarck claims that his Geass can allow him to see into the future. I see what you mean, getting Mangler, but I don't see Lelouch easily getting Lelite killed, Geassing him or discovering it. Okay, so here's where I have to explain Lelouch's position. So are you aware that Lelouch can just Geass a person and tell them to do whatever they want, and the Geass has basically no limit on how long it can be active on the person, depending on what details he specifies. Because he puts a Geass on a person and has them scratch a mark onto the wall every day at a specific point in time, and they're still marking that thing weeks and months later.
Didn't he do that as an experiment to see how long the Geass works for? And then he figures out that it basically works until he tells them to stop?
Yes, it works until he deactivates the power somehow, tells them to stop, or it gets deactivated with the Geass Canceller.
Also, can we just say this for certain, and I know this is going to like annoy a lot of Light fans. Light is not as intelligent as you think he is.
Light is very intelligent, but he does make a lot of mistakes due to being very emotionally irrational. Whereas Lelouch also does for the same reason, but the difference is that Lelouch is doing it because he feels empathy and guilt. So he can actually learn from it because he's not a literal psychopath. Whereas Light can't, because Light can't feel empathy.
He's just a really incompetent psychopath.
Hey, to be fair, he's not
Dude,
incompetent.
the entire lot, the entire, like, the beginning of the series tries to build him up as, like, this extremely smart person, and then the middle and the end of the series does nothing but shit on all of his plans, and basically shows that he is not that smart, and he is a lot dumber than he thinks he is.
Listen, I just wanted to say that, I could just explain, like, verbatim how Geass would work on him. So, if I put Lelouch in Light's, in his world, and either had him take the place of L, or just as a random person that was figuring out who Kira is, it would take him, like, no time at all to figure out who Kira is. Because all he would have to do is go into a police station, and Geass, one person, like the police chief or whatnot, gather all the policemen in a room together, shut off the doors, and then he walks in there and be like, Lelouch V. Britannia commands you, obey me. And then after that point, he has the entire police district under his control. And then he could just call a meeting with a significant chunk of the police force members from, like, various departments, or email them or have them meet up for an area. And he could just keep doing that. That's literally what he does in the show. He'll just Geass random people on the street, have them pull a person in under his control. Because when he says, obey me, that basically means now, under Geass, you will follow his every order for any reason until he chooses to have you not do it. You completely obey him. Or he'll be
Also-
like, you will obey zero.
Also, let me just say this absolutely. L knew Light was Kira. The entire thing was not L trying to figure out if Light was Kira. It was him trying to get the evidence.
Well, so what he had to prove was he's like, okay, so you're going to be the most difficult person I've ever caught because I know you're L. So he says it's about, there's like a 3 or so % chance that he knows it. But I think Seth actually pointed this out in a video about Death Note, that the author was asked a question about L saying that there's like a 3% chance that Kira was L, and the author said, or the interviewer asked him, and the author said, yeah, L's lying when he says that. When he says that, he means it's more like 90%. So
L knows that Light is Kira. The entire point up till L's death is L trying to gather the evidence. He knows the thing sees him.
he's trying to prove it in a court of law, and the problem is that in a court of law, you can't prove with a preponderance of evidence. You have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So you have to prove from an absolutist position that this is not only the most accurate outcome, it's the only outcome that can be like proved.
Now,
you have
if we
an enormous burden of proof to incriminate someone, especially if they're Kira.
And now, if we've swapped L for Lelouch, Lelouch doesn't give a flying fuck about the code of conduct of law.
Lelouch is a rule utilitarian. He believes whatever is necessary to achieve like a greater world peace is more important. And he sees Kira as like, you are literally a menace to society. I'm fucking taking you out. I will do whatever it takes.
Like, let's put it this way. If Lelouch was in L's position, he'll probably know even quicker, if not at the same time. And when he does, he'll just kill Light. He'll just command Light to kill himself.
Lelouch, I'm not saying the guess wouldn't work. I'm like, no. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying like if we put Light, not Light. Oh man, I really need to figure out how the fuck this puzzle is working here. Why is that gate not open? Oh wait, that's right. I have to get it with the. I hate this room.
And
This
it
room
hates
irritates me.
you.
Oh wait, no, I go over there. That's my bad. I'm not insinuating that you're saying like the Light Gios won't work on him. I'm saying like Lelouch in general has a much better arsenal to deal with. Like the Gios is far more versatile than the Death Note. Like the Death Note has a critical weakness, being you not only need to know what the person's face is, you need to know what their actual birth name is. Which also doesn't work on Lelouch, because Lelouch officially goes by the name Lelouch Lamperouge. His real name is Lelouch v. Britannia. So, technically, even if he knew his name, he would always have, even if he knew his face, he would always have the wrong name. Not to mention, he always has his Zero suit around with him, so you wouldn't be able to get his actual face. And plus, Zero's suit also has, what's it called? An eyelid removal section. So basically what happens is that whenever he tries to cast Gios with the mask on, it folds back a part of the mask that reveals only his eye. And right when he activates it. So that's how he's able to activate Gios on people while he's got the mask on. And there's basically nothing you can do to stop him.
I want to remind people of the premise. The premise isn't if the Gios would work on Light. The premise is who is smarter.
Well, I was more so saying like I think the premise. Well, I think the premise by the person who had suggested it was like, would Lelouch be able to figure out who Light is, or if Light is Kira, or stop him? Yeah. If you want to say smarter, like we can definitely prove that Lelouch is smarter. I'm just saying like Lelouch. Keep in mind, Lelouch claims verbatim. When C2 asked him, did Gios affect your plans? He says, I was planning on taking out the Britannia without the Gios. He wasn't going to use the Gios to do it. The Gios is just a bonus.
It just sped up, like, and gave him extra arsenal. Also, I want to point this out too. Light's dad knew. He just didn't want to accept that Light was Kira.
Well, that one's a little bit more... That was a little bit more up in the air, I would say. He had a strong suspicion, very much like L, but the difference was that L was like, I am pretty sure you're Kira.
I just don't want it to be true. I would say L more than Light because, or L more than his father, because his father, his father near the end of it is like, yeah, maybe, because I think his father was convinced he wasn't Kira.
Well, here's the thing.
Once his memory got erased.
Well, he's hoping that he's not Kira because this is bad on so many levels, not just for his son, but for him, because he's the police chief. He'll literally need to retire, and he'll be, like, basically dishonorably discharged.
Oh, no, I'm not saying all of them don't hope that he's Kira. All of them don't hope he's Kira. I'm just saying, in the case of L's hoping it for a very different reason. He's hoping it because he wishes he could have a friend, but, like, keep in mind, that, like, that's also done under the assumption that things could be better, when L knows that's most likely not going to be the case. Because L's not an optimist, he's a realist. He's like, yeah, I'm pretty, like, I'm thinking from a practical standpoint. Realistically, you're either Kira or you're not Kira. And if you're not Kira, then this has all been some incredibly amazing coincidence. But if you are Kira, it literally explains every single thing up until this point.
Either I'm right, or I get a really, really good friend.
Yeah, either I get an amazing friend, or I'm just right. So, I'm damned or I'm damned.
That physically and mentally. Or I have found my worst, like, nemesis.
I want to collect the... now the question is how Lelouch would deal with John Liebert. I don't know what this John Liebert is. How powerful is Lelouch? Lelouch is as powerful as, like, your standard human, but his intelligence is, like, extraordinary genius level. Because technically, not only is he consistently represented to be a genius in the series, he can basically input commands and things in relation, like, so when he's put inside of a nightmare frame with basically no training, he knows how to figure out the entire thing from scratch, when all the other pilots and soldiers that were put into the Britannian army have to put through simulation and, like, years of training. He's able to figure it out in, like, seconds with, like, little to no effort. And he's also able to determine how to not only fly and analyze the entire absolute defense system of some of the more advanced prototype nightmares of, like, Gen 9 that no one has ever, like, piloted. And then in addition to that, I think he's also able to, what is it?
During the initial instance where he actually got into the nightmare, didn't he also, like, did he get away or did he destroy, like, 3, like, Britannian pilots that were, like, experts in the field?
He did. He outsmarted all of them. So in his first battle, he literally, I think only Cornelia technically outsmarts him at the beginning, but this is at the beginning of the series. Literally, the next time he beats out Cornelia, he outsmarts her entire battle plan and puts them at a massive disadvantage. He technically outsmarts and outmaneuvers Schneitzel multiple times after Schneitzel figures out what his tactics are and literally has, like, a portable orbital platform that's firing nuclear weapons at him that literally erases all matter within the immediate vicinity. And when he's firing with reckless abandon, and he's also backed up by the full military might of the Black Knights at the end of the series. And Lelouch is like, yeah, listen, that's impressive, but, like, I'm just a better strategist. Just kind of dumb. So universal Lelouch with the yes? No. I would not say it's universal. So what the Gios does have is technically the Gios has, like,
If I remember,
I don't want to explain this. Go ahead, Kyle.
If I remember correctly, doesn't he also beat Shuzaku as well?
He does. Everybody can outsmart Suzaku, to be honest. He's not stupid, but, like,
I mean, in terms of being a pilot.
Yes, he has more impressive piloting feats, even though Suzaku being the best pilot is considered, like, consistent in that series. Like, his willpower, his capacity to fight is insane compared to the Knights of the Round. He's literally an honorary Britannian for, like, a year,
and he manages to make it not only into the military, he becomes a knight to a member of the royal family, and then becomes a knight of a round, all within the span of a year. And also captures the greatest criminal in the history of the Britannian Empire.
Source.
Watch the anime. Yeah,
It's
so
not that, but it's really, really good.
Ango, how are you going to get past the broken staircase? I'm working on it. What if VSP scales Lelouch? Well, they would just scale him like standard weaponry, like he's just generally human level. But he does so it's weird. He's human level, but his reflexes are technically superhuman and beyond because he's able to. So he's in the air during the battle with the Flayas, and a Flaya is being fired at him, and he's given a rod that allows it to deactivate the Flaya. And he basically, according to the Flaya engineer, you have to put in the exact coordinates of the entire data of the environmental area, all information related to its atmosphere, its its landscape, basically its livestock, whatever, its temperature, etc. And you have to put that into a computer system. You have to comply it with the trajectory of the projectile. You have to time it correctly, and you have to do all that within the fraction of 3 seconds. And Lelouch not only does it, and he succeeds, but he does something that is basically considered impossible by every character on screen. Kyle's Lelouch a Code Geass fanboy. He is, but his points aren't wrong. They're not wrong though. I understand he's very much LARPing for Code Geass. That's true, but he's not incorrect about his statements.
I want to point this out too. Death Note's what got me in the anime, and I've seen Death Note a lot more than I've seen Code Geass. So when it comes to saying stuff about Death Note, I'm not wrong.
I would not also say Light losing a contest of intelligence or things doesn't make him not smart. I would still say Light's probably qualifies for a genius. I just don't think he's as impressive as everyone make him out to be. People consider him one of the smartest characters in fiction, and I'm I wouldn't even say he's top 100 because he makes a lot of impulsive mistakes that are more so a product of his personality. If you put his intelligence on a person who wasn't a psychopath, you could probably remove a lot of those weaknesses. Probably.
He has no impulse control either. So as soon as he saw somebody on TV who was posing as L, he literally did everything he could to kill him right then and there without thinking, shit, this might be a trap.
Yeah, it literally hit him like a rush. He was wow, this is... I have to kill him.
You dumbass, you came on TV.
Wait, where the hell is the How am I supposed to get over the interdiction portal without...
Oh, for God's sake. I'm coming to your rescue. I'm going on YouTube now.
I'm glad somebody's gonna help him.
Hang on a sec. I think I might have a way. Oh, there we go. I got an interdiction portal. Delicious. Yes, you will serve. Oh, I got it. Alright, I figured out how to get out of here. I'm not saying Kyle's wrong. I'm not saying Kyle's not wrong. Why would he be wrong? I mean, I'm not saying Kyle is wrong. And now I'm confused. My brain has been kerfuffled. What did I miss? You missed most of Code Geass Light discussion, I guess. Oh, I was also gonna say, I think the universal Geass thing comes from a misinterpretation of something that I mentioned about Geass's potency. So Geass has a feat in the series where Lelouch travels to what is known as Steve's World, which is the location that is basically the collective unconsciousness of mankind, where all souls and minds of the consciousness of mankind travel, basically the afterlife, essentially, the thought elevator, of which all the collective existence of people in Code Geass travel to throughout the entire span and flow of time. And this is what is referred to as God in the series. And Lelouch is not only able to use Geos on like your average person and whatnot, he can use it on the entire collective consciousness of mankind's minds all at the same time and compel them to obey his will. Which means the potency of his mind hacks is basically able to mind hacks every single human being.
And push it.
Push it?
Turn the statue. Not the ghost statue, the big statue with the lamp.
Oh, okay, yep, never mind. Wait. Well, I feel like I've been played. There's literally a seal right there. I feel so stupid.
You should. I'm not even gonna be nice about this one. You should feel very dumb right now.
Wait. No, I don't actually think that's the correct way to go, though.
Damn.
Oh, wait, no, because I already got the soul. I don't need to be here anymore. I just need to leave.
You're incorrigible. Can Bayonetta fight while her demons are summoned? Yes and no. Because during Demon Slave, it's a little inconsistent as to whether or not she can fight while Demon Slave is active.
She can. She shows it in the cutscene, and she has an accessory in the game that allows her to fight while the Demon Slave is showing. And even in gameplay, the thing where she's like, well, you can't fight while the Demon Slave is active, that was very bad marketing by Platinum Games. I've never seen a company fuck up so badly with misinformation. They're just like, yeah, you can't fight while in Demon Slave mode. And I'm like, bullshit! You can drop and cancel the phantoms, like the demons, so insanely fast. You're basically in the middle of an attack while you're summoning them. Like, it is very, very incorrect, I would say.
Fake news.
Oh, there we go. Did you want Monster?
Judgment is at hand.
I've heard it's good. I've never seen it.
I would figure out the cure.
Always so frightened.
Can you beat Argosax? Probably not.
That depends, though. Did you play DMC2? Determine if you're based enough. So basically, the Code Geass thing is just like, technically, if Lelouch gets his Geass on someone, he can just compel them to do whatever he wants, and he has no time limit on how long he can have them active. So yeah, I would just argue he would take over every single police station until he's basically controls all the police of the world, forces them to hand over his information while he's also under disguise, and then has them run out a set of orders to bait Light out.
No, it'd be even easier. What he would do is literally just go to a news station, ask to be broadcast, and then just coast Geass over the broadcast.
Yeah.
Light's not that stupid, guys. Come on.
I'm pretty sure he can figure out someone is being killed via a set of prerequisites, because Light was able to figure... Like, I want to be clear here. The reasoning that Light uses is just basic inductive reasoning. He just simply determines, yeah, you're clearly killing people at a certain period of time because I'm using what resources a police has access to. I'm using broadcast times because, again, we know in our country, in this country in particular, crimes are broadcast as a general nature of things for when people are executed. So that's something that, as a police officer, I need to investigate. Like, I need to figure out what information is related to that. Okay, I did that. Now that I know this, what time are they being broadcasted every day? Okay, they're at this time? Alright, so that narrows down when he'd generally be killing people if we line it up with the time of the deaths. Again, you don't have to be a genius to figure this out.
Actually, you know where he fucked up even more? Because Light was killing people who weren't even broadcast on the news, and that made Elle go, oh, okay, so you have a connection to the police.
Yeah, no, he said, like, yeah, we didn't even determine that guy. Like, that guy's sentence was also, you killed the guy that you thought was me, and his sentence was predetermined. That means you can't just kill willy-nilly. Like, he was already, like, I don't have a problem with using him because, you know, he was already scheduled to die. So, yeah, now I know part of how the mechanism of your power works. You have to actually know the person, and you need to see their face. Which Light, like I would argue, Lelouch could probably do the same thing. If not, Lelouch would just be like, Lelouch would be less remorseful about it. He would literally treat it as, okay, so like, I'm sorry that you're being put under like Gios for this, but like, you understand that like, I put you under Gios because I have to. Like, there's no other way I'm gonna be able to stop this madman. Like Lelouch is willing to make that difference like that. Like
Because wasn't that one of the ways in the show very early on that they figured out that Light had a connection to the police, like Kira had a connection to the police because he was just people who weren't even broadcasting the news.
He was killing people in prisons, and then at that point, they were like, "Wait a minute! Like, how did you kill them if they didn't even get to trial yet? Like, we wouldn't know about them. It doesn't make sense that you'd be able to kill them." He must have access to some piece of information involving the police.
Narrowed his list down significantly.
Yeah, no, he literally like the next week he's like, by the way, I need to put surveillance cameras in your entire house.
Wasn't it like something from like over 10,000 people down to like, yeah, you're in now like the echelon of like 1,000?
Yeah, no, it literally narrowed the entire scale down, and that would be the case for any police officer if you give them enough time. Like, assuming they're not being completely irrational, which most police officers, when they're doing detective work, generally aren't being irrational if you just give them empirical information. You just tell them, like, hey, like, this is how we need to do it by the books. And it's like, okay, well, how do you want to do this? They'll generally follow your orders. And most of them will just be like, yeah, we'll refer to your... Like, this is the thing. Like, Light in this case is probably... Or I'd say L in this case is probably an even worse example. Because Light has prestige. He's literally considered the world's greatest detective, so most people consider him like oh wait, yeah, I should have gone over there. I'm fucking stupid. Oh no, surprise! All right, what does this help? Oh, there we go. Yeah, that makes sense. I was over here trying to scale the wall with nothing but my feet. So his prestige literally gives him the trusted like capacity of like police detective like detective agencies around the world. So he like his reputation speaks for itself. Yeah, like I'll say in general. Oh wait, there we go.
I think a more interesting matchup is to see if Naoto would be able to figure out the killer.
I don't know who Naoto is.
From Persona 4. That's more towards Zim in the chat.
I'll say, Kyle, he doesn't know about Persona 4. What are you doing?
Yeah, like we're not talking about an anime where, you know, Adachi is the main villain.
Yeah, because obviously Adachi would have beat Lelouch.
I'm gonna give a hot take. Adachi, like, even without the meme, his plan was like 10 out of 10 better than Light's.
But would he be able to convince Lelouch?
Probably not. Like, this is the thing when it comes to Light. It's like he's not a bad character and he's not dumb, but when you're just told by every normie that Light's one of the smartest characters in fiction, it kind of grates on you after a while, especially when you've been through enough series where it's just like, I know actual geniuses.
I kind of take like people's opinions about Light being the smartest in the series. I took that at face value when I went and watched like Death Note, and I was like, well, a lot of these are definitely pretty impressive intelligence feats, but a lot of them are mistakes that I feel could be remedied if Light was more self-aware of his own personality, which, to be fair, he is. He just lets his impulses control him instead of being empirical. Like, I would say a better example of this is spoilers for this, obviously. Has anyone seen Hannibal?
I've seen Silence of the Lambs.
Okay, well, I'm actually referring to the TV show. But Zim probably knows what I'm going to bring up.
Yes.
Basically, Hannibal in the TV show he has the same role that he had before he became a cannibal in the movies, though I don't think they're connected in continuity. He's basically a doctor, a psychiatrist, that essentially, or a psychologist that like diagnoses people, tries to help them self-help, whatnot, and he is revealed in the first episode to be the murderer. Of course, nobody knows about this, and he's just working alongside the police, specifically a police professor who is being brought in as a special consultant for the FBI. And what he realizes after engaging with this guy is that this guy has very powerful, empathetic, connections with people. So what he'll do is that he'll see, not Hannibal, the guy he's diagnosing, he'll see a crime scene, and he will put himself inside the mind and the the perspective of the person that's upon whom is committing the murder, from their perspective, and feels everything that they're feeling in an attempt to relive and recreate the entire scene. As a result of this, he can basically use all the knowledge at his capacity to craft how the crime is being committed. And he tells this information as it's being broken down to Hannibal, when Hannibal is diagnosing issues that he has with himself about the killer. And when he says oh, do you think this killer did this? I'm like, no, it's too irrational, too sporadic. And then Hannibal's like, oh, that's interesting. And then later, the next killing that happens, Hannibal just changes his patterns completely. What we realize is that Hannibal, every time he learns new information about how he's killing, he just changes the pattern. He realizes, oh, I just need to start killing a lot of people this particular way so that the police think there's another killer out there. When in reality, instead of there being 3 killers, there's only 1 killer. But I'm killing them all a very particular way. That throws the police off my scent. And I can always decide, hey, I should change this information here or there. He's also always on the police's shoulder and is considered he doesn't work them against each other. He works them in favor of each other. So he's a very trusting piece of information. The difference with that versus Light is that nobody suspects Hannibal at any point in time at all.
So he's basically a more calmer Dexter.
A more karma an evil karma Dexter?
No, I mean karma breathes and takes his time.
He does until you directly confront him about it.
I was going to say, technically Dexter's pretty reasonably calm until, shit goes south.
Yeah, there was this one point where this one guy is talking to Hannibal like, hey, I know you're the killer, and he's like, I'll fucking eat you, bro. Right now, I will eat you.
I will do it.
The guy's like, I think we both know each other pretty well. He's like, shut the fuck up, you peasant, before you become my next meal.
I don't think Light is the smartest, to be honest, but he's still intelligent. Oh, no, there's no debate about that. He's very intelligent. Especially for a high school student. For a high school student, he's considered a genius.
He's very intelligent, until Elle showed up, beat his ass like a drum, and then he had to cheat. Every step of the way.
Well,
He got very upset that a 26-year-old man somehow beat him at tennis.
I was going to say, I'll say this about Light. Light says verbatim when Elle says this verbatim when Light kills him. He knew
Are you trying to get to the token?
Yeah, hang on. I'm trying to figure out how to... Oh, wait, never mind. What am I doing? I don't need to be going over there. I'm stupid. Right, I've got him now. What do you mean, impossible?
Drop down that hole.
Gotta get sexual.
Only I can make those jokes, Mangler! Not you!
Are you sure about that?
Yes, apparently.
Oh, wait, there we go. There's the thing.
Didn't you already get the key? What are you still doing here?
Yeah, good question. What the fuck are you still doing here?
Oh, this is it's an artifact. Oh, what's in there? What's in that chest? Give me the thing. Give me the thing. Give me the thing. There we go. Okay. Did I get... Oh, yeah, I did get the key. Fuck. Fuck me. That's what happens when I get distracted by talking about something that's...
Then you don't know jokes. That's where you're wrong.
What are jokes? Never heard of those.
I can send you a photo of Zim.
Oh. That's okay.
Yeah, you said you haven't seen one.
Wow.
I may have
You think you're funny?
stretched the truth a little bit there. Possibly.
Wow, Mangler, now you're lying too? Hot damn, is there no end to your cruelty?
Well, there's a first time for everything. Alright, Kyle, now for the real question. Smartest Bleach character, Aizen, Uruhara, or Mayuri? Go.
I'm gonna go Mayuri.
I agree. I used to think it was Kisuke, because, you know, Aizen flat out admits that Kisuke has superior intellect to him, and his feats are technically better. But then Mayuri is just like, yeah, look, listen, Kisuke, I've done something that you're incapable of doing. Give me a day, and I can figure out a counter to something. I think Kisuke's best feats are usually done over the course of, like, weeks to sometimes months.
During the when the Bondenreich attack, he just figures out that there's ceiling bunker, and he's literally just like, could you fuckers not wait like 2 more seconds?
You know, like, if he had given me the end, I think Shunsui says, like, if we gave him a day, he would have found a counter to it.
No, I think they said like he had more evidence, and it's just like he was working off nothing, and he figured it out.
Well, he said verbatim, like, if we gave Mayuri usually a day, he's able to figure out something. That's not saying it would take him a day. That says, generally speaking, at most, he's already figured out the answer in a day.
Well, Mayuri is Kubo's favorite character. Really? He got shafted quite a bit. I'm actually a little surprised on that one.
Shafted?
Not really.
Oh, what have you watched? He literally pimp slaps fucking Zyolopero, and he basically gets treated like an absolute Chad throughout the 1,000-Year Blood War.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he gets plenty of screen time, all the screen time that he needs. He's very relevant. He gets the ending to his character that I think everybody kind of wanted for him, at least in the series. Like, he finally accomplishes his dream that he's been waiting for his entire life.
Not just that, but it also shows that he actually has some empathy, and he actually likes his lieutenant.
You know, he's not a complete and total psychopath. Just a psychopath to everyone that isn't Nemu. So, you know.
In fact, he liked Nemu. He liked Nemu so much he basically made a smaller version of her.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's the same Nemu, just made, like, I'm pretty sure that's just the same brain, because he does take the brain and does store it. But, like, I could be wrong. Like, as Ion puts it, essentially, like, he wanted to create the idea of, like, making, like, an actual Soul Reaper, or, like, a perfect, like, soul. And, like, every time you walk around, you're basically, Mayuri, Captain Kurotsuchi is basically living his dream. As he puts it.
Smartest characters, that TV guy.
Smartest Bleach characters, that TV guy. Which TV guy?
Humans.
Is he talking about Don Kanoji?
See your life as you
Don Kanoji is a great character, but I don't know if he's known for his intelligence. He did try to attack Aizen when Aizen tells him, like, if you touch me, you'll cease to exist.
And that was all. And you could just see when he dropped his literal shit, where he went to go stab him with the staff, and the staff just starts just disintegrating, and he's just falling into him.
I actually just watched that episode in the dub today, and it was hilarious, because then Rangiku shows up and is like, take those kids and get out. And you're like, lady, you can't be here. And then she has to, like, grab his face and be like, I will fucking crush your sunglasses, rip off your mustache, and stomp on your head. You don't get the fuck out of here. No one's gonna recognize you.
Can I just say, say as well that like the Blood War fixed Rongiku's hair. Thank God, she's actually blonde now.
Is she blonde?
She's blonde now in the 1,000-Year Blood War. She was a ginger in the original anime.
Was
She literally had the same hair color as Orihime.
Wait, was she not supposed to be a ginger?
She's not. She's supposed to be blonde.
Oh wow, I'm actually surprised on that one. Yeah, because like in the original.
I actually didn't know that. Like, wait, from where? Is that in the colored version of the manga?
Yeah, that's the official manga color for her hair. She's blonde.
I never saw the colored versions of the manga. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I did
Isn't
see some of them.
Isn't she in one of the cover arts for one of the volumes?
Yeah. Actually, now that you mention it, she might be.
Orihime's not supposed to be ginger. I
would disagree with that. I think you misinterpreted his statement. It was referring to Rangiku.
No, he's saying Orihime isn't supposed to be a ginger either.
What's the source on that one?
I would find that to be unlikely, given Kubo's direction with her character and design.
I mean, well, the
It's
problem.
also supposed to basically be like the same thing with like Ichigo, the two natural like gingers.
Yeah, like she wasn't always intended to be like, well, she was always intended to be a girl who had a love interest in Ichigo. I don't know if it was ever intended to be reciprocated.
What chapter is that stated now?
She had brown hair in the manga? Does she?
I mean, you could just argue that the author just retconned it later on.
I mean, I really want this colored version now. Did I buy the wrong version of the manga? Hold up. I'm holding up. Oh, this sounds fascinating. That sounds like a massive detail change. You have brown hair now. Deal with it.
I'd say that design's too iconic at this point. There's no way they fucking remove her fucking orange hair.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's... we seem to be having some problems with the elevator. Alright, good sir, I need you to sit there and exist. Thank you. Yes. Right, I have to keep it down, apparently, because I've been too loud, according to my sibling, who's on the other side of the wall. Go figure.
Tell them to go fuck themselves.
Oh my god. You will not get 100% of my energy.
It's probably because he got so fucking excited earlier with the whole DMC situation.
Listen, guys, I appreciate your information, but please just next time just put it in the stream chat text channel, because I can't stop the stream at this point. Like, I gotta get through these games. That was my fault for engaging. But like, I'm not gonna pretend people didn't egg me on.
No one egged you on. Who are these people you're talking about?
Oh, it must have been a figment of my imagination. Better be taking my medicine.
And now he takes his medicine, and me and Kyle both disappear.
They were just aspects of me all along.
Why were they such shitty aspects?
Wait, well, hold up a minute. Why does the ghost have a health bar?
I don't know. Why
Can he die in combat? That doesn't seem right.
Why don't you kill him?
I would, but he's a friendly AI.
Show him why you're not a friendly player.
I need to show him that?
Well, he's still standing.
Yeah, Spider. I asked for a chapter. I didn't ask for a screenshot.
Yeah, if you can show me a manga volume.
It looks like
a manga volume.
It looks like early Bleach, but early Bleach has the same art style for like 125 chapters. I need a little bit more specific.
Oh yeah. Well, so this statement, he makes this statement in reference to this is manga volume. I think either the first manga volume or the second manga volume. So yeah, no, it's just revealed that as a but in the actual manga, like when they're talking to her, she has orange. So you can just argue as a child, she had brown hair, and she just bleached it as a ginger.
Well,
Or
there
they
are
retconned it, either way.
there are cases where children are born with brown hair and it turns ginger over time.
Oh yeah, no,
Yes.
that's also something that does happen. But
It's usually the other way around, though.
Not from my experience. As far as I'm aware, I've known a lot more people who have had brown hair when they were younger and then it turned orange.
So the way it's supposed to work is that you're supposed to have your lighter pigments early on, and then after that you fucking Oh, actually, hang on a minute. We can do this.
Well, it was a really weird time when I was like 12. Just for no reason, my hair started to turn blonde, then it went back into being a brunette.
oh, so he's asking basically. Ruki is asking him Ichigo whether or not she's like what happened to her brother, and he's like he died in an accident 3 years ago. Said it was a car accident. He was covered in blood. We didn't have the.
Oh,
equipment
that's
to
like
save him.
episode 2.
Yeah, he died while we were arranging his transfer to a big hospital. So I found out recently that the girl with the brown hair that was carrying her brother on her back was her. That's where the statement comes from. God, I got so much fucking manga. Bleach. So that's why the series is called Bleach. The series is called Bleach because Kubo wanted to make it a point. So the series is called Bleach because it's meant to be a visual representation of how the transmigration process works in Bleach. That is to say, it's supposed to be a visual representation of how souls travel from the Soul Society to the world of living to the Soul Society. Because when Soul Reapers in black are cleansing the souls, they're basically bleaching them. Hence the term
I can't
bleach.
tell if you're being serious or not, because that sounds like
No.
the biggest load of shit I've ever heard.
Well, it's intended to symbolize what bleach does. It's a cleanser. Like the Soul Reapers exist in black, cleansing the souls clad in white, which travel to the Soul Society, aka bleach. It's meant to represent like sort of a duality. What the hell? Did I not get the right? Am I in the right? I must be on the wrong side then. Wait, hang on a sec. Go over there. Okay, yeah, no, that's what I fucking thought. It's that for. Okay, so I messed it up then. There we go. My incompetence in puzzles is amazing.
According to the Bleach wiki, she has burnt orange hair.
Depends on if you interpret burnt orange as brown. I mean, technically, it's possible for someone with, brown hair to get orange.
I mean, if you're kind of splitting hairs, you can basically put orange with the brunettes. It's just a really, really bright brunette.
Yeah, hair colors are weird. It's weird because, that's the only chapter that establishes she has brown hair. And that's, the first volume.
No, she appears in, multiple, volume covers, and she doesn't have brown hair.
No, that's the thing. You know what volume number 2 looks like? Hang on. Let me send a screenshot of it. If I have it here.
No.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh, him is just
This is literally what
This was actually volume 3, but I mean, you could interpret that as brown. I guess it's a lightish brown, technically, but like,
Her hair is brown.
yeah.
like
So,
Allison.
anyone who wants to look in the voice chat stream text,
So
this is
Nella says that her hair is brown in the Thousand Year Blood War. I disagree with that.
this is what her hair looks like on the third volume of the Bleach manga. This is on the official cover art for the. So yeah, just check it. Check it in the what's it called? It's stream text. That I have seen that shows scenes from the Thousand Year Blood, or not Thousand Year Blood arc, the Arrancar arc and the Soul Society has her hair consistently printed as orange. So yeah, I'm inclined to believe she's a ginger. All right, there we go. All right, yeah, that's right. We're skipping all the dead pages.
And that's still not brown specifically. That's burnt amber.
We call that orange.
If you saw someone like that in real life, you would still call them a redhead.
Here's a comparison. Is that second picture from? Yeah, no, that would still be orange. It's a darker orange. I'll give you that. Like the lighting's different, but that's still orange. It's probably just like what it looks like. Oh wow, I'm trapped in here. Great. The Bone Keeper. What in the world is this? Well, that was dumb. Legendary weapon has been sent to your mailbox. Since your inventory is full? Oh boy. You know, I really wish they got rid of the Boatman coin system too when they remastered this game. The Boatman coins are so fucking useless. They're literally loot box currency.
Okay, so...
I mean, that kind of depends. Maybe you need them when you go to see Fulcrum. I mean, by the time you have enough to use them properly, you should have like a decent arsenal where you shouldn't need to ask Vulcan for fucking loot boxes.
Well, if you're buying them for loot boxes, you're gonna need like 5 or 6 to get good pulls for like one weapon, not even an armor set. You would need like.
Don't you need 10? Don't you need 10 for like a legendary chest set?
Yes. So if we're talking consistently,
and that might not even give you the shit that you need.
We're talking consistently. Your best chance of getting like a good weapon is like 70 of them.
Source.
But like I've already beaten the game at this point.
And then again, like whatever weapon you get from Volgrim at that point, the game will literally just like it'll just be like, oh look, a new dungeon. Here, do you want a stronger scythe?
Do you want a scythe that buffs all of your defense stats, your health reduction, and then your stuff, along with an armor set that does the exact same thing?
No.
So keep in mind, this guy is doing his actual job.
You ride without the power of the seals at your back. You would not survive even the weakest trial of the realm.
I brought low the arena's champion.
That is but a game, Pale Rider.
He's moving the goalpost.
Speak with the voice in the gilded arena. Ask of the Psychomera if you live.
Guys, he's goalposted me. He has goalposted me. Alright, now we have 2.
I hope you enjoy going through the Psychomeron. That's a very unique dungeon.
I'm trying to remember it, but all I'm remembering is the Soul Arbiter's Maze. Which is the one where you basically show up at floors and you have to go through like a specific order of the floors.
Oh, you can just Google the answers for the Soul Arbiter's Maze. Like, it's not that complicated.
Oh, no. I mean, like, it just takes a while to get through the Soul Arbiter's Maze.
It does, but there's some worthwhile weapons and loot if you want to, like, go through the floors.
Oh, I went through it all. It was quite the journey. But we're all spending that much time trying to figure out what the fuck Orihime's hair color is. The real discussions.
It's an important question.
Listen, I know it'd be more important to figure out how the fuck the miracle works, but let's have a discussion about Orihime's hair.
No, when it comes to Orihime, it's basically like when you're more invested into the character than trying to guess their bust size.
I mean, I genuinely like Orihime's character. I don't know about other fucking people, but like, I paid attention during the Arrancar arc, and I didn't turn my brain off. Sorry. Arcane critical chance? That's pretty good. If I actually cared about Arcane.
Damn, I'm getting league.
No offense to anybody who runs Arcane builds. I'm just saying, like, I run base critical builds, so I just do like standard crit damage. Though I do believe that that particular talisman in general is a little bit absurd. Because that is like, what, a 46% crit chance buff on Arcane? It's like damn.
Can't you just fast travel to the start of the dungeon?
Possibly. Hold up. I have a question now. How much crit chance do I have with Arcane? 53% critical chance. I'm gonna try this Arcane nonsense. Oh my god. I don't know how to navigate this menu. Critical chance, Arcane critical chance. Ready to see inferior armor, boys.
Did we ever get to see War's face? I think War's the only horseman we actually ever see his face on.
Yeah, you see a better shot of his mug in the graphic novel.
I mean, if you can't tell what war looks like based on playing the game, I think there's an issue with you.
Damn. Where is the arcane critical damage? So we're just putting on the Angel of Death armor now. Angel of Death armor is silly. Arcane crit damage, critical damage. I don't want arcane critical damage. I want arcane critical chance.
No.
Just no.
Oh yeah, the Callisto Protocol came out. Not sure if that's any good though.
Talons. I don't need this thing. I can't drop it. Delicious. Arcane critical chance. Arcane. Is there any arcane ability? Good lord. There's no arcane crit ability. I'm getting Searing Venom, Frost damage. I get no base critical chance. No, this is not right. Knockback power. Hello.
Search your feelings, man.
Oh,
You know
yeah,
it to be
no.
true.
Right, I put away my crits. The Bone Keeper and the Giant really put up a fight. Yeah, they put up so much of a fight that I didn't end it like in 5 seconds or anything, you know? It was a long and engaging conflict, worthy of my time. Fast travel is currently unavailable. What the hell? What kind of nonsense? Who authorized this?
Ratchet Deadlock is gonna be great. Pimp Demon, that was apparently someone confirmed that that was fake.
Apparently. Unfortunate. I didn't see a release date, so at first I was like, that was a little weird.
No,
But,
sometimes remakes. That's not really an issue. There are remakes at times that will be released without a release date. Like Knights of the Republic was announced but never actually given a release date.
Oh no, but that was a little weird for in general.
That's annoying.
Dude, Ratchet like Deadlocked would be like the perfect game to remake. Well, granted, it'd be a little weird that they remade or released like a. Well, they haven't even remade the first one. They made a movie of the first game, and then or made a movie of the first game, and then they made a game based on that movie, which is a game of a movie of a game. Not even meta. How the fuck is fast travel still unavailable? This is not good. Where is thy area? Thy area. Thy destination. I don't understand why fast travel would be disabled. This is dumb. That seems like a padding thing. Or is fast travel just disabled whenever I have like the freaking the Undead Lords?
I couldn't tell you.
Deadlock's
Never
the
been
only
disabled.
good Ratchet game. Kyle source.
I disagree.
I would also disagree.
Alright, they don't have a source though. So I only have 3 work days. That sucks. I'm back to working 1 day a week, which does give me more time to do other shit. But it's like, that sucks. I need money.
I have 5. You want to swap?
No hesitation.
4 is the sweet spot.
That's what she said.
Shut your dirty mouth.
I am a perfectly wholesome YouTuber with wholesome intentions. There is nothing dirty about me.
Great moral values. Great family values, we might even say.
Oh, he has definitely great family values.
Shut up.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Both of you shut up right now.
So family friendly. In fact, we never even reach PG-13 on this happy-go-lucky channel.
Shut up! Shut up!
Some would say he's a bit too family friendly.
Shut the fuck up, you whore! I want some holiday Zim.
He's asking him.
I will just say I have 7. I'll trade for the 5. Devil, it's not a competition.
Well, you literally did that to me.
You don't get to say that when you jump on my throat.
All right,
for,
Devil.
Like, fucking
I have
outside versus working inside.
No. I'll raise. You know what? Fine. I'll raise you the. I'll give you the 5, but you get to work outside like I do during the heat of summer.
Okay, is it at night? Because if not, Devil's gonna take that. Kyle can't be Devil. He's literally used to slave labor.
Can I jump over there? Okay, we're jumping. Yes. Oh.
Man, John Wick 4 is gonna be awesome. It's like the only movies worth watching nowadays.
What's a what?
John Wick.
Family movies.
What the hell? What's happening?
I have 48 hours at the current moment with no full 24-hour break between work. Why are you... I mean, that's just literally Devil's average work week, Red Dusk. I'm sorry. That's not going to be Devil. I love how the invisible wall stops you.
What happened there?
Mangler,
Alright, you work inside with no aircon, heat, and a lot of other responsibilities. Okay, so it's basically just what I do. I just don't have to be scorched by the fucking sun. Deal.
What in the world happened there? You can't die to fall damage, and the game killed me instantly. The game must not have registered me hitting the area.
Well, it could have registered something. You literally just
the
died.
game broke me.
Well, hang on. Have you ever seen this death screen before, or no?
No, this is the death screen you get when you die, but you don't see this death screen when you fall off the edge. Like, this is what happens when you fall off the edge.
I mean, you just did.
Like, look.
What if you... Do you not lose HP if you fall off the edge?
You do.
Okay, so
Like a sliver.
that means you can die if you keep jumping then.
You would have to jump literally thousands of
But
times.
you can still die.
I've never actually tested if that's actually possible.
Get started.
So... What do you mean? This health has armor regen. Or this armor has health regen.
Get rid of it.
Jump faster.
Jump fast. I actually want to see how much damage this does, because I believe it's around like 50.
Also, I actually heard I heard a suicide joke that I thought was a little amusing.
Oh yeah. Go ahead and share with the class on this family-friendly channel.
Well, suicide is an important topic worth discussing.
Okay. All right. Wait, hang on. We have 3,347 health.
How much does one jump take off?
Let's find out.
Go on, speak it.
10 damage, 10 health.
Oh Christ, no!
So I would have to jump
3,000 times. No, 300 times.
Hang on.
347.
334 times.
All right, but that's in bad.
Yes.
Well, Kyle,
Let's get started. No, I'm just kidding.
it's a very simple joke. It simply goes as follows. So,
Mango,
I found out...
Are you sure you're not playing Dark Souls 2?
Okay, so the joke goes like this. So I found out the hard way that my toaster's waterproof.
Terrible.
Needs work.
It does need work, but I found it amusing.
You need a setup. You can't just go for a punchline like that. You need setup first.
So the way it was said in the video was like I was just hanging out with his friends. They were just randomly talking, and out of nowhere, he's just like, "Yeah." So I found out the other day that my toaster's, or I found out the hard way my toaster's waterproof, and everyone just kind of stops and looks at him.
Hit comedy,
Bruh, I found it amusing.
Clearly, they don't appreciate his knack for comedy and great writing skills.
I'll kill you. Still go.
Yes, but if you killed me, would that still make you funny?
No, but it make me feel better. After all, my comedy's only ever going to achieve red versus blue levels, according to Kyle.
Proceed.
God, can't.
Careful with jokes like that. You might eventually reach Lily Singh.
I don't know who that is. Wait, that name sounds familiar. Is she the YouTuber girl who got a TV show?
And got immediately cancelled because it was dog shit. Yes.
YouTube comedy doesn't transfer over to like actual nighttime comedy TV show. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking on that one. That was just stupid.
Banking on popularity.
Sam, you only be Mangler when Caboose knows how to count. So
What?
when text enhance Caboose.
Hang on a minute.
But we're going back to fucking that one a little bit. Yeah, no. Apparently my comedy's just trash across the board. Fuck Kyle. So I'm not even worried about that. But can I just say I fucking hate the hard-on modern media has for forgiving everybody of every fucking thing they've ever done.
Since when?
Dude, like, well, okay, so first off, in video games anyway, the last two major cases where The Last of Us 2, where at the very end of the game, despite losing everything and killing hundreds of people, the main character lets Abby go.
Oh, yeah. You mean in fiction? I thought you were about real life. People are just forgiving people for their crimes. I'm just like...
I was like, man, I'd love to live in this world. Where human beings are decent.
I don't think it would, because, like, I'm going off the extent in video games. Like, Odin and Thor are basically Hitler. Zim, hush and keep writing. The slave masters told me.
If we do want to talk about what they're being compared to, yeah, they do basically perform a genocide on the giants. Then they also technically, if they, if you want to consider Mimir's efforts in this, they put Freya in a very coercive relationship, which then results in all of her powers being stolen.
So in regards to that one, at least, that was more of like a political like agreement.
I know,
so
I know it was a political agreement.
I'm not gonna really fault that there. Wait,
I would fault it because there were clearly better things that could have been done.
Well, I mean, Mimir's the smartest man alive. Mangler, are you saying you're smarter than the smartest man alive?
Listen. The smartest man alive apparently couldn't tell that Odin was a liar until about 100 years of working with
I
him.
like how you had the option to have Neagle get his revenge in Grand Theft Auto 4. Listen, I'm just saying that at what point in a fucking game about murdering people do we all of a sudden say murder is bad?
Apparently the psychomarine consumes you down to your very soul. Which is kind of an ironic thing to say when we're in the land of the dead. Oh, I was also going to say, Kyle, technically the Nephilim are old ones. Technically. Wait, what?
Really?
Yeah, that's actually confirmed in the photos for the graphic novel, which is like the partial, not the comic for Darksiders 2, the one that involves like the Horseman. Oh my fucking god, that was deadly. The Horseman coming back to Eden to go get war after the events of the Nephilim's battle. It's confirmed in like the back of the pages. Whoa. Oh my god.
Whack. I still have 2 finalists. Oh, right, I need to read Hamlet. I actually need to read Hamlet and finish that so I can start getting quotes. Because I'm going to write a paper on fucking Marxism and feminism at the same time for Hamlet.
So, that technically confirms that... Well, that confirms verbatim that the Nephilims predate time.
Your mom predates time.
And, because that would mean they predate the City of the Dead. Because the City of Dead, like they literally say this, just like the angels and demons, they've been judging souls since the beginning of time. And like if they're confirmed to be the old ones, like I said, the old ones are just a race of like it's just the old ones aren't a race, I guess. The old ones are a category given to those who predate the darksiders' creation.
Zim, why don't you use this time to grind for XP on Persona 3? Okay, I'm just gonna tell you right now. I've said this before and I'll say it again. The program used for streaming is the same one used to record videos, and I've already kind of decided I'm going to do something really stupid and time-consuming with Persona 3, since it's already taking me so long to beat the game.
So, it basically, in layman's terms, he doesn't like the game, he doesn't want to play it for as long as humanly possible. Thank you for understanding.
No, so the game, when the gameplay's going on, is great, because it plays like Persona. The problem is everything else.
You know, this kind of looks like the Hollows.
Oh yeah, also, Nasher technically has existence erasure since he can burn people's souls out of existence. Your mom has existence erasure because she burned your dad out of existence.
Oh. Kyle, doesn't this remind you of the Hollows area from 3?
They probably reused the asset.
It does.
They probably just...
Yeah, like the exact texture, setup, the walkway, the area, like the circular
Don't say
arena.
it like that! Don't point it out! Fuck! Have some fucking decency, you whore!
Dude, I just spent all that time playing Darksiders 3. Don't tell me I'm not able to make visual comparisons.
No!
To
Don't do it! Because then you're just gonna show how lazy they were! Then get a second PC. I'm not getting a second PC.
I'm not saying they were lazy, because technically they made the game, like, 5 or 6 years after the fact.
Yo, mama has existence erasure. You're right. Because she erased her own happiness from existence.
How was work? It was a very hot day. It got to about 37 by the time I left work. It was a very hot day.
37 degrees Celsius?
Yes.
Ah, yes.
I'm not fucking a frosty snowman.
I'm so happy I can move on with the fucking novel now. Holy shit.
What is that in Fahrenheit? Is that like 90?
Kyle's in winter. Well, no, Kyle's in summer right now, right? You're in summer now?
Late spring. Wait, it's December. Summer.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Okay,
Well, hang on,
so...
isn't your December? Well, I mean, I guess you're on a different area.
Well,
of the
no, so the
world.
problem is that basically Kyle's temperature changes to the exact opposite of wherever it is in our area. So when it's cold for us, it's hot for him. When it's hot for him, it's cold for us.
Wait, so does that mean your summer is like freezing?
No.
They call their dates differently. Kyle's in spring right now. We're in winter.
No, I'm in summer.
Okay, so he's in summer.
Okay, so you still call December. So when you get to June, July,
That would
and
be winter.
August, that's winter for you, yes? I didn't hear a word there.
Mangler, do not ask him. He's now checking a fucking calendar for something he should know since he lived there his entire life. Stop asking him. You're gonna make him feel
I was
bad.
gonna say I did not know this.
I just know when it gets. I just know when it gets.
No, I'm just looking at something completely unrelated right after I asked the question.
It usually gets rainy. When it gets rainy, it's just not a fun couple of months because my fucking gloves are just wet and then
Alright,
I'm just
gonna
fucked
go.
throughout the rest of the
Later,
day.
Later, Pandemon. Actually, Pandemon, before you go, this
that's
novel,
right,
if I don't cut it down, will probably be a little longer than the last main novel, so at least it'll be a little more to read. Hopefully it's not like dog shit.
Fucking, oh my god, Kyle, this this fucking.
Could you stop sucking ass with all of the puzzles? Christ!
Oh, it's not that bad. I've done it before, but
You beat this game before and you're running around in a circle half the time!
I know, I actually beat it, like...
Did you guys see the news from DMC POC? If the news isn't, I'm gonna be public in, like, global, I don't fucking care. No, but California's cold as fuck right now, bro. It's like fucking 60 degrees over here. Fuck me, I want to kill something.
What happened there? That was weird.
Alright, let's read some more. What was the peak combat news? Alright, apparently Red Dust cares.
Alright. Now we just have to find the skeleton key. What am I opening with
Nero
this?
new versions coming out January 2023. Also some main storyline remake. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, bro. It's fucking crazy because I hear all this shit going on, but I don't hear you telling me that it's gonna be on fucking global. It's fucking crazy, bro.
There we go.
Be grateful the game exists. Why?
All it did was ruin the power scaling.
To be fair, we technically would have found a lot more of that stuff anyway. It just would have been harder to slam people over the heads with it.
The only thing that POC gave us, like, that we probably like didn't have any potential arguments for beforehand.
Was 90. Cause like here's the fucked up thing to say. Even high godly, the problem is that we've had statements that basically everything exists within the soul. So you can argue if someone is able to regenerate from from their soul, they can still regenerate their mind, their memories, and their name. So yeah, we technically still have high godly without POC. All POC does is say like, yeah, well, the basic information is also included inside of the soul, which technically, actually, no, you can technically argue that's also true because Mundus made souls based off of information and data he got from like the Spartas. That's how he made the Black Knights. You can technically argue, even if he's manipulating information, that souls do have information contained within them. So, peak of combat solidifies the scaling more so for the general public. It does. I understand that, but at what cost? It more so solidifies just general lore because people don't understand the nature of what a demon is by the perspective of Insuno, and they're trying to kind of put that in there. So people just kind of think demons are just these like supernatural creatures that are like really creepy.
Some are really hot like Nevin.
Like I said. Well, hang on. Let me.
Man, these ghosts are gonna start getting the shits of you. You can't decide what you want them to do.
Oh my god. Can he not? Why can't you float? You literally float! Just fly across the gap. I got an idea. Hold up. Oh, that didn't do anything. Idea ruined. Hold up.
I'm going to tell you this right now. When you figure out how to do it, you're going to kick yourself because it's really fucking simple.
Dude, I already solved this puzzle like at least 3 times. That's why I'm really
But
fucking annoyed.
When you remember it, you're going to kick yourself for how simple it is.
Oh. Please unlock the door, you fool. Thank you.
Just shoots dead an undead scarab. Where does something that is undead go when it dies?
Probably to the abyss.
Pico Combat just gave more baby statements so people can stop being dumb. Yeah, but then they still just went out of their way to just be as like petty as possible about it.
They were like, "Yeah, let's go overboard."
Or the statements that are for the people.
Like, I understand some of them are like, "Yeah, that's fine," but then it's like, then you got like certain examples like the Book of Demons where you're like, all right, so this absorbs demons and grants you their powers and digitizes them, and you also have to resist its power, and it's like, okay, so you just gave Dante a giant demon encyclopedia that makes him composite DMC. You don't understand how insanely broken that is.
And yet you'll still have people arguing that it gives him nothing.
To be fair, all of those statements, you don't even need POCs, like the Billy Bill scans for that. That stuff is confirmed in fucking APK and TapTap.
Where's the ARPA coming out? Oh yeah, that actually reminds me.
December
December
12th.
12th? Okay, I should have money by then.
Or 11th wishes. Ooh. Next Sunday.
Let me guess, once the art book is out, we're back to fully steamrolling, trying to get this video out.
Mangler still has to do the Bleach video thing first, and also we're still waiting on Mangler to finish, so we're still just stuck waiting for him.
Oh, December 13th. Never mind. It's December 13th, so it's actually next Tuesday.
This is where it just gets weird. It's like we don't move until Mangler's done. So until then, like we just kind of like move on, we just kind of like chillax, do our own things.
You guys have to understand, I have to explain the physiology of every single demon, and I have to script it in a way that not only makes sense for your average normie fuck-all person that only knows about the lore and not power scaling, I have to explain it for the advanced person at the same time, and not feel petty about it. And not baby people.
Oh,
I have to script it and format it in this extremely, oddly, super specific way, and I have to catalog every single scan in the history of the DMC source material. And do it all in the context of a single video.
Just remember, for everything that you're gonna record, it's all Zim's problem.
God.
I know. Particularly recording in like portions, so it's not all going to be all at once.
There I am, just
I wouldn't burden him with that kind of crap. Hey, if you think you're dying, imagine how I feel having to come up with a completely original format from scratch.
Well, it's not completely original. I'm sure someone else on YouTube has done it.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a trusted source.
I'm sure someone has done. I'm sure someone has made an entire reference section that likes and specificity of what I have referred to.
Man, video essayists just don't.
You're really catty today, aren't you?
No. I like when you see some of the stuff I put in there, you're gonna be like, oh my fucking god.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that in general because it's gonna be
And then I'm
like
gonna
a
be like,
30-minute
listen,
section I have to edit, and there's still gonna be another hour to the video.
Look. If we find one statement from like one developer like 10 millennia years ago, we have to take that over any consistency of evidence because as long as that supports us, we'll take that.
I just listen. Here's how like my position of evidence typically works. It has to work in the context of preponderance of evidence.
So I want to know, how's it? What's life like in the American world? Because you're dimensionally separated by me, not by geography at all.
Kyle, it's pretty weird. Our seasons are different, and our time flow seems to be vastly different because you have different days than us.
Damn. Are you saying that reality has more of a barrier statement than God of War?
Oh, actually, I need to look at Devil's Reasoning still. I meant to talk to him about that. I just forgot to respond back to him.
Wait, am I pushing these in the wrong order?
You are.
Yes. I need to do middle one first.
This man's beating this game repeatedly.
Oh my god, do I have to fight
shit.
you guys?
Yeah.
Every single time? Oh my god. Okay, you know what?
That's your...
New York and Florida are completely different dimensions from the countries they're actually located.
Oh, so funny.
I should also say Texas too, but they don't believe they're a part of America. They're like, no, we're the Lone Star State.
Just a bad impression, but because it was accurate enough, I'll let it slide.
I'm not even from Texas, and that last part where you were trying to laugh like a Texan even offended me.
Look, for your information, it is duh. It is not har. Get it
every
right.
Every single person.
You hickey wannabe.
In Texas sounds like a One Piece character. They just have a unique laugh.
If Zim was a One Piece character, his laugh would just be fooda.
I'm pretty sure if you just came to like a couple places in Houston, Austin, maybe Lubbock, depending on where you're going in Texas, you could probably find the entire cast of One Piece down here at some point. The accents too.
Listen, as long as you got a really fucking hearty yeehaw, they'll accept you as one of their own.
Oh, we got every kind of yeehaw down here. We got this yeehaw, we got that yeehaw. We got all kinds of yeehaws. Is this crit damage? Yes. Wait. What if I could get more crit damage? What about even more crit damage? Okay. That's not enough. I think I need even more.
I thought it was yeehaw! Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Don't say that. I saw a Ben Shapiro parody meme once where he's all like, let me show you my yeehaw. Yeehaw. And it just sounded like you.
No. You ain't fucking Texas. Get out of my face.
Your yeehaw was trash.
You're in New Mexico. We consider you an honorary yeehaw.
No, technically as a Mexican.
Zim is just like, let me show you my Texan, and proceeds to do an Ivankov impersonation.
Creates a butcher it.
No, fucking well, nah. As a Mexican, what I have to deal with is I have to deal with the mariachi scream. That's.
I have to deal with that too.
Nah.
What's the mariachi scream?
The idea is supposed to be when the mariachi's playing, there's supposed to be a guy, or usually it's a guy, but I think on occasion, well, because of this whole progressive situation, you have a girl do it on occasion. But if you're in a random Mexican party, absolutely no one will say anything, and one fucking adult male
then-
will just scream at the top of his lungs, and
Isn't it like? Doesn't he say like yeah 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 yeah, or is it like? Is it something else?
no, you're
Am I
thinking of the
of
right
a
one. You're thinking of the right one.
call? Okay, yeah, I might have been thinking of a different culture, but yeah, it's yeah 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 yeah, right? Like,
Zim, can you give me an example from a native?
No, because I need the mariachi in the background. It doesn't work otherwise.
well, is it just the yai, or does he have to say anything
No, it's
else?
usually like well, it's like the problem is that without the actual music in the background, it just doesn't feel right.
Give it a go.
Well, do they? Oh, wait, yeah. No, I get it. You don't need to give us an example. Only on Ohio. Actually, did the statements from Billy Bill get on to Terry down the Tap Tap? No, they never did.
Yeah, no, but you're thinking of the right one. Zim gets dirty. Nah, man. So I mean, I'll be honest. I think the scream sounds stupid in general. But the problem is that it sounds even stupider if you say it randomly for no reason.
Oh, sweet. I did it. I was in Texas. 5 people told me y'all ain't in New York anymore. Yeah. That's how you say it, like that.
They said oddly close as they started to sniff.
What do you think you're doing around here? Yeah.
What, you also
Something like
walk
that.
out holding your belt buckle?
Don't like your kind around here, boy.
No, you gotta put a little bit more up of it. What do you think you're doing, boy? Like something like that. You gotta.
Oh,
You got
a little bit
got-
racist. What are you doing,
a little
boy?
racism and a little gravel.
What are you doing, that white girl, boy?
Doing exactly what I thought I said until you came at me with the insult of boy. What is that one line that Piccolo says in the fucking abridged where he's like, I think Super Android 13 is talking to him some way, and he calls him boy. And it's like, I pretty much every problem I had with you until you started with the word boy.
Well, no. What he says is like, listen, I don't want to make this about your color or your race, but you better hop on out of here before you get hurt, boy. And he's like,
oh yeah, then he's like, yeah, pretty
yeah,
good.
when you have boy.
The word boy.
Are you?
Now you remind me of Brock Lesnar. Who the fuck is Brock Lesnar? Kyle, who's Brock Lesnar?
A dude.
WWE
Yeah, I was
and a
gonna say,
UFC
Kyle will know who
fighter.
Brock Lesnar is. That sounds like a... Are you stuck?
I tried myself a little bit.
Held down the
What was
fucking
that?
crevice.
Hang on.
I was literally like, I can't summon the boys. I can't get to the death grip. I'm
Sorry,
stuck
what was
on
that?
the
What was
wall.
that, Kyle?
I said his dumbass fell down the crevice for some reason.
What is even happening anymore? Yeehaw. That's all I'll say. If you see a lasso being thrown around somewhere in the back of the stream, don't worry about that.
You know, I don't quite
worry
understand.
about
Why
it.
can't the King of the Dead just go get his own fucking henchmen?
Because he has to sit on his throne and be the King of the Dead, doing King of the Dead stuff.
Dude, if you rule the kingdom, would you fucking get off your ass? Or would you just literally like semi-blackmail somebody to go and do the shit for you?
Not just any kingdom, a kingdom of the dead.
Bruh.
Okay, I should be the door that I'm looking for. Oh, that works.
Oh, drugs.
So this is easier than I remember.
Don't you fucking
Except for
say
the-
that. We've literally had to sit there watching you go in a circle half this fucking stream because you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Dewey, the Pharisees.
Zim won't even get off his ass because of a small ankle wound. Oh, thank you also for reminding everybody that my ankle is broken because I don't know if you guys know this, but my life was changed forever one day.
Oh wait, you have to.
Wow, now you
from
want to
the
shoot
pillar.
my ankle.
Oh, that's nice.
I
That's
see
just
how it
one little
is.
goal. Maybe
It's
I
okay,
will.
it's already broken.
Wait, why can't I?
My ankle is actually destroyed.
Impressive.
My ankle is actually damaged on the conceptual level. Every Zim in the multiverse has the same broken ankle, and they all have the same problems.
Sorry to hear that. What was I gonna say? Oh my god, my mind completely blanked.
That's
Think of
what
it
she
later.
said. I could just skip most of Hamlet and just read the parts that I actually need to by looking for specific names, but that would be cheating Shakespeare. Well, good thing we're not against that. Also, Kyle, are you sleeping? Oh, okay.
That's not me, no.
I was gonna say, please, before you go to sleep, inform people you're going to sleep, so we don't think you died again.
Oh no, that would be hilarious.
At least if I did, you'd be able to hear me snore this time.
Tim Drake doesn't have an angle problem?
I don't know who that is.
Oh no.
He's talking about
Why
Uncharted.
would I talk? Oh, Zim Drake. Okay.
There's a Drake version of Zim?
That's because he's not a real official Zim.
Yeah, should we tell him about
You
it?
should know if he watched the streams.
I watched one of them
Damn.
as it was happening. The other ones I watch after the fact.
There's literally a costume
Say it.
where you can put on Drake and he
You're
becomes
not like
morbidly obese.
187 pounds, right? I'm like...
I was gonna say, he's not morbidly obese.
I'm not obese, actually. I'm literally 84 kilos.
Zim's just.
I know. That's the joke. I'm pretty sure
That's right. It's mild in time.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure obesity has to be reached at
Yes.
like what, 210?
Well, based on my weight, it's like based on my height, it's like 210. It's
was gonna
okay.
say,
Our
your
version of me
BMI is
is
a
a
bit
coon
different
who hates his
depending
own
on where
race
you
and
are.
identifies as white. That's just Ozra. What about you every Tuesday?
Do I get the door open? Why does it sound like it? Why does it feel like I'm hearing
Because you
pig
are.
sounds
Because
in the
Kyle's
background?
dog, I guess, is fucking snoring or something.
Becoming one with the pigs.
He's
I
happy.
literally hear like oinking in the background. I'm happy. Proceeds to become a pig.
I mean, that is Kyle in general. Let's not lie to ourselves.
Hey, loser, can you get over here now? Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Stop sucking at
I
combat.
hear it too.
It's
Yeah,
so
because it's
mean.
right there.
Dude, that's not as bad as what my dog was doing today. He was, or it was the other day, I think yesterday. So what happened was that there's a blender in like somewhere in the kitchen that my sister uses to make like smoothies and various mixed drinks. And she has a different way that she goes about it than my mother. She basically puts it in there and then kind of churns it each time. Like individually. She does it in like short bursts. And my dog heard this, and it's like, it sounds like it sounds like a growl, and it spins and then it stops because she kept doing it in short bursts. And my dog heard this. He woke up and he was like, what's over there? I can't take this. And he just started barking like an insane person. Like he went crazy, like frothing at the mouth.
Actually, fucking, that's a loud snout. It is loud.
Pretty sure the reasoning was that because my mother did the same thing. I think the reasoning was that like basically when it's being put in short bursts, it sounds like a dog's growl. It doesn't sound like a machine. So he must have interpreted it as another animal and got like really fucking pissed
Infinity
off.
War was fucking 4 years ago. Hot damn. Actually, no, it's probably a little earlier than that.
Actually,
Yeah, I was gonna say because I'm looking at a
5.
YouTube video right now.
5.5, if we want to be precise. Almost 6 years. Do you feel old yet?
Infinity War is 6
What's
years
this for?
old.
God damn.
Wait. Actually, hang on. 2017
I'm
or
pretty sure Infinity War is
2019?
4 years old. Let me take the look at this. Because
Wait. If it's 2018, yeah, no, it's 4 years old then. My mistake.
I'm pretty sure
Because Endgame was 2019.
2018.
Yep, yeah, it's 4 years old then. Go, my children.
I don't really get that vibe of like, oh, I feel old. Because you know what? I know that time's a never-ending ceaseless march, and to worry about feeling old is a waste of my time.
Well, I don't age anyway, so it makes no difference to me.
Kill the calculator. Kill it.
It's not my fault that you're dealing with an inferior, set of whatever it is you're running on.
Children and their youth.
I'm sorry, Mr. Twin.
I'm
Everyone's older than him!
I'm sorry, you want to back that the fuck up?
Everyone on this planet's older than this fucker!
A but B but a wee lass. Or wee lad.
I am but a wee lad.
I remember when you came up to just me knees.
I remember when he came out to just my knees.
I can't do a Scottish. Well, I can kind of do an Irish one, but I haven't done one in a while. It's not in practice. What is with these massive amounts? You know what? You guys are wasting my time.
Says identifies
We're
125 when
unstoppable.
making banking game.
What difficulty are you playing on?
Apocalyptic.
You're taking way less damage from the scarabs than I thought it would be.
No, I'm taking as much damage that you think. I'm just healing all of it back in an instant. Because my Belial's Trident heals 10%, and then it also has oh wait, no, it's not that one. Is it Chaos Fang?
Oh, is there
Yeah, it's just Belial's
25 or
Trident.
gonna be 25?
Still be younger than thou.
Again, being older than Kyle's not impressive. He's a young lass. I believe that's.
Do you know what a lass is?
Then I'm using the term correctly. He's a young lass.
Oh my
Because
god.
he's a little bitch. Yo.
Yeah, family friendly.
Yeah, it's nice that you can say that from thousands of kilometers away. If we were in person,
That's
I would
gay,
bend you
bro.
over my knee.
Totally not gay.
Totally not gay though.
It's not gay. It's how you
Oh, is
punish
that how they treat you at work then?
No, they don't bend me over the knee. They just bend me over and
So
fuck
they're
me in the
Catholic
ass.
then.
I've never understood why punishing a child has to be done in such a way
Say it.
that's like so stupidly
Impractical.
impractical.
What? Smacking a child? It's cathartic.
No, like the
What's wrong with
spanking.
it?
Not
Well,
even
that-
effective.
Well, okay, so
I
you understand that we're not trying to beat the kid within an inch of his life, right? Are you sure?
No, I understand. It's just not.
I
It's
just-
not.
I-
It's not effective. It's-
I disagree. I used to get hit with a fly swatter, and I learned really quickly not to do that shit because I don't like getting hit with a
No. Spanking in general, I said, is not effective. I never said hitting someone isn't effective. Not that you should be doing it, but spanking in general is not considered
I don't-
effective.
Well, I don't know. I've seen a few children early in the morning at the shops that just need a good fucking smack. Shut up.
I mean, you could do that, or you could take away everything that belongs to them, and then they shit.
They don't learn their lesson though because you have to give it
After
back to
5
them at
minutes
some
without
point,
it.
and they don't realize that they should stop. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
That's actually
No,
worse
you-
than spanking.
the
So you're just
fuck?
gonna take their shit and never get it back to them?
And then
Fuck.
they realize,
See,
hey,
that is
like,
how
the
you
next
get your
time it's
kids
gonna
to
be
resent
worse.
your own fucking existence. Yeah,
But
and then
see,
they don't,
then they don't do it
love
again.
you anymore.
Because you think a spank is like bad. People then just find ways
Mangler,
to get around that.
I
How
guess
do
the
you get
prison
around
system's also
having your
bad
shit
too, because it
taken
lets the
away?
criminals walk away alive. I guess we should fix that problem too while we're at it, right?
We have this thing called pay the crime, do the time. Do the crime, pay the time, or whatever. Pay the crime. You know
The
what the
black
fucking
meaning
phrase
knows
is.
Mangler's never
Yeah,
been
you,
hit by a switch. Osred,
do
you
the
can't
crime,
play
pay
the
the
black
crime.
card anymore. You're no longer black.
I've literally been spanked as a
All
child.
right. Now
and
hear
hit
me
as a
out.
child.
Now hear me out.
I'm
Did they ever
aware
grab
of
the
it.
chancla? The chancla.
The what?
The fact that you don't know what the
What the hell's a
chancla is means
chancla?
you haven't been beaten hard enough. The
I'm pretty sure that's not
chancla
even
is
an English term.
transcendental.
I really want to know what this chocolate is. Wait, did I just one-shot the boss? Oh, wow. Unstoppable.
Listen, man. Listen. All I'm saying is that objects can be replaced. The
I got
The
it.
red on my ass cheeks, though, I felt that for days.
Yeah, but you could just, like, be that person that's like, hey, I'm ready with several pairs of underwear.
Oh, fuck no. If your parents let you... Okay, well, first off, if you pulled that shit... If I pulled that shit in my household, and my family found...
That was actually something that my dad did with his.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you
my
right now,
grandfather.
Well, I mean,
it was really funny.
Sometimes my dad would use the belt buckle to hit me with instead of like the actual belt itself. Like he would still hit me in the rear, but he would fucking loop it to where the belt buckle's hitting my ass, not the fucking belt itself. No.
So you know what? So when I used to get in trouble, my mother used to try and give me a spoonful of pepper. This didn't work for two reasons. One, I liked pepper, and she didn't know that. And two, the last time she tried to do it, she had the spoon out, and I just blew the pepper in her face.
You know what you should have done? You've been like, oh man, this is awful.
Also, how many loops?
just, like, act it up.
How many loops on the belt did your family use? So you know how you get a belt and they like fold it once to like make it into like something to hit you with? How many times do they fold it?
Yeah.
It actually does.
Does it make a difference?
So Cypher is asking, what's the possibility of POC ending up being non-canon? None. It's confirmed to be an orthodox sequel between 3 and 1.
Clear for a minute. It has the same chance of being non-canon as anything else officially released as canon does. If in the future they decide it's non-canon, they'll just say it's not canon. It has the same chance as like DMC2, DMC1, any of the guidebooks, anything. It literally has the same situation.
I like how you didn't have the nerve to say DMC3.
Any game from DMC 1 through 5, any novel from DMC 1 through 5, any guidebook from DMC 1 through 5 has the same chance of being non-canon as
Yeah,
POC
no.
does.
So the way like parents and shit try to make it seem like it's okay is like if they beat your ass with a belt or some sort of whip, it's okay because it's not gonna leave lasting damage. No.
That's when you learn to hide the bruises.
I mean, if
You learn not to do it again.
That's not a good argument in favor of it. Yeah, I was going to say that's the problem with like spanking.
No, because that would imply I had feelings before I lost them.
Jesus. Wait, how do I get out of here?
You're heading in the wrong direction.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Fast travel. I'm leaving. Counterpoint. I'm escaping the dungeon via teleportation.
You shouldn't be because Nero's thing
Our
is
mother's
non-canon.
complex multiversal. That depends. Who's
Anything Nero gets in POC, he doesn't get in versus matchups.
By the way, I saw Nero's like trailer. That's just an announcement trailer. Like that's an intro trailer. Like he's not canonically there.
No. They've already.
Still, but like any weapons he gets, we can't use them in versus matchups.
We can say they're canon to the verse, but we can't say that he has them.
Why not? Because he's not there.
Okay, so Cyber, do you know how old Nero is at the time of POC? Just out
He's
of,
gonna ask
curiosity.
why would we assume Nero later on, after he's obviously a demon hunter, doesn't get them, you know?
No, Devilbringer's not canon? No. It does. It is canon. It's just do you know how old Nero is? Do you know where POC takes place in the timeline? Just out of curiosity. Because like once we have that discussion, you'll understand why it's like impossible. Let me sell this. I don't want one of these items.
Done. He's that young, even the Catholic priest would call.
So understand, during the events of DMC4, that takes place 19 years after the events of DMC3. POC takes place a few years after DMC3 at best. So Nero is either like a baby or is like 3 years old.
Mangler, for fuck's sake, go talk to the king of the fucking dead.
Oh, I was looking. Wait, no.
Fuck
There's
your
something in the
mailbox.
I have to go get it. I have to go get it. I want to know what it is. What are you giving me? What is this? Unable to take items. Your inventory. What do you mean? Fuck! I gotta sell stuff. There's worthless stuff in my inventory apparently. That seems to be a hammer, so. I still have the Dark Talons? Okay, I do. Alright, I still have a copy of the Dark Talons. I have so much money and I don't spend it. Mother's Shoe, specially thrown. Damn, a toddler. Baby Nero still sold. Yeah, but that's like not fucking... The point is that if Baby Nero is Baby Nero, like, they would have to retcon the timeline of the birth, which means... That doesn't even work. That actually fucks the timeline worse than they did before. So before, I don't know if you guys noticed this. Fun fact, DMC4 in the anime were originally intended to be a year after the events of DMC1. There are interviews that are released prior to DMC4 that confirm this. They're supposed to take place a year after the events. All the information were listed in there, and Deadly Fortune pertains to what happens in the timeline a year after the events. But when... what's it called? Fucking... Ooh. When fucking DMC4 Special Edition came out, it retconned the timeline.
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Wait, can anyone still hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, so it retconned the timeline, and the 3142 graphic arts, which was released alongside that, well, technically in 2013, but it was translated to English in 2015, the same year for Special Edition released. And it retconned the timeline to move DMC4 much further up in the timeline and made Dante about 40 years old.
So, I'm just going to tell you this now. We know the Devilbringer can't be pierced. The only thing that's pierced is Finn the Yamato.
Yeah, no. Literally the thing that negates all durability.
We don't need a statement for that. That's been shown.
Yeah, like, even Rebellion can't pierce it. And Rebellion has attacks and techniques that can cut through anything. Like the Drive Slash. All right, here we go.
My king, what would you have us do? Suffer. Too long you have slumbered. Too long you have forsaken your duty. I have no more use for you.
To be fair, one of them was doing their job.
Yes.
They failed me, but you have earned my gratitude. I will send you to one in my kingdom who knows the way to the Well of Souls. But first, there are demons that you must face.
I've already faced and killed many.
Not like these. There is great power bound in that amulet. But your shame sees its unlocking.
I regret nothing.
Source?
Oh, I can see beyond your flesh to where the true battle rages.
Everybody that can see souls in, well, I forgot that technically in darksiders as well, memory is contained within the soul as well, because it's saying that when the soul is like remade, specifically, along with some elements of power, the soul, when it goes to the Well of Souls, all properties of it are remade, including its memory and its form and whatnot, and spirit. Like all aspects of the soul contains like your memories and your form as a being.
Horseman, what did you learn from the Lord of Bones? I suppose your king lives up to his name, if not his bargains.
The dead king has granted you passage.
Who must I seek in the city of the dead?
Oh, that's really freaking
About the one
dodging the question.
Answer my question, Scarecrow. There's no fun in simply telling you. Then speak no more.
I keep watch on my own.
One of those is a superpower. The other one is just
Find the city of the dead.
inconvenient and really weird.
There could be statements on what the Devilbringer can do in POC. We kind of already know everything the Devilbringer can do from DMC4, but like if they want to add more lore to the Devilbringer, that's fair game. They just can't add anything that relates to what happens in POC.
Pass through the well and be reborn. Many
So an example would be like if Nero has a cutscene where he walks around and he's talking to a lady, goes and fights a demon, and then absorbs their power. It would not be canon that he has that power. But all of the details and the abilities related to the power existing in DMC would be canon, and that demon in DMC would be canon. Nero fighting it and killing it at that specific point in time would not be.
I'm just gonna wait and see what specific gets given for Nero beforehand. I would just say that none of the weapons are most likely gonna be canon, since we have no evidence to say he would have gotten them.
Yeah, he should literally be a baby at this time. Shouldn't even be there at all. Whereas you can make an argument that Virgil can be there, because we can just argue Virgil is currently inside the Noble Angelo armor, and what he's perceiving is a fucking illusion. Actually, I think we have some scans from like some of the stuff that he sees where he's literally trapped in an area and he's looking to find a demon that's causing the illusion to happen. So we might have evidence for Virgil's playthrough specifically having like elements of him being under illusion, which is consistent with the timeline. Which makes me wonder how the fuck the there was a statement for the main storyline remake on the announcement page. How would they reconcile that though? Like Virgil's 19 years old, or I guess a couple of years older than that. Like he would have had to have Nero literally like when he was like 4 years old.
You could just argue that fucking Nero just gets sent. You could just
The
say
devil
that
starts
fucking,
early.
You could just say that fucking Nero just gets sent from the future to the past.
No. See, that's the thing. Like time travel's fine. Time travel is in DMC. If you argue he gets sent to the past, yeah, he wouldn't be able to interact with Dante or Virgil though. But like that's fine. You just give him an isolated campaign. Like time travel is a thing in DMC, so it's not like, you know, possible. It's just, will they do that? I mean, technically, they kind of already know that because Pluto's description confirms the developers are aware that he fucking can move beyond the access of the time stream.
It's such a stupid fuck. It's such a stupid description. It's just like, were you guys that pissed off that it needed to be this simple?
I swear one of them had to be a battle border or something. There's no other way that makes sense. I don't like disagree with the methodology behind there. Like, blatancy in one game goes a long way. But man, who rubbed them the wrong way? I'd really like to know who pissed them off that much. Or who gave them the idea where it's like, yeah, this probably needs to be a little bit more blatant. Am I missing something? Nero is in DMC 5 is 3 years old. What? No. Nero during the events of DMC 3 is like during the events of DMC 3, Nero has just been born. So during POC, which only takes place at best a few years after DMC 3, assuming it isn't like a year or anything, like we don't have enough, like we know it just happens after the events of DMC 3. He's anywhere from like a year old to like maybe 3 years old. So you can't have Nero in DMC unless he gets sent backwards in time. Or you can't have him in POC unless he gets sent backwards in time, or you're sending him there as a baby. He can't be an adult. DMC of PO, no Nero in POC is 3 years old. That's what I'm saying. So any weapon from the Nero gets from the gacha is non-canon, but the weapon itself would exist. So the act of Nero getting the weapon would be non-canon. His interaction would be, but the weapon itself would still be canon. Everything about the weapon and all details related to the weapon and its lore and its place in the cosmology would be. Just Nero's interaction with it and involvement. Like, Nero's involvement specifically isn't. Think of it kind of how the movies in Bleach work, where the concepts and ideas and information and even locations of the places are canon, but the characters' interactions
access to
with
the
them are
game.
not.
We won't be able to confirm that.
It's the same premise.
He asked, did the stands ability get carried to the other versions?
As far as the people that have mentioned this, like the people that have checked the versions, specifically like RK, he's been playing the APK build and he has not found the scans in the APK build for the boss sections, but then he didn't go back and also check the boss sections for the Billy Bill version, because he mainly plays APK, so he doesn't play Billy Bill.
But he does know that they exist. He has been shown. Like,
he has been shown so many times by people. He's just very skeptical about them, but he also knows it's not a black and white situation where it's like, oh man, they're not real. Like, he's been told many times by several people who have had the Billy Bill version, these are real. So it's not like a situation where he's like, yeah, they're fake. It's like, no, he's literally been shown by people and friends that he has in real life. I think what he wants specifically is that he wants to get his hands on it physically, just to say that he was able to confirm it himself, which I get that, but like that's not really how like confirmation works. If someone else like who you know has no reason to lie has gotten it, like that should be more than enough. If he wants to take credit for it, though, I completely understand that, though. However, he would need to get on it, which I don't think he's making it a priority at the moment.
Can I just say, Poop,
Also
man, I'll never get over fucking the Part 6 ending, how much bullshit is in that ending.
Careful there.
Oh, are you talking about what I discovered?
What was was that, Mangler? I'm sorry, you were gonna say something. Have you
I
started
have not
part
finished
6?
part 6. I have not finished
All right,
part
never
6. I have
mind.
started part 6.
No, he hasn't. He's an
Have
anime
you at least
only
read
watcher
it?
like a fucking pleb.
I'm not anime only. I don't have a. I don't know where to read it. Like,
You want me to give it to you?
that would actually be kind of cool.
Remind me later. I'll get it off my hard drive. I'll give you the fucking. I'll give
If
you.
it's possible, could you give me a colored version?
Well,
You're
that's the
such
only
a-
version I read.
You guys are both fucking
that's actually kinda cool.
pansies. Damn.
I've never actually really checked out a colored Japanese manga before. I'm really interested in trying it. Like I've obviously seen panels of colored Japanese mangas, but I've never gotten like to, physically read one. I need
You're
to see
reading
if there's
prison
like
school right now. So you mean
a
you're
physical-
reading hentai right now?
If discussions with him goes over well for what I've discovered in part 6, I've found a really silly scaling, like speed scaling thing that could be potentially usable to most of the cast.
Hmm. Right, where the hell do I go now? I believe over here. Wait, is this the same? This is literally the same fucking room I went in. Oh, here we go. I have found the direction I need to go.
Go.
I need to get something to eat. Oh.
There's more
Take a
chapters
breath.
in the game. A lot of great Discord profile pictures. That sounds about right.
I mean, since demons can become what they believe, can't Nero from the future just wish for it to make sense that he can get his weapon and keep his age in the timeline? Well, no. What? Dark Mecha, you realize that Nero is a baby, or like either a baby to like a toddler at the time of DMC, like, fucking POC, right? Like the Nero at that point in the timeline is. So it would make more sense that he was just sent back in time. The demon world can do that, and demonic power in general can send you backwards and across time and space on a linear and a non-linear scale. So it's entirely possible that he was just sent back in time. That's literally something that has happened to multiple characters. Dante literally sends himself forward in time during DMC2 to break himself out of the time loop caused by the demon world stopping the flow of time. That's how he gets into the demon world. He literally sends the crystal lights in Timonagru back in time to do light puzzles.
Man, Chef's fucking Chef was one of the worst fucking things South Park did.
Chef?
Yeah, his
the
character
black
assassination
guy?
on that show was tough.
Didn't he just like? I don't actually remember.
So he ends up becoming a pedophile because he gets brainwashed by this one group of adventurers.
Did any TapTap user play and found the scans? No, they're not. They're only in the Billy Bill version. If you're wondering why the Billy Bill version has them, we don't have any official statements or information. But if I had to guess, and I had to wager a guess, it's because the Billy Bill version is the official version, and that's why they were included. And then when they made the other builds, they must have made some mistake or some porting issue, because they are other versions, so they might not have programmed correctly. Because keep in mind, the scans that are mentioned there are only in the boss sections. Like, those boss section things weren't in, like... That stuff was added as content, in the boss strike runs after launch. So it's entirely possible when they made that and they put it on the build, it converted into one build and just didn't show up in the other. I don't know for sure, but the fact is that we've only been able to find proof of them showing up in the boss strikes and the boss strike loading screens in the Billy Bill version. We have not found evidence there in the Tap or APK versions. So why doesn't it make sense that he gets a weapon?
It's okay, Zim. But I had the same reaction you did.
So why doesn't it make sense that he gets the weapon then? If he just gets sent back in time as an adult, can't he pick up the weapon? No. So Dark Mecha, I'm not saying like DMC5 or DMC4 Nero can't be sent back in time. I'm saying that's actually the only outcome where it makes sense. I'm saying Baby Nero or Nero, like Baby Nero at the time can't do it. And they can't just say, oh, it's the same Nero. And what I mean by that is that it can't be that they can't just declare Nero is that old at the time. Like it has to be Nero from the future being sent backwards in time because he's not canonically that old. Like it's not that time travel doesn't work, it's that time travel is the only way that works. It's the only way you can explain that. Oh, I need a lantern now.
I told you it's super silly.
Alright, where is...
I mean, I'll be honest. Even in the context of the lore for that particular like question about like, or for that particular scene on part 6, I still kind of call bullshit that he can do it at all. You know?
You can call bullshit, but Rohan is beyond human limitations.
That is objective. You want to know what? You want to know why he can make his deadlines? He probably used Heaven's Door on himself.
Is that a feat for Rohan physically or a feat for fucking?
I'm gonna call it right now. He'll never explain it, but this is how I'm gonna explain it. He wrote on the pen, the ink never dries, and it never runs out of ink.
But he wasn't late for the deadline.
But the only reason the other guy can't keep up with it... Well, okay, so the problem is that we know he's fast enough to draw...
Dates and weeks are literally going by. They confirm this. And the publisher literally says the only person to get their work in on time was Rohan.
Why would the publisher ask about that? Like, there's not an issue going on?
He's calling a mangaka who's there, and the mangaka's getting pissed off because he can't finish a page. And the publisher tells him only one person has got it in on time.
What I'm saying in particular is like, why the fuck? How would they know Rohan's even getting it in on time?
Because he literally sends it in.
How does it get there fast enough, Kyle?
How does it get there fast enough? The man is very dedicated.
Oh! Also, Blood Feast, which is the boss sections, is coming back in January. Damn, shame we can't get hold of the game to play it ourselves.
Damn, it's like you people haven't even tried.
I really have the game downloaded on my PC. We went through a fuck ton of work. Damn, give me a Chinese
why don't you play it?
Damn, can't get
buy
it in
it
America
yourself,
because we
you
believe in a
cheap
land
bitch.
of freedom. So how would you buy it in
You have
Australia?
Huawei.
That sounds like an issue that PayPal could solve.
Bruh.
A Patreon.
You live in the land of the free. You should be free to get a Chinese phone number.
Now with that attitude. Makes sense now. Blood Feast, which is the boss sections, is coming back. Nice. Y'all got any information on that strange forest that Echidna traps you in, where you have to choose the opposite direction to the shadow? The novels seem to add a lot of context to the game. I actually never figured out how to use that puzzle.
I did.
Visually, I just memorized which direction you had to go.
So I'll tell you how that puzzle works. You know how you look at the archways and they all have a shadow?
Yeah.
One of the archway shadows is pointing in a different
I
direction.
question rebellion's purpose to be for the conversation. I'll take power questioning makes you question your motto.
You would just argue, Mecha. You would just argue that's illusion creation. She's basically manipulating the area so that like you're trapped in a never-ending like fucking location. And when you take one of the wrong arches, it just BFRs you to an area. Wait, where's the... Oh wait, I already opened it. I'm so stupid. There we go. Okay, here we go. I'm somehow getting through the City of the Dead much faster than the Psychomeran. And the fucking... whatever the other one was. Pharisee's Tomb.
If I remember correctly, in Faller's novel, they just completely gloss over that part of the game, don't they?
Well, so here's the thing. Four's novel is just supposed to be how the actual story was supposed to take place. There wasn't supposed to be any mini games or sections like that. That's why there is no dice game in the novel. There is no Lost Woods area of the novel. There is no silly torture chamber grim grip.
Okay, well let me ask you a question. Is the mirror boss still in the novel?
No,
the mirror boss.
the what?
The window boss.
What do you mean
The
mirror
boss? Oh,
Yes.
the laboratory.
Yes. The glass boss
So
is still trash.
So what you're telling me is that even in the
novel.
complete version of the game, you were never going to escape it.
No, I kind of wanted to. The reason why I wasn't saying that very specifically was because Mangler hasn't seen it. But okay.
Also, what does Virgil do in his missions? So I believe from the scans that I've seen, there is some evidence to suggest he is being trapped in an illusion by a demon. And he's basically spending the entire DLC trying to figure out where the fuck the demon is. And just killing them.
PSE. Virgil vs. Sephiroth 2 happens, they still say Sephiroth wins.
Like, look, in POC, he's trapped in an illusion. Illusions work on him, guys. You know, you may laugh at my reasoning, but like, let's be honest, that is ironically what they would argue.
Faith and death battle.
I mean, they might be a little bit better about it, maybe. They could just go the route and be like, look, this might work on Virgil, but it's too fast.
They agreed that Virgil was faster last time by a significant degree.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you remember when we basically looked at the map, they basically agreed that Virgil was so fast that Sephiroth should never have even touched him?
Yeah, what their argument was that
Really
Sephiroth's
seen
fought
him.
people of similar speed before, and he's fought multiple targets at once, so it should make up the difference.
Because fighting multiple people that are comparable to you makes
Who the
you
fuck did he
many
fight who had
times faster.
comparison speed? Who? Angeal?
And Jill and Genesis in the training room.
I'm gonna be honest here.
That was the
Technically,
argument.
Sephiroth would have lost.
That-
Sephiroth would have lost to both of them in that fight. As strange it is.
No one who watched that ever thought Sephiroth was gonna win that fight with Genesis. Genesis is literally like, "Yeah, I'm gonna fucking kill you," and then Jill shows up and is like, "No, you'll destroy us all." Like you literally see Sephiroth fighting him and trading blows with him, and then he traps him in that giant fire hellzone grenade thing. And Sephiroth hasn't broken out or anything. So, like, he's already got him on disadvantage, and he's ready to detonate it.
Sephiroth
And then Jill
fanboys
gets in
being
his
like,
way.
Sephiroth chose not to get out of it.
It's also funny because if I remember correctly, didn't they also
Yes.
use shit from fucking Kingdom Hearts?
Yes. I was like, you know what? They would have just been better off saying, listen, we want to use a composite Sephiroth, so we don't know how to, so we'll just say it's KH Sephiroth. And like at that point, just use KH Sephiroth. KH Sephiroth is a way better fighter than Final Fantasy Sephiroth. Like the thing is that like canon Sephiroth does not do a good job of using his magical abilities consistently. He often just like fails to use them and falls back on Murasama. KH Sephiroth doesn't have that weakness. That fucker spams magic like there's no tomorrow. Dude sees you swinging and striking on him, teleports away, and
Sephiroth
immediately goes into
teleports
Heartless
behind you.
Angel.
Nothing personal.
He has no chill. No, seriously, he's like the first strike he leads with is the Murasama stuff. After a couple strikes and stuff with Murasama doesn't work, goes for Orbs of Darkness, goes for Sea of Flames, goes for Meteor Shower, goes for Heartless Angel. Like as the fight gets stronger, he immediately goes for his strongest options.
They gave Virgil Dark Angel.
Yes. Wait a minute.
Isn't that the only thing from Marvel vs. Capcom that is like the only moveset that Virgil doesn't have in like canon? Everything else in that moveset is just from the game.
Yeah, but like the thing about that is that like Dark Angel is literally just Virgil going into Devil Trigger and stabbing you a bunch of times and then shooting summoned swords at you. As he sees the sword.
It's literally just what people do while in Devil Trigger.
Exactly.
It's
not
literally
exactly.
a
Like,
normal
yeah,
combo.
basically it is, but the way he does it
Yeah,
is fucking. So what Virgil does, Virgil slices you repeatedly, but every slice he leaves on you turns into a summoned sword and he blows them up on you.
Yeah, no, he could literally just replicate a technique like that by just stabbing you.
Dissidia's been canon for a long time. The only real debate between
you.
power scalers has been: do you consider them only in that key while in the world of Dissidia, or do you backscale it backwards?
Or more accurately, if you argue that the characters scale to Dissidia when they don't remember what happens or that they're capable of it, the specific spirit energy system in Final Fantasy technically dictates that like people are only as strong as their will determines them to be, which kind of fucks with the Dissidia scaling, because if you don't remember that you can do something, you can't really argue that your will will allow you to scale to it.
No.
That's kind of the reason why like Cloud can go from being like near a specific level of power and getting his ass beaten by like Sephiroth and Advent Children, and then he's like, yeah, I remember why I was not supposed to be such a bitch, according to Zack, and then he does Omni Slash and then just snipes Sephiroth out of existence.
None of the characters are naturally amped to Dissidia. They have specific amps that they get during the events of Dissidia, but they still all scale to each other.
So Mangler, go to the bridge and split on the bridge.
Because like even in Opera Omnia, where it's not technically the original characters anymore, they're exact copies of the original character. They get stronger by remembering their past. They don't get like amped the way you're thinking.
There we go. Oh, I think I understand here. So
it doesn't matter what you understand.
No, wait, I'm gonna have to. Oh boy, this is.
No, because you've been stuck here for 6 ages.
Puzzle, though. Right. Counterpoint.
Counterpoint. How's it feel knowing
What's
you're
the
stuck in a
this
puzzle
puzzle?
the same way Devil gets stuck in a boss battle?
Damn.
Yeah, there's that
You know
Devil
what?
actually has
You know
a
what the difference
chance.
is? I actually chose a higher difficulty.
Not to the
And I'm
puzzles!
Damn.
Devil, get in here. Can you believe this slander? Devil,
This would be
open
McCall.
your
He's
mouth,
been
you
here for, like, the
whore. Can you
longest time.
believe this slander?
Damn, you must say that to all the
Silent
girls.
slut.
How do you think he gets all the ladies?
Say it. Say it, you
Wait.
fat bastard.
I'm
All
pretty
right,
sure
source.
I weigh significantly less than you.
All right.
Probably the scale
All
that I
right.
stood on the other
Give
day.
me the
I
weight.
gotta check. I gotta like. Pretty sure I'm like
Source.
165. Oh my god.
No, I don't want
I'm
a
gonna have to go
picture.
take a picture
I want
of
a
my fucking
video. I
scale
want it
now.
live streamed. A picture can be edited.
Wow. Oh yeah, that's right. My bad. A picture can be edited. True words were never said from what a liar. Yeah,
Name one time I've lied this stream.
Can I see them English? Send them in DMs. What was I referring to? Richard Cloud is amped during the city.
So I was gone about 30 minutes.
speech.
What happened?
Fuck me.
I was actually going to say, Devil, do you have the scans for Virgil being trapped inside of illusions during POC?
I'll have to check. I get that on break.
I remember, not right now, but I remember you showing them to me.
For that.
What?
Just search Virgil in the DM, and it should pop up
yeah.
instantly.
Yeah, it'll take me a while, but I'll get around to it.
Also, do you believe the shit going on in King Tiger server?
You're gonna have to be a little more specific. My brain's kind of gone.
So apparently, Kratos being rusty now no longer affects his power scaling.
What?
What the fuck? How in the world?
Yeah.
Wait,
so
can
you
I
remember how in
argue this?
2018?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a direct statement that Kratos being rusty affects his power scaling by both Dev and Kratos himself. Well, technically.
Sure.
And they're stating that that's not the case. That's the author and a bunch of other shit. Because the game proves that wrong. But if that's the case, it would also prove wrong the statement.
Not wrong at all.
Gaining in power as it goes.
The game's
as the game
reinforced
goes
that.
on. Yep.
The game's literally established that like he has a worse physiology. He's objectively a worse physiology than he was as the God of War. Like he at least had a direct statement that like he didn't need to eat anything. He had items and weapons and things that allowed him to breathe underwater. Now he can die in an underwater puzzle.
Did they not watch the first fight between Kratos and Thor? That entire fight is literally there to demonstrate that he's not as strong as he was when he was the God of War.
It was literally there to demonstrate that he's not invincible at all.
Cool. Bruno also stated that Thor is equal to Kratos.
What?
I'm gonna have to probably disagree with that. Like maybe comparable to a degree. That's a little sus.
Yeah, I don't know. I laughed about that one.
I'm pretty sure it was probably like, yeah, he was an equal in my mind, and then I made the game, and fuck.
He also stated he thinks Zeus is stronger than Odin, which he's not wrong on, but please do not use that or his word as canon for that.
Wait, then I can disregard the Thor statement.
I'm sorry, Devil. I was a little confused there because what you said sounded a little oxymoronic. Did I hear correctly that we can say Zeus is stronger than Odin, but we can't use the statement of Kratos being weaker as like a source for that?
No. He said Zeus is stronger than Odin,
Who?
but don't take my word as canon.
Yep.
The Bruno.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Devil,
So he
devil,
clearly-
No.
devil, dude, give me that scan right away. Dude,
This is why I
Kyle,
say
can you
you
go
guys
to Twitter right
don't
now?
read.
That's a little concerning.
What? When was this?
Stuff you guys to read, and you're like, okay, I read it. I think you guys just glanced at
Hang on, did he?
When was this posted?
Wait, you posted it in the
That's
group
pretty
chat?
good.
today.
Let me see.
Today?
Right before work. Yeah. Well, I found out about it today, but it was posted probably
So
a while ago.
Do you know what it says? Do you know what it says? I'll Google it.
Bruno
Wait,
No, Odin is
no, I found
stronger
it, I found it,
than-
I found it. I found what the
No, no,
statement
no.
is exactly. So, in my opinion, hey Bruno, I love God of War Ragnarok, but I have a question. Who is stronger, Thor or Zeus? In my opinion, maybe Zeus, but don't take this as canon, please. But don't take this a canon, please.
In my
Wow. Well, because it's a Twitter
Grammatically, that
statement.
sounds funky. Yeah.
Here.
Well,
Kyle,
no. I meant like
Kyle,
the.
find this on Twitter since you're better at Twitter than I am.
But,
And if you can find that exact statement, we can legitimately just argue death of the author.
That's kind of fucked.
No. We can't even argue death of the author. We can just say that fucker said himself. Don't take it as canon.
Well, that's how credibility works. If a person establishes that they're not a credible basis, you don't take them at their word, or well, you take them at their word and don't use them as a source.
Is this the to be to not to be
credibility.
speech?
He's making a credibility claim. That's
Well,
what?
just for that one scan, yeah.
No,
But,
no.
I mean, you don't really need that
no,
statement
see,
to prove
Devil, the
Odin's
problem.
inferior to Zeus.
Devil, the problem with that is, I understand where you're coming from, because he specified this one as not canon to not take it completely seriously, that it's only this one. But the problem, Devil, is that if he's saying that anything he can say at any point is not canon, since it's not set in stone, there's really no reason he should ever be used, ever.
There's no reason for us to assume his other Twitter statements don't fall into the same discretion. Technically,
So does that mean Thor loses his God of War 3 scaling?
that means that you don't use fucking author statements to verify actual lore evidence. You use actual lore evidence to verify actual lore evidence.
Who is Bruno?
It's called good writing.
So,
Yeah,
did you throw shade my way, Devil? I'm sorry, I must. Did you throw?
Bruno's not a credible source. Well, so when you state
Completely
up until the moment that you state that your word like shouldn't be taken for a piece of information, generally if you've worked on a work, you're considered a credible source of information, and if you also haven't contradicted yourself. Bruno has done both of those things. Bruno has contradicted his positions or stated things that have contradictory positions with his own lore and with other authors consistently.
So is Corey.
Yeah, no, Corey does it too. I'm not saying that like other people haven't done so.
I know, but I'm just...
Dude, even Ariel Lawrence made some sketchy fucking statements. She was just like, yeah, we didn't really the dev team didn't really oversee the novels. And I'm like, that's funny because the main writer did. I mean, maybe you just didn't get involved, but like, I distinctively recall her being awarded for writing details on God of War 3 for the same thing that you were. And you felt the need to throw her under the bus because you weren't involved in the project. That's interesting. Interesting how that works.
Maybe they just referred to her as someone.
Like I get it. Like, maybe there's some issues. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I'm just saying like that's a little weird when you're all working together on a writing project 3 years prior, and you're all involved together, but you just weren't involved in this one. So I guess you weren't consulted.
Right.
Again, writers can sometimes have different reasons for why they choose to make mistakes or not make mistakes. Make statements, and sometimes those statements can be a good thing, a bad thing. Really depends on the context. I'm just saying Bruno is completely capable of saying something that is correct and consistent with the lore, and he's also capable of saying something that
Bruno
is
also talks about
completely
the
and
Ymir and
totally
Uranus
inconsistent
feat?
with the lore.
No, he just says basically that they're comparable to each other in the concept of like where they are in the cosmology.
Yeah, what he says specifically is that you should take the Ymir statement in the same regard that you should interpret it in the same regard you interpret the how can I say this? It means the same. He basically says it means the same thing for the Norse that the primordials mean for Greece. I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't really mean anything. That just means, yeah, it's the equivalent of their cosmology statement, which we always accepted that Ymir was the cosmology creation thing. We just accepted that Odin's rendition of it was not accurate. Wait, hold on a sec. How do I get the door open?
Bruno also debunks the Dawn creation scan, does he?
That was debunked with the God of War Free guidebook. That Kronos picture is at the back of the God of War Free guidebook. Hang on, actually, let me see if I can.
Complete guide.
See if I can. Yeah, and you never failed. You failed to send me that screenshot, devil. I had to buy it myself. Of the fucking Kronos picture.
Actually PDF the entire guidebook for all of you guys, but
I did, but I never got that one photo. That would have been really nice. I could send it to VSB so they stop making these dumb fuck mistakes where they're like, we need an author to verify this, or you could just source the material instead of running around with your head up your ass. Like, they wonder why I'm so aggressive. It's like, dude, because you don't know how to source a piece of information. Just go buy the source material, or go get a proper PDF of it, or someone that has it. Ask them nicely, or try to work out some arrangement to get a hold of that physical media. Take screenshots of it and figure out what is there and what is not artwork-wise, and then confirm and contrast.
The PDF of the World War III guide. They already have 2018 and a few others.
Oh, then never mind. They're just incompetent. Like,
damn.
I'm sorry. What else am I supposed to say? Like, you made a mistake? I mean, they considered it fake. Well, actually, I wouldn't say VSB considered it fake. Several VSB scalers were looking at that in a very, let's just say, I hope this is real kind of tone. I believe Cable argued against it, but he argued against it for the dumb fuck reason. He argued that, like,
you found it?
After the offer.
He argued that the Temple of Helios had more valid templates to its like website for him, which is a really bad argument to make. Just argue like we've literally seen this artwork before. Mangler asserting his dominance over the God of War scalers. Ezio, I am a God of War scaler. I'm just the one doing the job. I'm the only one doing the work.
Technically, I mean, we all are doing work.
Well, when I say me, God. I'm saying in reference to other people not on the project.
Zim, read the second one that I found. Read that aloud for us. What Bruno.
Hey,
alright, Kyle, first I'll get to the bridge part, then I will read it out for you.
No! You read!
Fine, Kyle,
you read what I
so
said!
You can be happy. Oh. Okay.
I deserve something.
So, do you want me to read Bruno's response, or do you want me to read the Spanish part too?
Read the full fucking
content. Hola, Bruno. Quería hacerte una pregunta. En Oh, do you want me to translate it for you? Oh, okay.
English, motherfucker, English!
Hello, Bruno. I wanted to ask you a question. In God of War, the word universe refers to the pantheons have universes, or are they places? Actually, países I think means land masses. Let me make sure on that one. I can try because that one can it means countries. Okay. So basically, what this says is this: in God of War, does the word universe mean that they're countries, or are they universes? Oh no! He's asking if the pantheons are universes or countries. And when I said Bruno's response is as follows.
Can you give Bruno's
when I
response?
said God of War universe, I meant a single universe where all the pantheons coexist, separated by geographical regions.
Yes. So they're fucking countries.
Like I've been saying.
Yes. When we said he was referring to the world, that's what he always meant. They literally
Devil.
said it's the
Fuck
world
this
as
one.
the Greeks interpret.
Kyle, send me the link to
Do
the
you
original
want this
please.
one with a link?
Good lord, the amount of people that think that they're fucking universes is like, you do realize universe refers to everything within a given existence that constitutes like
Shut
your,
it. Shut it.
like,
Shut your
your
whore
world,
mouth.
right?
Shut your
Like,
whore
it
mouth. So
doesn't
after I'm done with the other side video, shut your whore mouth.
Well, no, I'm not saying.
Listen, you
always, I'm saying
cocksucker. What
you
part of
can.
shut your whore mouth
Depends
do
on
you
the
not
context.
understand?
Usually, I'm pretty sure your other side situation
Wow,
has
just
a lot
throw
more
God of War
evidence
into the
than God
bus.
of War
Why
does.
not?
I mean, if you have a series where it's like, hey, we're literally shooting them through different realms of time and space that are never shown to be geographically separated, then yeah, you're probably going to get a universal statement. But if I can just walk
All right, let me see
from
this
universe
quote
to
in its
universe,
entirety. Zip.
it's not a real universe. Well, nothing about work technically like country. What? Or would there be a Spanish
was.
part? I believe the question was just asked in Spanish.
Oh my god, somebody else is just like different planets? You fucking people.
What is wrong with these people? Bruno has also confirmed that they all take place on the same planet. So he says they all take place on the same planet. All the cosmology exists in the same universe, together, separated only by geography. So yeah. I mean, this was already confirmed by
it's already
Matt
confirmed
Sophos,
by God of War Ragnarok, is what you mean, right?
but whatever.
It was also confirmed by Ascension.
And by God of War, fucking, what was it called?
Yeah.
Fallen Gods.
Okay.
Well,
So,
more specifically, it was confirmed by
Alright.
God of War 4.
Yeah, no,
we didn't really have
that's
Pantheon before, but yeah.
That's it. That's literally well, I mean, granted, it was already done earlier, but that's just more blatant. Listen, we got some more nails put into the coffin.
Yeah. Yeah. So I want everyone to who said that me interpreting the pantheons being based on the beliefs of the people in the region at the time.
Well, isn't this the
words.
part where you say get on your fucking knees and apologize?
Because it always
you
was.
fucking peasants?
No, I just say like you're wrong. You were just wrong. I was right. Suck a dick,
Bruh, I just want people to know, for the last 4 years, I got blue balled so hard because people didn't believe me. My balls are bigger and bluer than Papa Smurf. Suck them and make them better. And cope.
God. So that explains why there is still an Earth for people to stand on, an ocean, a sun, a death, conflict of anyone that still exists despite the Greek pantheon being dead. Well, the Greek pantheon, like we're just told the homeland is gone. We don't know what that means. We're just kind of assuming like most of the people there are dead. Well, to be fair, that's kind of the case. But yeah, like the landmass should be uninhabitable. You shouldn't be able to go there. You shouldn't be able to do anything with it.
Well, to be fair, if you made your life as a fisherman, you're fucking living like a king.
Well, I don't know about that. Those storms are raging something fierce.
The storm passed.
Though, to be fair, technically the plagues weren't anything too deadly either, because apparently in God of War 3, if you actually look around at a lot of the models for characters, it is confirmed, or at least, shown, that there are humans in the game that survive the plagues produced by Hermes. So the plagues weren't even consistently deadly. They were more like selectively deadly. But yeah, like,
That's it. And because of Bruno's statement, we can go one of two ways. We can either take what he says, or we can go word of God from what he said. Pick your poison. They both equal country.
you said just take what he says or take what he says. Like, I don't know why you're wasting my time with two answers that say the same thing.
Well, either take what he says or don't take what he says. We can play Death of the Author, or we can use his statements. Both equal out the country.
Yeah. Fortunately, where is the lantern? I know I put it down somewhere. Oh, there it is. Why is it over here? What the hell? Okay, I need that.
So that's why the X ones are still an urge for people to stand on an ocean, a sun, death, conflict, or any type still exists. Practically upon being dead, God of War rankers will not be able to find any evidence that debunks that. Well, so here's what I'm just going to say, is that at this point with statements like these, you're better off, well, so this is where it gets really fucked. You're better off just arguing the author's words are complete garbage and move on. But even if you argue for that, Ragnarok literally beat the shit out of the scaling chain.
You now have to argue for, let's repeat it, say it with me,
Shut your mouth.
pre-retcon Kratos. You argue for the Greek pantheon Kratos with his canon and everything included up to 2013 and nothing prior.
Shut
with the
it.
release of
Shut it. I will. Shut it.
Sparta, Chains of Olympus, God of
Shut
War
it, you
3,
slut. I will hear none of
two
it.
novels, and the comic. And that's all you got.
If you actually go by pre-retcon,
Shut it, you
guess
whores.
what? You at least get multi-galaxy Kratos.
Well,
Oh,
technically, the underworld is still infinite, so you can get that.
What falls
but no one
under
fucking scales
pre-retcon
to it.
Kratos?
That's not exactly accurate.
Actually, wait.
Well-
You said Ascension?
Well, technically, the primordials are able to make like a cosmos,
Yes.
which would include the underworld.
Yes, but that also took multiple of them, and that took them eons to do. That would still be at best.
Listen, if you wanna take the position that
Silence, you
if
down
you're,
players.
if you're moving over
Silence.
eons and eons,
You whores.
but you make an infinite space, that'd still be infinite.
Cheaper
Yes,
than the
that's
fucking
highest
cheapest
form of
brothel
multi-galaxy.
around.
No, if you make an infinite space over the course, like even if you did have to battle,
They won't silence
and
their
make
whore
it,
tongues.
like do that battle, like yeah, you'd be like the
Oh, wait.
weakest fucking.
Wait. We know it birthed everything in the cosmos. Do we
They
know
would
if they
have to have
birthed
birthed
Hades? Was
because
Hades always
is
there?
underneath the Earth's crust, so regardless, they would have to have birthed it.
Yeah, it literally comes.
Okay, so
like,
hang
Hades
on.
is just
So
the
what
Earth
falls in the
and what
pre-retcon
exists below it,
Kratos?
so they would have had to get created.
Oh, we'll go to Mangler.
Pre-retcon Kratos is just it is literally just Kratos with all of his canon, or I guess anyone in the Greek pantheon with all their canon up to 2013's level of source material. So you basically get God of War 1, 2, 3, Chains of Olympus, Ghost of Sparta, Ascension,
Is that Fallen
and
Gods?
then that 2010 comic.
Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about.
No, it's not Fallen
Yeah, I know
Gods.
the other
There's
one.
another comic.
Okay, so basically you're saying
It's
they would get like potentially uni plus scaling,
Yeah.
and that's it. Fight me!
Everything before
Fight
20.
me, you
No,
sick
not
fuck!
uni plus. Like if you argue it's uni
You're the
plus,
kind
you
of
now have to argue uni
person
plus for,
who
like,
would
every
let
single
the
creator of
Japanese
fiction,
destroy
but, like,
themselves.
Tell you what,
Okay.
why don't you drop another bomb and teach them to use one alphabet?
I could say possibly.
No.
It's
If we're not
3A,
including
but
the Norse
then-
pantheon,
or
it
Uni
has to be
plus?
3A
No,
because
plus
there's a statement saying that
definitely
the there's a statement saying that the Titans are stronger than the Primordials. You
No. It's definitely 3A.
You slut.
I'm saying like it being Uni
You
plus
unconventional
is
slut.
questionable. And well, the high 3A thing, I'm inclined to believe people scale the underworld. The problem is not the primordial issue; it's how Chains of Olympus presents it. Because Chains of Olympus more or less flat out confirms if you drop the living world, which again, if we interpret the novel statements, apparently the mortal realm has an infinite sky. If you drop the infinite sky on the
Labs and
underworld,
Zeus
you kill all the
gonna
gods of
survive,
Olympus.
even though the novel never says he would. No, your mom was asleep.
That motherfucker was asleep.
No. Uh-oh. I didn't get in here. Darn it. Uh-oh.
Well, so the problem is that the Greek pantheon.
What,
Stop
why am I
trying to
stuck?
no clip, you sick fuck.
I'm not trying to no clip. I'm trying to put my character like.
No clip.
Fucking Mangler.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't know how to do any
Do
of
you
these
not
fucking
know how to do
puzzles.
this puzzle?
No. I do. Hang on.
It's a good thing he's so good at researching, because Lord knows he doesn't know what he's doing over
Actually,
here.
It's okay. No fighting today.
So yeah, I mean, granted, I think Kratos still loses to most uni characters in general, if we're being honest.
Oh, malicious.
So not quite. So he loses to Uni plus characters, but if you put him in 3A, his matchup
Alright,
chart
sure.
goes up like a
Name me a uni
fucking
character Kratos beats.
rocket.
Sure, just go.
Yeah, he does. He does a lot better in tier 3.
You see that dumbass Wraith just fucking fall?
Oh yeah, it's kind of funny. Oh wait, is that thing still alive? Oh, okay, they're attacking me. Wraith was like, "I'm not having any of this.
And then you
I'm
assaulted
out."
him. You wouldn't let him leave. You sick monster. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Is the door open? Why is it not open? Alright, now I have to figure out how to open that. Ooh.
It's just really nice to see that correct on stream.
What, that the author agrees with you? Or more specifically, that the author never disagreed?
The author agrees with me, the game agrees with me.
Man, Kyle, I can't wait for VSP to say geography means barriers again.
2018 onwards,
Bro,
is retcon?
I'm so sad
Anything
that they went
including...
to bed.
Well, go ahead.
I am so sad that the Fetty went to bed. He should have stayed and got his licks. Especially when you interrupted me when I was about to give him an ass blasting about how he was wrong about the Unk.
I know.
And how it was Mimir who wrote it,
Okay,
and not
so,
Kratos.
well, actually, you uncultured swine.
what's
I
an
expected
Ankh?
better from you. But the Ankh is that Egyptian symbol everyone uses every time you see an Egyptian symbol. You know Dr. Fate symbol? That's an Ankh. So, a Fetty claim... Zim, go look at the God of War... Oh, actually, I was like, fuck. Man, my eyes are bad. Good lord, I need sleep. Once see Freya? No.
Tony Redgrave, you are new here.
Wait, I heard the door open. Is that a problem for me? No, I seem to have been spared some misery. Listen, guys, I'm just asking. Just show me the unique character Kratos can beat. It's a very simple request.
Oh yeah, there's apparently a guy in Whoa, crap!
There's a guy. There's a guy.
Yeah, there's apparently a guy in KT server that Devil's having an argument with while he's at work, and he said I
Devil,
feel the
you
kind of
son of a
stream.
bitch, work. Hey,
I mean,
can
if
you open
someone
my
wants to
door?
come up to this
I
stream
did
and
my
claim that Norse Pantheon Kratos is better than Greek Pantheon Kratos, you better be willing to bring some fucking scans. Like, I think aside from maybe like some elements of character development, literally every aspect of Kratos is better in the Greek Pantheon than he is in the Norse. From like a lore standpoint, power scaling standpoint, gameplay standpoint, design is
I'm
debatable.
fuck it. I'm gonna say it right now. Kratos has way more of a character in the Greek saga than he ever did in either of the two Norse games.
I'd say that's true for 2018. Ragnarok, I'm a little bit more inclined to say that's not the case. But then again, Kratos has 6
Dude,
games.
Dude, Ascension is literally an hour and a half movie, and it has way more character development for Kratos than the entirety of the Norse saga. And if you don't want to take that, fine. I also get to double up on God of War 1.
Hmm. Hang on. How the hell do I get this thing open? I mean, God of War 1 is peak God of War, anyway. But you only do that or feel that way if you play it in chronological order the way that's supposed to, and you read the novel. Then it becomes peak God of War. But that is its appropriate context, so technically. Valkyrie's Rage Freya equals 1 seat. What the hell? How do you double up on God of War 1? So you can double up on God of War 1 and God of War 2 because both of them have novels that just go over all the events of the game in far more blatancy and detail. It actually really makes the story far more enjoyable. God of War 1's especially becomes really good when you read the novels. That was one of my favorite stories to read when I read it. Like every time I went back through it, I was enjoying it more and more. It honestly feels like a modern retelling of like the Odyssey to an extent, or like something like the Odyssey, where like the characters just going through Greek mythos ideas. It's really cool and really interesting, and I don't get that kind of flavor in Norse. Okay, this is really starting to piss me off. Wait, hang on. Well, that didn't work. If you start from Norse, you'd be confused as to why there's Greek stuff in the Norse game. Well, if you start at Norse, then you'd be in the same position most people who argue Norse Kratos is stronger than Greek Kratos are. You start at a position of ignorance because you're basically arguing that the version of Kratos that you've come to know and love is somehow superior to a piece of canon that you didn't engage with until after the fact as a point of reference. Like you're only aware of Greeks because of Norse when it should be the other way around. You ought to have read them in the correct order. The only reason a lot of people don't is because, spoiler warning, the PS4 doesn't have proper emulation. So a lot of the people who played it in 2018 when PS4 had been around for like, I want to say, roughly fucking, what's it called? It had the PS4 for about like a couple of years. At that point, most of the population of the console was pretty cemented, especially the release of the Xbox One. So most people were buying the PS4 and were buying it for its exclusives. At best, they had like a remaster of God of War 3, and that was it. because there is no God of War 1 collection that includes God of War 1 and 2. There is no Origins collection that includes Ghost of Sparta and Chains of Olympus, and there is no Ascension. There's only God of War 3 remastered, and there's God of War 4. Balrog, help me. Help me do this. Hello?
I believe in you.
No. I don't need belief. I need results. What is this? The power of hope? I need something that works. That primitive monster
Oh,
killer
and
should have stayed
God
with
forbid
Pantheon.
if you try and fucking emulate God of War 1 and 2 on a PS2 emulator, man, that shit runs fucking like dog shit.
I'm gonna get a snack, but I will still be on the call. I can confirm this by Mangler. Your PC needs to be 10 times the power of the emulated console to work stable. This is true. Like once you get to about the PS2 era of emulation, the emulation gets rough. Like most early Nintendo products, and technically the PlayStation 1 are a lot easier to emulate. Once you get the PS2, oh boy, those emulators are fucking rough.
DS games are easy.
Not exactly. Like PS2 is really like the emulator's great, but like you have to have a powerful PC once you get the PS2. Like you gotta have a PC that's on par with the level of power of like a Series X or higher. You have to basically have like a ninth generation equivalent of a ninth generation console equivalent of a rig, a PC rig, which is not a cheap like that's not a cheap PC to build. That's like you're looking at like an $1,000-$1,200 custom built PC probably. Not the most expensive thing that you could get. You could probably get one for 2,000 or something like that. But like, you could definitely go a few years ahead of that. But you'd still be getting a pretty advanced PC. There's nothing wrong with creating a new arc for a character. Or Dusk, I don't have an issue with creating a new arc for the character. My issue with God of War 4 Kratos is that we don't see any of the development that leads to him being like that. It's literally confirmed in the guidebook that he's in the Norse pantheon for 115 years. That 115-year time skip is what leads to him being as silent as he is in God of War 4. All the development that led to him being like that different person, we never see any of that. It literally all happens off screen. That would be one of my flaws. My gaming PC can play both PS2 games at 4K. God of War was the only one I can play at only 2K minus the 2016 gaming PC. That technically has more to do with God of War 1 and 2's PS ports are not exactly, what would you call them? Functional? Well, not their PS2 ports. Their PS2 ROMs are not exactly. Their BIOS is not exactly solid. Isn't that right, Kyle?
Oh yeah, they fucking yeah. It was a real treat.
I'm sorry, what happened?
Trying to get the scans for those games on them emulation.
I'm sorry.
Hey, you were a trooper, and we appreciate you.
I wasted 3 weeks of COVID on 2 games
Or
because the
you could just
game
send me the
ran
website and I
and
could,
the visibly
acquired them
slow
through
rate.
legal channels and played them in like 2 seconds flat because your fucking laptop is a fucking dinosaur. I think I saw your laptop when I was watching Jurassic Park the other day. Also, I'm back. Yeah, what are you guys talking about? What?
Oh, this guy is making. Really
Hello,
dumb
guys.
arguments.
It's all the Giants' fault.
Just not jumping is a concession to gameplay. I mean, if it,
Good to see you again, Rockin' House.
It's
Hey, they're just spreading truth, Mangler.
What? Okay, listen. Why does someone always come into the chat when we're talking about God of War? Is like, hey, by the way, it's all the Giants' fault. That is not how we started. You're literally saying here's the God of War equivalent of the JQ. Let's talk about it.
If you get on
Good
the issue
lord.
with it, you can take it out with me.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the fact that like Odin was just paranoid or anything. No. Why would we even assume that?
It's pretty smooth. If you, well, I mean, I'm
Have you
using
played
BlueStacks right now.
How smooth is it?
It's pretty smooth. Not every game runs on it very well, but you do have to have a pretty good system.
Nice.
Yeah. But
just sounds
certain
like a
mobile
normal
games will
emulator,
like
to be
try
honest.
and commit suicide
Okay.
on you while you're playing, so you just gotta hold them down and tell them just bite the pillow.
Oh yes.
Mangler, it's like 3 a.m. where you're at. What do
I
you
need
mean
to
you have
get
to get
some
some food?
Oh.
Yeah, sorry I was gone for so long,
Or
guys. I doubt you
some
noticed, because it sounded like
drink.
Mangler was talking the entire fucking time. Listen, guys, I'm just gonna say it.
Please don't make me go through the entirety of Bruno's Twitter. That motherfucker posts every day.
No.
So
will
when
not
we
make you
actually
go
hunt
through
down
that.
all these scans,
So unless we can search for a direct tweet, I won't let Mangler do that to you. Don't worry, Kyle. I will protect you if Mangler gets a little.
dude, those two scans that I found, I'm sorry, the Versus Wiki is sucking the fattest copium. They can't honestly think that
Well, so
the verse is separated
I'm just gonna say this.
the way they think it does.
Who's the
That's
guy they used?
outrageous.
Who's the guy? Was Bruno the guy who said the geography statement? Then yeah, no. Okay, yeah, no. When Afe sees this later tomorrow, because he usually watches the end of the streams that he doesn't show up for, he'll probably ask us to link it, and then we'll just have to link it to him. Because, yeah, that completely kills their geography. That literally kills their entire cosmology page. Because on their cosmology page, they claim that geography means barriers.
I don't know how the fuck they got that, but hey. I'm sure it's some good shit.
Alright, I'm halfway through Hamlet. I can finish this probably tomorrow.
Bro, can I just say as well that like I am very interested to see how this is going to turn out, especially when they're just like, oh yeah, God of War's not carried by Twitter. Yeah, well, he was carried by Twitter, but then Twitter fucking planted him with a pile driver into the fucking dirt.
Per se. I know Kyle's out. No.
Yeah, we know who first spreaded it.
Shut up. Shut your whore mouth.
I'm not naming names, but we fucking know who started the rumor.
Hang on. So, he's right, but that's not the point. So, no, I am not, because I'm not your little fucking sex toy that fucking has to respond to your fucking command when you fucking ask for it. I know. Go fuck yourself.
I'm just asking you to say what you said again.
When people started wanking them? No, let's be as objectively fair as possible. Before 2018, Uni God of War wasn't exactly too far-fetched. Let's be clear on that one. Let's be clear on that.
Uni God of War was
It's not
solid.
their fault that Bruno pulled them aside.
Look, here's the thing. It's just a fault of the fact that the story was never intended to have multiple pantheons. They made 6 games, guys. 6 games, 2 novels.
Wait. Actually, hang on.
Half a dozen
Devil,
guidebooks and
can
a
you
full
stream
comic
tomorrow or
line.
no?
In what?
Message me the response later. You don't have to VC it. Just message me later to let me know. Because I know you said you were working all week this week. So let me know in advance. Go on. You whore.
I'm just saying, they committed a pretty massive amount of source material, almost as much as the EMCs at the time. That was, you have to consider, for you to write something that introduces the existence of other pantheons the way that it does, you have to have a specific interpretation in your mind. And Bruno worked on several of the other games before God of War 4 came around. So this isn't like a completely different person here. This is the same guy that's been with the series since 2010, at least. It might even be from earlier, because Eric Williams apparently claims that he worked on various models for God of War 1 in the first game. He was involved in some of the writing for 3 and whatnot. Like, he'd been on different projects across the years, and he was pulled back for Ascension as well. And I think he helped co-write Ghost of Sparta. So yeah, like, these people have been here since the beginning. So you start having a really big issue proving your claims online. They introduce and expand the cosmology, and they establish that it works this way. It's like, yeah, well, they've been there since the beginning, so clearly it's a retcon.
So
it's not like they don't know that.
So does age make the gods
I mean, they
stronger?
might not see that way.
I was told at one point there was a
technically it
statement
is.
for it, but it sounds like Ragnarok kind of debunked that.
No, so the statement is made from Zeus at the beginning of God of War 3. He claims that as our mountain grew out of the pits of the underworld, so too did the might of Olympus. So the claim being that as the mountain grew higher, as time passed, essentially the might of Olympus grew more powerful. My problem with that statement is that you can interpret that at least several different ways. For starters, you can just argue he's referring to the military might of Olympus as a faction, which wouldn't just include like Zeus, that would include several of the gods in general. And that would also include their military, because keep in mind, Olympus has a military. It's currently located in Olympia, which is the city that is located at the bottom of Mount Olympus, which goes with it. So, or I like not at the bottom of Mount Olympus. It's at the base of where the mountain starts, but the actual it's at the footholds of like where the bridges and whatnot are. The actual mountain goes down even further. So,
the way I would say that is when he says that our might grew. You can literally just look at that from like a pinnacle perspective of like how the people saw them.
it's also I can argue that's related to like the reign of their realm in general, because he's not referring to the power of the gods. He's just referring to the might of Olympus. Olympus is a faction. It's not just like a group of beings. You have to understand, like, it isn't just gods that live on Olympus. There are various like mythological creatures that are employed by Olympus. Zeus has his own versions of sirens. They have their own versions of satyrs. I think they even have their own versions of like gorgons.
They have armored cyclopses.
They have armored cyclopses. They have undead soldiers on Olympus.
They have minotaurs.
They have minotaurs. They have everything. Like, they got a full fucking cosmology up there. That cosmology. Let me be clear here. That cosmology is not waiting around on pins and needles. Those guys are jacked. They are in good shape. They are war-bound like warriors and everything. So, like, you kind of have to interpret that statement and just make it exclusive to the gods, which is, like, really doesn't make sense, because when God of War 3 happens, Olympia is under siege. You literally see that the bridges are being crossed into the bottom of Olympia, and soldiers are battling. Like, the Cyclopses are running over to fight many of the Minotaurs and the soldiers from Olympia. It was very clearly not the case. Like, the might of Olympus constitutes more than just the whole of its Soldiers. I mean, there's literally soldiers that travel with Hercules at the beginning of the game that jump up on his assault down onto the Titans. There are soldiers that jump onto Gaia's arms to attack you. When Helios is being assaulted off of his chariot, he gets protected by a phalanx of shield formation soldiers and spearmen. Like, the might of Olympus is not just its gods, as much as people want it to be.
You're gonna continue the fucking game? What are you eating?
I have to eat.
You see Kyle over there eating? No! Because he's getting enough sustenance to last a whole month! Kyle's gonna be riding the high he got today for the next fucking year!
When I'm on my diet, it's how I get my sustenance.
Just call.
Being right is how I live. If I'm not right, I wither
He's
away.
not wrong, you know.
Depends on the series. Some series make gods weaker with time. Yeah, it really depends. Some series just don't change their. Some series make gods like stagnant.
Your co-hosts are entitled to a
or not stagnant. They make
Mangler is literally having 2 sandwiches, and they probably got other shit on there. Mangler, what are your sandwiches consisting of right now? Peanut butter and Nutella
peanut butter
at 3 a.m. in the morning.
One is Nutella.
You fucking whore!
It sounds nice, actually.
Oh, now it's 3 a.m.
Oh, actually, it's 2:59.
Yeah, I know, I'm fucking correct. Your mom was 1 minute off.
You were 1 minute off.
No, it's your mom problem.
That sounds like a you problem.
It's not healthy to eat so damn late, but Mangler doesn't care because he's like, I'm just gonna gobble it down.
I have a fast metabolism, and no, it isn't healthy to eat very late. You're absolutely correct, but like,
Oh, fucking
here's
Mr.
the thing,
Golden. Mr.
Yeah,
Golden
because
up
you're
the
too busy
golden
drowning
gut.
yourself in alcohol
Wherever I want,
poisoning.
it goes away. I mean,
Or if you mean Mangler over here being golden gut shit, yeah, fuck Mangler. How about you help yourself? Oh my goodness, how are you still stuck here?
Get through this, so we don't have to sit there.
What the hell is Kinder Bueno?
How the fuck do you do this puzzle? Why is there a shadow bomb if there isn't a crystal to blow up?
You need a
Mangler's literally gonna go to sleep in like 30 minutes.
No, okay, Mangler. Spin the bridge.
Kyle. Perhaps I treated you too harshly when it came to Resident Evil.
The bridge.
I'm just saying, perhaps
Yes,
I
I know
treated you
these
too
puzzles.
harshly.
Okay. Now toss the bomb. Now toss the bomb at the lever. Blow up the lever. But you're supposed to have both of them over here, so one of them sits on there while you do it.
How the hell am I supposed to get? Oh wait.
You can just feel Kyle dying on the inside, and I approve
It's
100%.
just put-
Oh, can you hear that? Can you hear just the dead in
Why
his
don't you
voice?
grapple
Oh, it's
over to it?
wonderful. This is how I felt when I was fucking holding his hand through all the Resident Evil games.
Hang on a sec.
What are you doing?
You said I had to blow up the switch, but the lever requires pressure from the weight of Death's body.
Bridge.
You keep cutting out.
Throw the bomb against the bridge.
Throw the bomb against the bridge.
No, Woosa. Bro.
You keep cutting out.
No, don't.
Fucking,
No, don't
give me a
apologize,
second.
Mangler. He won't accept your
I'm
apology.
sorry.
He's too upset.
It's
He's too far
Discord.
gone. He wants to murder everyone and everything in sight. You've done this, Mangler. This is your doing.
And now it will be your undoing.
Okay. The bomb.
Yes.
Throw the bomb against the lever that spins the bridge.
Wow. That did so much.
But you're supposed to have one of them sit on top. Now,
Oh, God.
what are you doing wrong?
He's just.
Because that works for me when I play the game. Is your game glitched?
Damn.
Well, how much of Darksiders 2 have you actually played? Because
The entire fucking thing. I've literally beaten it on every difficulty.
well, I'm just saying, like, my copy tends to glitch a lot. Well, actually, no, it doesn't glitch that much, but
Do you want to save it? And you can pick it up again next time.
yeah, I'm fine with saving it, picking it up again next time. It's turned into more of a research stream anyway.
Did you quote
Or not
quits?
research stream, discussion stream anyway. Yeah, I'm
You're trash.
fine with quitting. I'll just look up more information on how to finish that. 'Cause
Don't
I'm
get mad,
fucking sick and
Dungeon.
tired
You're
of
the
that
one fucking it up.
dungeon bullshit. I'm just saying this is not a
I
problem.
hope for
when you
your
get to
sake
Lost
you're
Light
right.
on Earth.
There are no dungeons. They're just straightforward.
No, it's fine as long as you can vow to sleep later and make up for eating late. Really fast metabolism. What else do? Hey, Tony, is that guy not going to show up? Because, I'm still right here for the moment. I'd love an excuse to stay up till 4
Sleepy
a.m.
as fuck. Stop trying to pick a fight with somebody when you're sleepy as fuck.
I'm not picking a fight. I just love him to provide me some scans.
So you're picking a fight.
I'm not picking a fight. If I were picking a fight,
So
I'd
instead
be
you're gonna
coming
make
to
him come
him.
to you.
Like, when I pick a fight, I
Yes,
come find
He's
you.
going to say he doesn't. He'll probably say something along the lines of, "I don't have the scans or I don't need them." You're going to
Then
say that I don't accept your premise. Then the fight will begin.
No, I'll just tell him, then get lost. There is no fight. You're leaving, or I'm making you leave. A fight would be if I wanted you to stay, and then I compelled you. But if I want you to leave, I clearly don't want to fuck with you. Think he's not coming anymore? Might have fallen asleep. Everybody's
Well, I'm
falling
still
asleep.
fine, but yeah. I think he's not coming here.
Follow the real Mangler. It's like follow the real Zimmerhorn.
Yes.
I fucking hate you.
That's fucking hilarious.
Someone took my name.
Why? I didn't make the
How?
fucking profile.
I'm pissed. Oh yeah, also apparently the JoJo's game got 2 more DLC characters. Where's the real Balrog Blaze? That's a good question, Kyle. When are you gonna be the real Balrog Blaze?
He does not exist. He's an enigma. Kyle, tell us more about this Balrog Blaze. Seem to be acquainted with him. What is he saying? Fake power on blazes. Is that what happens? Refuse to acknowledge the name, you're fake.
He's refused to acknowledge it. The real Kyle would never refuse to acknowledge anything.
Oh, I forgot to answer a statement that Red Dust said it was like an hour or two ago. Ken Omega at a science gathering with one scientist on stage providing all the facts, research, and evidence disposal while he's nothing at disposal. Oh, those evidence could be fake.
What's fake evidence?
No, it's just I was reading a comment that Red Dust said that I forgot to read, or that my co-host forgot to read. I'm not upset though, of course not. And it was just saying that, like, imagine Ken Omega being at a science gathering with like a scientist, like providing a significant amount of empirical evidence statements.
Oh, so and nothing. So Ken being a science thing wasn't a joke.
And then yeah, you can stop right there. You don't need another punchline. And then he just says like, "Oh, all that evidence could be faked." You say that as a joke.
That's literally how he argued.
But that's literally what he would argue. He would unironically say that because the thing is that he operates under the assumption that rhetorics are evidence, or like rhetoric constitutes a good argument. Therefore, it's the only thing you need. It's like, no, that's not how we prove things in reality. We prove things through deductive reasoning, not rhetoric in inductive reasoning.
Yeah, when he was literally like talking with Devil in that video, even his friend was just like, "Dude, you look like a fucking clown. You said nothing and proved nothing."
Lol, is that a real star? I mean, hey, you can't prove that's a real star. Says it's a star, looks like a star, has the properties of a star. But is it stated specifically to have the exact mass of a star? I mean,
He'd be the type of person to look at those Bruno statements and basically be like, "Can we prove that somebody didn't hack his account and change the wording?"
Can we like definitively prove that his computer wasn't suffering a virus or cyber security attack at the time that this tweet was going? Can we definitively prove that his computer was in a safe
code
condition
meant for
at the time
real
of this
scalers to determine the truth?
There's actually deeper hidden meaning in there. Well, it's like that problem essentially stems from, I guess, a bit of a misunderstanding of presentation of evidence. Like, by virtue of someone presenting a scientific claim, they have already produced the deductive process. So, like, when a person presents a theory, they most likely already tested it through the scientific method. So they've already gone through the data analysis procedure. They've set up the hypothesis, or they've set up the conditions of a procedure, a hypothesis. They've gone through the experiment. They made data analysis and they structured it after the fact. And then they've also made a conclusion on that analysis. And then after compartmentalizing it, then they have submitted it
people
a proper
can now
format with reading to an academic institution. And then whether or not it gets accepted depends entirely on a variety of other factors in a screening process done by that institution, let alone significant others.
Times?
So if you go ahead.
We've been here so many times already.
I know. I feel like I'm trapped in a time loop every time I have to explain how canon works, how translations work, how scientific procedure and empirical evidence is presented. I have to explain things that are so basic, fundamental information that any person who knows this would not. Any person who knows how to present evidence would not make this would not make such a fallacious assumption, or would not ask questions like this, like how do we know something's canon? And it's like, good God. Well, I probably shouldn't say this, but now people can impersonate other people and companies on Twitter. I mean, yes, that's true, but I don't think in Bruno's case that's the case. It's kind of like with an impersonation, since that's a very much an act of that can very much be an illegal act. Especially in Twitter's case, I believe that's a violation of their TOS. That's not just an act in general. That's an intention of malice that with it carries strict consequences and conditions. So because of that, you not only have to prove a person's intent, you have to prove that they did it, which means you have to provide evidence for motive and a significant chunk of other things. Which is like a lot harder to prove than just saying, wow, the statement exists. It's a lot harder to prove the statement does or does not exist. That is to say that it's available in a place that I can link it to, that I can verify the statement, than it is to prove that someone was impersonating a person making
scaling,
statements.
they are still highly contentious to this day. And as they should be, because some of these calcs can be really fucking silly as shit.
Oh, yeah. Some of them are like, hey, I jumped between the distance of like 15 stars in the fraction of a second. It's like, okay, but that's only like FTL plus. And you're like, what?
Not saying you just casually pull out your gun and you might
How did that happen? You use the gun to provide the apex calc and just say it's the highest MFTL speed feat you've ever seen.
Oh yeah, so Seth's been releasing a fuck ton of videos recently, so that's kind of funny. Yeah, it's because December's the month that pays you the most for ad revenue.
Has he?
Yeah, most people in January, most
figures.
YouTubers stop uploading like shit. This is because in January all the ad money was like wasted in December. Nothing of value.
What were you saying?
Nothing of value.
Well, part of that got cut out. It wasn't all of it.
What's the difference?
Nothing. Because I'm just a fucking joke after all.
So, I was gonna say I just now realized I can argue some really stupid things for the resistances of the god cards from the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. Well, so there's a couple ways that you can take this at bare minimum. Since the god cards are stated to just be too powerful to be affected by any spell cards, trap cards, or monster effects that aren't divine hierarchy, that technically includes all the cards that are printed within Yu-Gi-Oh! DMs and GX. And due to the existence of Arc V, which includes Alexis Rhodes and all the various characters from 5Ds and the Xyz dimension, whatnot, since they're all just a part of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Multiverse.
You could also argue Paradox and all the cards Paradox uses as well.
Well, so here's where I'm saying it starts getting a little silly. You now have to include the entire card pool.
Nope, those are different versions of the characters.
Zexal and Arc V.
Sparta disagrees.
As far as the Bonds Beyond Time, I'm not sure about that. But as far as Arc V, no, Arc V, they are the characters from they are the same characters from the anime. They're just being pulled from different points in the dimensions. Because the Zexal characters that are pulled from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal are the exact same versions of them from the original show.
And even if they weren't, like, the point is that, like, they're all a part of the same multiverse anyway. Like, you understand that, like, in Yu-Gi-Oh, all monsters that you see that show up in the respective, like, universes, they all just come from the
Also,
Shadow
in
Realm.
5D, it's confirmed that there are
All of
gods,
them
that
do.
there are
The
cards
only
above
difference
the god
is that
cards.
only the first dimension involving DM's
If you're
dimension.
referring to...
There are gods above the god cards. Yeah, like
If you're referring to the
Hokarthi
Earthbound Immortals,
and like fucking what's
I
it
wouldn't
called?
say they're above the god cards per
There are
se,
cards like
because
the
the
Wicked
god cards can be
Gods.
destroyed by normal monsters. It's just that they can't be affected by things. Bro, there are Donards fans saying...
No, wait, what are you saying,
Mangler,
Zim?
you're
You're
a
cutting
whore.
out.
I've literally done that like 3 times already. It doesn't fucking work.
Dude, just
It's
leave
not
the
so-
call and rejoin.
Leaving the call isn't some magical system. Yeah, Nello's saying that there were cards that were
So you
stronger
were
than the
saying
god
something about the
cards.
god
I'm assuming he's
cards.
referring to the Earthbound Immortals. Did he just fucking leave? Well, no, there was a card during the second tournament arc that some random team that will stay to be above the Egyptian gods. Well, what was the card? Apparently, Nello's saying there was a card that was stated by some random team that will stay to be above the Egyptian god cards.
The second tournament arc in what episode? Or not what episode? What anime? Because I believe there are very few cards in the entire Yu-Gi-Oh series that come close to the God cards. I think the only things that touch them are canonically are Zork, the Wicked Gods. See, Zork, the Wicked Gods, the Blue Eye Shining Dragon from, and technically, also the Pyramid of Light, and technically Anubis. Technically. But Anubis is weird.
Yeah, he's new.
Who is this random person?
It's strictly in subs. For some reason, 4 kids didn't dub it, but I forgot what episode it was.
Yeah. Well, no. So what like?
He's saying it's
anime
there
is
was a
part
card
of, like,
in
is it a part of
5Ds.
GMs, GX?
5D.
Are you fucking serious? I just got disconnected through that whole shit. 5Ds? I would have to see what the card is then. Because I would say there are very few things in Yu-Gi-Oh! In general that touch the God cards lore-wise. Let me switch over to my phone.
Well, I was gonna say, we can probably just call it here for a day at this point. There's not really too much more being said, and we've already stretched this darksiders stream out by another like half an hour. All the number cards are above the god cards. Source? Because, all joking aside for a minute, I don't even think the numbered cards are in.
Numbered cards,
I don't even
is
think
that
the
the
god cards are
pendulums?
in like fucking Zexal. No, the numbered cards are not the one you're thinking of, Kyle. The numbered cards are from Zexal. Yeah, I don't even think the god cards are mentioned.
Oh, are they the ones like Utopia?
Finally, holy fuck. That was annoying.
Nello's
Jesus.
saying the number cards from
Alright, what were you
Zexal
saying?
are above the
What was
god
happening?
cards. All of them. He's saying all of them.
Which number cards? Because there's like 100 of them. No, that shouldn't be the case. Because the number cards, numerically, I believe, are... they're not even consistently the same level of power. Especially if we're including the information about Astral, because I believe Astral's entire like existence is made up of like a totality of the number cards put together. And I don't even think he considers all of the numbers to be like the same level.
Like, quite simply, are the God cards even in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal to make that call?
Numerosis is the god of the Yu-Gi-Oh! No, so you would just argue that then that Numeron Dragon is the strongest card in Zexal.
Even if that was
doesn't
the
make it
case,
above the
that
god cards,
is a
per
vastly
se.
different position than saying all of the number cards are above the God cards. If you want to argue Numerion Dragon is above them, fine. I mean, I have to see the evidence, but that's fine. But you said all of them. Those are two completely different stances.
Anyway.
Would he be saying the Numerion Dragon
and
Numeronia should be above? Well, wouldn't you also argue for like Numeronia?
Well, so I was actually just going to mention, like, by virtue of bringing this up, you technically have to include. Holy fuck!
I was just going to say, in the context of the series, it was the Numerion Dragon was the only card that was capable of beating that.
Well, again,
that
I'd
card.
have to see the context for these statements in question, but if that's true, then he would probably scale to the card and he'd be above the God cards. This is assuming Nello's correct.
Now, I was just going to say that basically the point I was bringing up with Zexal was that, or rather not Zexal, all the RPs in general, is that the silly thing that you have to argue is that you now have to catalog every single card effect by its anime version, which the anime versions take a replication of what their in-lore effects are, and they apply them in the context of a card game mechanic. Which means the God cards, if we actually go by their anime effects, they are actually unaffected by all card effects in the game that are not Divine Beast monsters. Or Divine Beast cards. And they can't be destroyed by battle or killed with just raw power unless you're a Divine Beast monster or comparable to a Divine Beast monster. So they can also only be controlled by someone who's like a chosen duelist. They can't be like copied, replicated, a bunch of other things. And this also technically means that you now have to include the lore of every card that's released in the official game during those periods that's included in the show as well. So we're talking literally like 8,000 cards.
He gets summoned in 5Ds, if I remember correctly. Yes, I vaguely remember that Slifer gets summoned by this one Rose Mage.
Slifer?
And he gets killed by an Earthbound Immortal, if I remember correctly.
That seems rather odd. Because that's not really consistent with how they're portrayed in like DMs, GX, and Pyramid of Light. I'd probably have to see that, but that sounds like very much like an outlier. Because like the God cards are like, you could just say that like yes, the 5Ds and GX characters maybe just don't know the full scope of the powers, and obviously it's entirely possible for someone who takes over the card printing of the game to print something more powerful.
Okay, so at that point you have to argue for conflictions with the actual fucking other creation statements.
Well, then you have to now prove they have better scaling then, because the God cards scale above like Ubel and all of their feats, which I'm pretty sure Ubel's like has like the highest feats in the entire cosmology, with like Super Poly being able to fuse like 12 different space times.
Well, doesn't the what's his name? Is it the Lord or the King of Darkness in GX scale above Ubel?
Are you referring to like Dark Lurker or something?
No, I'm
can't
referring to
remember.
the final antagonist.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think he's called Dark Lurker or actually. I got Legacy. Well, I have Legacy of the Duelist right here, which
Also,
has
does
a complete
Zexal
replica of all the.
yeah, Darkness kills. Does Zexal
So
fucking
let's see if I
actually
can.
have a multiverse within itself or no? Like, does Zexal have different? Actually, no. Zexal would have different dimensions within itself, doesn't it? Because the numbers aren't from the original fucking like dimension, are they? This is ironically a better situation. Like, it's basically the same situation that God of War has. It's just better because we can at least confirm these are separate universes. Kaiba Solo's God of War? Potentially.
Of course, my mic just fucks up like a piece of shit. So this is the kind of messed up part about God of War versus like the Egyptian gods and Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that they kind of show you what a god is intended to be, because they just state verbatim nothing in the card pool works against them, and that of bare minimum lowest possible interpretation includes every single card effect and hacks ability that's included on every spell card, every magic card, or every spell card, every trap card, and every monster effect in the first two generations of Yu-Gi-Oh!, including all their respective lore, which is like, oh god, that's like every form of elemental manipulation, weather manipulation, mind manipulation, empathetic manipulation, madness manipulation, soul manipulation, and then technically, because this is also fair game, you get to use the official card lore, because the card lore that's actually created for the cards is what's supposed to show up in the actual shows in the manga, which means you can technically use Master Duel, because Master Duel just gives you the actual card lore of the cards. And what is confirmed is that the Monarch cards specifically are literally the actual embodiment of the concepts of destruction. They literally go around ravaging planets, obliterating them into complete and total nothingness. But they're still, like, inferior to the God cards. And then you can also include stuff like Ruin and Demise, who basically destroy... They also destroy planets and then reverse the flow of time back to a point that precedes existence, so that they can play out the entire events over and over again.
If you want to take the lore for a lot of the gates, I think there was one gate where a hero literally like fought like a universal being and then had to go back in time to try and stop destruction.
There might be one of them. There is one involving the Light Swarms. So apparently the Light Swarms are just stated to come from a different plane of space and time. And whenever they go to... So their goal is that they're basically warriors of light that are summoned to defend the innocent. And the way they defend them is they show up through portals in space and time and jump to different dimensions to defeat them, and then they leave. And they literally only appear as a result of what people like believe in. So like when people believe in a particular thing in their minds or whatnot, the Light Sworn's appearance physically is just represented based on that belief. Like they only see what they believe, essentially. Kind of like how Galactus shows up on Earth, and he's perceived as like a man. Or like a giant man.
Well, that's
so they actually have no like physical states,
they fight the dark.
essentially.
They fight the dark world creatures. Like that one dog. You know that white dog for the Lightsworn? Yeah, he's being corrupted by the dark world creatures in the newest cards. Fuck his couch.
Yes. Yeah, but that's what his form looked like before he was corrupted by the appearance of the places he's gone to. What? Okay, yes. The
Why?
dog is a little annoying. I was also gonna say, ooh, what else? Oh yeah, if you want to also include this gets really fucking stupid. But if you technically want to include the information from Duel Links, technically everything that Kaiba can do with his computer and the Kaiba Corporation is inferior to the power of the God cards. So you get some really silly arguments involving resistance to the data manipulation and whatnot. Though you can technically already argue that with digital bugs. You can argue that the dream mirror worlds from Dream Mirrors of Light and Darkness and all of their sleep manipulation and their BFR doesn't work on the God cards either. Like, if you were to catalog the God cards' resistances, I'm pretty sure their resistances constitute most of the powers in fiction. They might have a bigger resistance page than Dante does. I mean, their hacks aren't, like, amazing, but, like, good luck affecting them with an ability.
If you want to give them, like, if you want to give them all powers and all of the resistance, in the colossal mechanical conch, they literally stated to be able to control all life.
Oh yeah, they technically would also resist the powers of things like the Cleoforts, who can control and manipulate life on like a fundamental scale. They would also manipulate or resist the manipulation of the Revendra, which are basically like immortal zombies that can't be killed by any conventional weapons.
They also wouldn't be affected by any kind of like weather manipulation because of the weather painters.
Well, that and like pick your any number of like spell cards. Then you technically have some other statements involving what is it? What's it called? All of the various cyclone cards, like Galaxy Cyclone. There's unit like there are a lot of like galactic and spatial things that wouldn't work on them if we include like. It gets really, really silly that you just have to catalog like every single card effect that exists in the game and just say, okay, based on what this card artwork either does or in its lore, I could just argue it doesn't affect the god cards.
I was gonna say, doesn't the Dream Mirror cards have some really wacky lore?
Yes, so the Dream Mirrors literally bring you into their world, which are in the light and darkness creatures, essentially. And they essentially force you, like they grant you a bit of power based on like what your dreams are meant to be. But then I think if you don't do a couple things there, basically what ends up happening is that you're left there, kind of like the Shadow Realm, and you're put under eternal sleep, where you're doomed to like just die. Like you're essentially left there to die because you're BFR'd there, and you can be taken there from like any place in the real world. This is also kind of why, like, depending on how you also interpret the Master Duel stories, you can technically argue that the Shadow Realm has multiple different dimensions to it, because many of the stories, like the Monarchs and Ruin and Demise, can't actually coexist in the same world because of how they function. So the Shadow Realm, technically, depending on what you argue, especially if you include Lightsworns, because the Lightsworns have to be existing in the multiverse, otherwise their stories literally make no sense. Because their entire lore is just that they travel and jump through specific layers of space and time to get to other dimensions to save people from tyranny. It makes literally no sense under their lore that they would be in the same dimension as other Yu-Gi-Oh cards. They would have to be in different ones, because that's literally how they go there. So what's a win con for Kaiba against Kratos? Obelisk. Crush Card Virus. Crush Card Virus is like, ugh. So just hypothetically, like you understand that like when Egyptian people, or not Egyptian, When Yu-Gi-Oh characters have access to their decks, we actually see what it looks like when they decide to use them in battle. It's very much similar to how Yami Bakura in the anime uses them, or in the Pyramid of Light thing. They just pull out their decks, they pull a card off the top part of their deck or whatever, and they just activate it, and they gain the effects. So, yeah, he could literally just activate Crush Card Virus, which has the ability to essentially like completely corrupt and corrupt you on like all your cells on the biological level. So yeah, he could just literally kill Kratos immediately. And most of these things, by the way, due to them being like card effects, they don't have telegraphs other than their activation, but they just appear on your body. So you're either like protected by a barrier or you're hit immediately.
No, it's just my mic catching some audio on the side.
I see them trying to talk. Oh, okay. Kratos even his peak have a chance to get Yugi or Kaiba? Not really.
Wouldn't you just argue Chaos Max, Blue Eyes Chaos Max is the only card Kaiba would need?
Yeah, probably.
Because like it can't be destroyed by battle, and that pretty much like fucks Kratos.
Well,
because it's literally a dragon he can't get rid of.
Well, as far as like the actual Dark Side of Dimensions movie, which I haven't seen yet, I don't know if that's true. In the card game, it can't be targeted or destroyed by any card effects. At least things that its opponent doesn't control. Let me see if I can pull up my Yu-Gi-Oh thing, because I actually have a list of the anime effects here on Ignis. Okay, let me check this. I put up some alternate formats. Oh yeah, no. So if we include all alternate formats, so without alternate formats and everything within Yu-Gi-Oh! Sevens, we have 12,000 cards in the game.
Was with the non-targeting attack nerfing cards of the.
Yes. He literally got beaten by a statistics reduction ability that doesn't target and is basically like much like all card effects in Yu-Gi-Oh! That don't target. There's not a telegraph for it. It just affects you. You just activate it and it just hits the person. You don't see the attack. It's on you. It's like a spell being cast on your body. So like you can't avoid it really.
Yeah, and then
not realistically, not unless you have another card effect that does that.
Yes.
Yeah, he gets beaten by the magician girls, I believe.
Yes.
They reduce his attack and have him die in battle damage, if I'm not mistaken.
I always found this win fucking so stupid, how Yugi comes back to win the duel in this one, if I'm being honest.
Oh yeah, also anything with piercing damage, technically in Yu-Gi-Oh! Qualifies for durability neg. So I'm not sure how you would interpret that for Chaos Max, because he inflicts double piercing damage. So I guess he either has the ability to negate you twice, or he just has layered durability negation. I'm not entirely sure how I would interpret that one. But if I interpret it the second way, then yeah, that's not good for Kratos. What verse would be a good fight for Yu-Gi-Oh? I mean, the main verse that people bring up is Pokemon, obviously. It's a wholesome comparison, to be honest. A lot of young kids, doing things. Oh, what was that? Oh, wait, here it is. All right, let me find it. Looking for that guy. Is it just Darkness? Night Shroud, that's his name. That's the guy you were thinking of, Kyle. Night Shroud. He's not the King of Darkness, he's called Night Shroud. It claims that what am I after? I have no desires. I merely move with the will of the universe. And the universe wills that your people live in darkness for eternity. And it says that's a lie. Is it dual monsters is a reflection of a dualist's soul? It can be of light or darkness. If your heart remains in the light, peace will
Okay,
come to
but
your
like, what
world.
about the people who
But
run
most
fire
duelists have
teams?
darkness in their hearts, and where there's darkness, there is night shroud.
What about those psychopaths? Explain to me.
What about the
that
people
one.
who choose to be volcanics?
All right.
Those are fucking. Zim, I
You know
don't think
what?
he was referring to the attributes.
I can't wait for ancient gears to get their own fucking like gate,
The world
and it's gonna have the most
discarded cyber
batshit
dragons.
insane lore.
Dude, it's probably like I'm looking at ancient. I was gonna say it'll probably be some advanced technology stuff. I was just happy when I got monarchs, and I was like, okay, they're probably just some guys that cause like weather stuff, and they do that. But apparently, they raise everything to the ground, reduce them into nothingness, and they're stated twice to be the very embodiment of destruction, the very conceptual embodiment of destruction. And I'm like, I get it. They're concepts given a
They're the
literal
same
form.
concept. All right.
Like they're
But
not.
anyway,
They're very blatant on what the monarchs are. And also, apparently, the way the lore works is that all the monarchs, all the mega monarchs and regular monarchs that you see, basically raise the land to the ground, and then they're all doing it under the orders of Erebus, the big dark monarch, the underworld monarch. And then after they blow it all to the ground, Edia, the big like heavenly monarch,
yeah.
returns to
Yeah,
the
they
land
literally just
and
recycled the same
recreates the
story
entirety of the life
they gave
and restores
to
everything to life
the
after the
fucking
damage.
creator and destroyer.
So she can restore everything
They recycled the same thing.
from nothingness.
The goddess of ruin and the goddess of and the god of
What?
destruction. You know, like the two ritual monsters. I forgot their names right off the top of my head. The one that has like the white-haired girl and the fucking like Black Knight King. Yeah, it's the same fucking lore for both of them. The only difference is that I think the only difference is that one's the god of the archetype and the other
This
one's
is
like
so
just the
sad.
concept of it. So take that one as you will. At any rate, I'm going to call it there for a day. Since we're already 6 hours in, we stopped playing the game an hour ago. So, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for your time as always. Have a nice day. I'll see you guys on the next stream or video. Take care, everybody.